All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the virtual regular City Council meeting for Monday, May 18th, 2020. At this time, it is 8:03 p.m. and we're calling the meeting to order. If everyone would, please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, would you make sure that we have a quorum, please?
Sure. Councilmember Estev?
Hello.
Councilmember Wolfley?
Present.
Councilmember Boffo?
Here.
Councilmember Ndebumadu?
Present.
Councilmember Henry Gardner?
Present.
Councilmember Harrison?
Present.
Mayor Adams?
Present.
Okay, we have a full quorum. All 7 are present.
Hey, thank you. At this time, do we have any agenda additions or deletions or amendments? Hearing none, we'll move on to citizen participation. City
I'm
Clerk?
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Mayor. Yep, I'm sorry. I had a deletion from the agenda.
Oh, okay. I hear you. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I moved to push under old business the budget ordinance and CIP resolution to June 1st.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor,
It's
before,
been moved and properly second to move the budget ordinance until June 1st.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, the city manager is trying to speak to you.
before we,
Okay.
before you move on that, sir, I'd like to say that there are some data that we have to get to the county council, to the county by the 31st of May. And in order to deliver that information, we need to have a budget passed before then. Thank you.
Councilman, would you like to make an adjustment on the date that you'd like to push it back to?
Yep. In that case, I make a motion to move the budget ordinance and CIP to a special meeting date before June 1st. I'm sorry, before May 30th.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So the current motion is that we move the agenda item to a special meeting prior to May 30th.
Question on the motion.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. I think we'll need a specific date in order for this motion to work. I think the issue here is that some folks have some outstanding questions, if I understand correctly, that we're just hoping to be answered or addressed. Are folks open to Wednesday the 27th or Tuesday the 26th for a short special meeting to vote on the budget?
That works.
All right, could I propose then, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, an amendment to your motion to specifically schedule the meeting for the evening of Wednesday, May the 27th?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a friendly amendment. I'm sorry, there's a friendly amendment to the motion to it back to what was the exact date again? I think the 27th, correct?
May the 27th.
Okay. Then moved and properly second. Call for the vote.
No, I have another discussion point. I'd like to know the rationale behind moving the budget discussion to Wednesday, the 27th, and I'd like specific rationale, please. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman. I'll go first, and Councilwoman Devamato can go after that. We're looking for specific line item information in both community services and the city manager's office. As you saw in our email transpiring between the assistant city manager and myself this morning, some of the granular level only exists online, so I'd have to go in person to get some of that information.
Okay, so why weren't your questions asked during one of the 5 work sessions that we held?
These were questions that were asked. It's just about if we're making movements to some of these things that we discussed, we would need exact numbers and not figures we would just make up.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
My specific questions are similar to Mayor Pro Tem Wafo's question. There are specific questions that I have around IT as well as youth services and some others that have not been specifically answered. Specifically around IT, cybersecurity is not something that we can discuss in public due to the city's stance and just information security. So there are future questions that need to be answered. Thank you.
We can answer those questions right now if anybody has them, but because all the entire staff's online, prepared to respond, Mr. Mayor, but it's up to you all.
I agree.
I agree. This, Councilmember Gardner, there's no need to put that off if staff and everyone is here. Again, we have to be aware and cognizant of people's time. Staff doesn't just sit around here and wait for our phone calls. They have other things that they're doing, running a full city during a pandemic. It would behoove us to respond and be respectful of staff and their time as well. And if we have them all here tonight, and Councilmember Wafo, if you are prepared to answer or ask your questions publicly, as they should be, then let's go on now.
Well,
I just want to add one clarification. During the last meeting that we spoke about information technology, Todd said specifically, our IT director, that some questions cannot be answered to the public because they are cybersecurity related. For those of us who work in IT, we understand certain cybersecurity postures should not be made known public because of the simple fact that that's how you protect citizen data as well as city data. So that's not a conversation that's prepared to have public, nor would I advise from a city cybersecurity posture. So if the motion is still there, if there's no further discussion.
And Ashley, Councilmember Roxy from District 4, Ashley, in agreement with Councilmember Harrison, she indicated that we could move forward. Now, I do remember the councilmember from District 4 when we had the IT director here. You slammed him with multiple questions and then follow-up questions. I don't know if you followed up with him and got those answers to your questions, but having another meeting and kicking this down 3 additional weeks and then bringing staff together to handle questions when we're all together here tonight to resolve it, let's get it done tonight. Councilmember Roxy, if you had questions of the director of IT, those questions, you should have gotten those answered some time ago. As Councilmember Ingrid Harrison said, we've had multiple budget hearings, and to continue on through this process is absolutely ridiculous. There's a lot of background noise. There's a lot of background noise. Who's saying excuse me? I don't understand. I don't hear who's saying excuse me.
The mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
As mayor, I would like to make sure everyone is recognized, that we don't get everyone talking over each other. So please wait until I recognize you as the chair so that we don't get all the voices mixed over, please.
Thank you, Tim, for doing
Having
that.
said that, there is a motion and a second to move it to the 27th. Is there any other council member who has any other questions at this time? If not, I call for the vote. Would you, City Clerk, take the vote for us, please?
Sure. Mayor Adams,
Yay.
Councilmember Gardner,
No, a firm no, an absolute waste of time.
Councilmember Harrison,
I echo Councilmember Gardner, a firm no and a waste of time.
Councilmember Esteve,
Aye.
Councilmember Wolfley,
Aye.
Councilmember Boffo,
Aye.
Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, are there any other additions, deletions, or amendments? Hearing none, we will move to citizen participation.
Okay, let's see. We've got 2 comments, hopefully. I have many that I haven't been able to print out yet, but the 2 that I have right now one is from Michelle Joyner. Hello, I am a resident of Bowie for the last 17 years, and I think we are all doing the best with the situation at hand. My only concern is the change of trash recycling and bulk trash pickup. We all have big boxes for recycling or bulk trash that is piling up. If this new policy stays any longer, it will be almost impossible to pick up the 2 months plus backlog of items that won't fit in a bag. If it has been sitting outside, I am sure there is no threat to the guys on the truck. I have seen some with masks and some without. Can we please go back to bulk trash pickup ASAP? This virus is not going anywhere anytime soon. Plus, the health officials say the sunlight kills it within 60 seconds. Thank you. And the next one is from Jeffrey Cooper. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I want to state for the record and to be included in the minutes for tonight's meeting, my opposition to the proposal to increase property taxes in the city of Bowie. That's all I have for citizen participation.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Hearing none. Hearing none. As we talk about city boards and committees, we will move on to council announcements. Are there any council announcements? If not,
Yes,
we will.
Mr. Mayor, I have one. I just want to, yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to encourage the residents to please complete their census and to exercise their right to vote, and really ask them to fill out their ballots and mail them back as soon as possible. We want to try to, increase the numbers of mail-in ballots instead of people going to the polls. So please vote. It's very important, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for those comments, Councilwoman Harrison. We appreciate that. Okay, moving on to the city manager's report.
I have no report, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay. Consent agenda. As we come to the consent agenda, I'd like to have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Did we get a? Okay. It's been moved and properly second. Call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries. I would like the council to indulge me. I would like to read the actual proclamation for our citizens and for those who have given that ultimate sacrifice.
I'm sorry, sir. Somebody's muted you
Mr. Mayor, I
again.
think you're on mute.
We can't hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Whereas the tradition of Memorial Day dates back to an order issued by General John A. Logan, Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Army of the Republic, calling for the graves of fallen soldiers to be strewn with flowers or otherwise decorated on May 30th, 1868. And whereas this simple act of remembrance has evolved over time through military regulations and practice into fitting testimonies of respect for the heroism and patriotism of those fallen soldiers, and has become a traditional ceremony held each May on Memorial Day. And whereas the veterans organizations of Bowie join together each Memorial Day to remember and to honor all those who gave their lives in the service of their country. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on Memorial Day 2020, the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, expresses its undying gratitude to all those who gave their lives to protect our freedom, and offers this proclamation as a token of respect for those Americans. Introduced and passed by the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, at a regular meeting on May 18, 2020. Signed, the Bowie City Council, Timothy J. Adams, Mayor. And again, thank you to all those who have made that sacrifice, and particularly to those families. Okay, moving on. To old business. We will move down to B, approval of ordinance 0320, amending Bowie City Code, Chapter 11, Health and Sanitation to renumber election 11-5 penalties. Again, ordinance 0320 PDF. Will I have a motion? Any discussion?
Did somebody make a motion for this? Because I didn't hear it, if it was done.
There was no motion.
For which item is this?
We moved item A to that special meeting. So we're now at item B, approval of the public health officer to help with the city with the pandemic.
I'll make the motion for conversation.
It's been moved.
I'd like to second the motion so we can discuss it.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion.
Can I offer an opening thought on the motion, Mr. Mayor?
Please, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. So I like this role a lot. In discussions with the city attorney and reading the language of the motion, it sounds like that this would officially create a role in the city of Bowie that would help us with oversight in an area where we have had a lot of historic challenges, especially with care facilities that have been springing up all over the city in residential neighborhoods. Our current code officers and our existing rental inspector are limited just as far as legally what they can do to provide oversight at these facilities. So this public health officer would be extremely helpful in having us tackle a major problem we've had where residents have complaints about how some of these care facilities are being managed, but we simply don't have the legal recourse to follow up. That being said, I have gotten a ton of feedback today, and there are a lot of questions around this. I really support this effort. I just want to be sure we have the opportunity to discuss it thoroughly. I'm prepared to vote for it, but I might suggest that we vote for it in addition to the regular budget on the 27th, if folks are open to that. I'd like for us to be able to discuss and flesh it out a little bit more tonight as well.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Dufour.
Alyssa, can you step through the proposed ordinance and kind of give an overview of the implications?
Certainly. So the ordinance does a couple of things. The first minor thing is that it renumbers section 11-5 penalties so that it'll stay at the end of the chapter where it logically belongs. Then it creates a public health officer in section 11-5 who will be a medical professional and is charged with making recommendations to you relating to city health matters, enforcing laws and regulations relating to the prevention of the spread of contagious diseases, the removal and confinement of persons having infectious diseases, the prevention and removal of health-related nuisances, and inspection of buildings, structures, et cetera, that may cause or contribute to conditions detrimental to the public health. And I think that last one goes specifically to the point that Councilman Wolfley and Councilman Esta were just raising. And he would be designated as an additional code enforcement officer for purposes of enforcing those regulations, and authorized to seek the assistance of the city attorney to procure administrative warrants if necessary for those inspections. The second section was created to respond to a situation that was ongoing at the time with respect to access to a particular facility by certain healthcare resources where the owner of the facility was denying access. I understand that particular situation to have been resolved, but in order to avoid that situation in the future, we vested the public health officer with certain powers to ensure that medical resources are available that are being provided through a federal, state, local government authority, or in conjunction with a grant program from such authority, that they would be able to get in and do their jobs and provide the assistance that they were intended to be able to provide. I want to just make sure that you all understand that you're still not going to be able to regulate the location of these facilities in residential zones. That's first of all, a zoning regulation of the county, and second of all, preempted in certain respects by federal law with respect to group homes. But it will give you the ability to enforce health, safety, and welfare regulations equally with respect to these facilities. And it prescribes a fine for a violation of that second section with respect to access by public health officials.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit to the temporal nature of this? Is it a temporary or?
This one is permanent. The temporal issue, I think, goes to the proposal with respect to the enforcement on the other pending ordinance.
But the position, is that a temporary?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. So it's permanent as drafted. That can be changed. You could set a specific term, but he or she, as drafted, would just serve at the pleasure of City Council. That can be amended. You could, I mean, he could remain serving, he or she could remain serving in the pleasure of City Council, but it could be a set term so that it sort of automatically came up for review and perhaps a rotation of individuals through that position.
Thank you. According as per Mr. Stebb's comment, it may behoove us to push it to the next meeting, whether it's the one in May or June. Doesn't much matter, I don't think. Just to make sure everybody's got a comfort level with it. I think I'm good with this, but there may be an opportunity for some input here. I don't know what other people are thinking.
Yeah. Any other comment? Because I have a comment I will make, but I'd like to recognize any of our other council members first.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to get a clarifying statement from the city attorney for the sake of residents who might be watching at home. So, Ms. City Attorney, what we're talking about, to be clear, is expanding the current code compliance team in the city of Bowie, but with a particular person who is legally empowered to have more of an investigative authority in the realm of public health, right?
Yeah, so currently your code enforcement staff is devoted, and appropriately so, to property maintenance issues. They're not qualified to make inspections related to or to take other actions relative to the public health. So this person would have an appropriate background to do that. The vision is that the regulations that the public health officer will enforce are in the nature of the things that are set forth under subsection C of 11-5, which are specifically geared to public health issues.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. City Attorney.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I just have two questions. One is...
You're recognized.
Thank you. One is what other jurisdictions are doing this, or other municipalities? And have we done the research on that? And also, how is the county supporting us currently regarding public health? And would this be a duplicative service?
Well,
and we'll have the residents pay for this full-time person, but we also are supported by the county. So that I just want to make sure we're clear on how that's going to work.
Yes, and thank you so much for that question, Councilwoman, because that kind of gets to the heart of this matter. How we began down this path is because we were contacted by the county and from the state for assistance in this matter. I have talked with the county, and candidly, their concern is the limited bandwidth that they have. As you know, right now, we're going through our major surge from the predictive models of where we are with the pandemic. And so they are looking at how they move through this, and they are actually looking for us, the city, as we talked about this public health officer, to augment and be able to talk with them and be able to assist, being able to have someone who can help direct things, i.e. for the city, in the city, to work with them. Again, because as we move forward, when we start talking about doing testing and other things, and I had a very long conversation with Dr. Carter this weekend, and they really look forward to us being able to possibly do this if the council agrees, because they'd like to get that person to be able to work with them and talk with them and coordinate with them to protect the citizens of Bowie. Now, one of the reasons because what the state did to be able to get in with the strike teams, when I talked with the city attorney at that time, it was recommended we didn't need to do an emergency measure at that time since we did it. But the one thing I would say is that I think we can move forward. We can work on more of the details. But what happens, as you know, with an ordinance, because it's not an emergency, it will take 30 days once we agree to it before it becomes active. So with us going into the different phases, Councilwoman Harrison, the county supports us on this. The state has reached out and are supportive of this. And it's really for us to look at what we can do to better protect our citizens.
And I do understand that. And also, could you also answer what other municipalities have a public health officer within Prince George's County?
And when we talked about that, we realized that we're the largest municipality in Prince George's County. And many of the others don't have a position to be able to do that and really are simply relying on the county.
So you're saying that no other jurisdiction does this? No other municipality has a separate public health officer?
I cannot say that. I'm sorry.
And I'm not sure that they have it in their charter as we do, the city charter, to be able to name a public health officer either.
Okay.
So Alyssa may have a response for you. Thank you, though, Congresswoman, Council Member. Alyssa? Senator?
So I would say that most jurisdictions have the authority in their charters to do it. Who has an active public health officer, I can't tell you. I know that, for example, Mount Rainier does have the provision for a public health officer in its code. I did not survey all of the jurisdictions. I would be happy to do that for you. But the authority to appoint one is probably in most charters.
Okay, thank you. And also, could you share the names of the people that you reached out to at the state level? And besides Dr. Carter, who else at the county level agreed that this would be a great idea for Bowie?
Was that a question to me?
That's to you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, actually, the Lieutenant Governor called directly and asked if we could assist.
Okay, and he asked to assist in what way?
In trying to make sure that we could do something to make sure, for example, with our senior living facilities, that we could support them, and making sure at that time when we first talked about this, we were having a problem in trying to get in. And
okay,
so it's right. Not simply, so at this right now, it's really about just trying to do everything we can to protect our citizens in the middle of this surge for the pandemic. That's all.
Sure, I understand that. And if the Lieutenant Governor said that, then is he willing to put up some funding for us to pay for this person who would be a full-time person? And then how would we hire them and how much would it cost?
Well, those are things that we as a council need to decide, because that doesn't necessarily have to be a full-time person, and that doesn't mean it can't be a volunteer position either. So those are things that we as a council need to decide and would need to go through, and we all should need to talk about and agree on.
Yeah, we really have to be specific about this because, I mean, there's been information put out there that, you know, our financial situation is dire, which isn't true. But I just want residents to know that, you know, based on that we're trying to hire another person and put somebody else on the budget. So we just need to make sure we're clear on how we move forward.
I appreciate that. And again, we're simply trying to save lives. And
okay. If I could jump in quickly, Mr. Mayor. I think I appreciate the background about the nursing homes. For those who don't know, nursing homes, I believe in Maryland, represent a third of the total COVID deaths. And anyone familiar with the nursing home system generally will tell you that there's huge disparities in quality ones and really disastrous ones. And so I would fully support us having a person on staff paid for who have the authority to do inspections and look into these things, because we do from time to time get complaints from residents in nursing homes, but we are extremely limited legally in our capacity to respond. And I know the county is also overwhelmed. They're not always able to step in and help in a timely fashion. So whether we vote on this tonight or whether we vote on this on Wednesday the 27th, I would urge my colleagues to consider us bringing this person on as a staff member, at least in a part-time capacity, but certainly paid, and certainly someone qualified to help us with this.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, just really quickly, I just wanted to support, I know Councilwoman Harrison asked about some other municipalities that were hiring within this capacity. The city of Laurel did just appoint a public health officer, so that is one municipality within Prince George's County that just appointed one. So wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, well, the city of Laurel also is supported by 3 counties, I believe. So it's not, the Laurel is not just in Prince George's County. And also one other thing, we pay county tax for a health officer, so we can get a tax differential for that person. So I just, I really have a problem with us paying another person to do something that the county already does for us.
And please understand, Councilwoman, that we could get reimbursement potentially from the state or from the county for that as part of the COVID reimbursement that we could get. Again, the real issue is just trying to make sure that we have someone who can help us to make sure that our citizens are safe. Thank you. So,
and I just want to say that I think our county is doing a great job of that, in our state.
yeah, and I agree with you, and I appreciate them willing to reach out to us and asking us if we could do this. So having said that, one other point is, if we do vote on it and agree to do this moving forward, we have 30 days for us as a council to sit down and work out the specifics of exactly what we as a council want to do and how we can move forward. So having said that, any other questions or discussion?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on it tonight, actually.
Okay, as you said, it's been moved and properly second. Call for the vote.
Excuse me, Mayor, before you vote, I need you to close the public hearing. No one signed up for it, but it is listed as a public hearing. It's since it's an ordinance, so I need you to declare the public hearing closed.
Thank you so very much, City. We will declare the public hearing closed and now move forward. We had a motion and a second. At this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there was an earlier comment on discussion about pushing this off to the next session for opportunity to further discuss. Does anybody else have any interest in that?
This is Tim, Mr. Adams, if I may. I'm sorry, what was it? I would agree with Councilmember Wolfley to postponing this until a further time. June 1st.
Thank you.
Was that a motion, Honorary, was that a motion to table?
Yes, it was, yes.
I think we already had a motion and a second for the vote.
No, I think the motion was for the conversation, if I remember correctly.
Correct, you are correct.
I can't remember if it was Councilmember Stev or Dufour who said we would, for discussion or conversation. It wasn't really for a vote.
Councilmember Dufour?
To be honest, I'm not sure there's a distinction, but I would say that if, I'm sorry?
No problem.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
I do want to urge my colleagues that, June 1st for this position is kind of far out, right? We're looking at a current pandemic right now, and if we want to flesh this out, I would say that on the 27th it would be a good date. If not, proceeding to vote now is totally fine as well. In accordance with the ordinance, we do have 30 days, right, to flesh this idea out, or we can discuss this more on the 27th. But I do believe moving it to June 1st in the midst of a pandemic, it just prolongs this. And I know we've been discussing this for a couple weeks now.
So, may I?
Have we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So your action tonight would be to adopt. You will have 30 days until it takes effect, but unless you're planning to come back and introduce an ordinance amendment, then it will be what it is as it's adopted today.
Okay. So it seems we'll need to move forward with the vote. Again, we can, as a council, come back and after we make this vote, make a recommendation that we all sit down and work out exactly what the details are. Again, I just have a concern about pushing this back. We've already did it several weeks and another 30 days. And again, Prince George's County is in the middle of its surge right now.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that, but I don't think we're going to get anybody hired and on board in that kind of time frame anyway.
Exactly.
I'm a little concerned with people's questions, and I want to make sure everybody's got an opportunity to be.
No problem. No problem.
With this at all.
Well, so Councilman, your call on that. Councilman Dufour, I was saying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were speaking to
because you made
Harrison.
And I'm saying, are you looking at a friendly amendment to say, let's push that back to the 27th when we have that other meeting? And
yes, that'd be fine.
Okay.
I will second that change in the motion.
Okay. At this point, can we call for the vote?
Mr. Mayor, I ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Mayor Adams,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Table, no. To table it for June 1st.
Councilmember Harrison,
Wilda, I don't think Henri understood. We're actually moving it to the 27th, correct? That's what we're voting on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
correct, that it's being postponed to the May 27th meeting.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Correct.
I will. Thank you, Councilmember Harrison. Sorry, City Clerk. To May 27th, I vote to postpone it until then.
So, Councilmember Gardner, so your vote is a yes to move it to May 27th, because that's what the motion that Councilmember Wolfley made.
Correct. That is correct. I'm seconding, or I'm voting along with Councilmember Wolfley.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harrison,
I voted aye. Thank you.
Councilmember Stev,
Aye.
Councilmember Wolfley,
Aye.
Councilmember Broffel,
Aye.
Councilmember Ndebumalu.
Aye.
Okay, so the ayes have it, 7-0.
One other, thank you, Wilda. One thing I would like, Mayor Adams, if you would just share about if you're well aware of the numbers in the city of Bowie that warrants this public health officer, and if the Lieutenant Governor called you because these numbers were surging, is that why?
Excuse me?
I'm asking you, did the Lieutenant Governor call you, just back to this, just a quick question. Did the Lieutenant Governor contact you because there was a surge in the city of Bowie?
No, the real initial call he made, which is when I then called the city attorney, is when we could not help our citizens in some of the assisted living facilities because they were refusing the strike teams to go in. And that's when it initially started, and that's when this process started. And that's when we started the communications with the county attorney, with the county health office, with others involved. So that's how that started.
Okay. So really it was based on Lark and Chase, but now the strike team has gone in and delivered the PPE, done what they should have done, correct?
And that's a part of why, though it's still needed, I believe, the public health officer, that's why we did not move it as an emergency ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Because the heck on it. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, next item. The Economic Development Committee COVID Business Recovery Plan recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Henry King, Economic Development Director. Mr. Ragland is getting his microphone activated and will be providing a briefing to you.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Henry. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. It's an honor to once again come before the council and city staff. I'll be brief in my comments. I would like to make two comments that are not incorporated into the paper that you have in front of, or the PDF you have in front of you, it's an 8-page report. The first comment I would like to make at the beginning is the nature of the City of Bowie EDC. The City of Bowie has an Economic Development Committee. As such, we are a volunteer army comprised mainly of the small businesses that are impacted by, obviously, the shutdown. But it's oftentimes asked, what's the difference between an Economic Development Committee versus an Economic Development Commission? And what the City of Bowie has, and I just want to remind everybody of this, and I also reminded my fellow EDC members of this, we are advisory in nature. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor and council, and we provide advice. We are not a policy-making body. We do not have the ability to raise funds similar to like economic development commissions. And so I think it's just important to put that out there as a footnote, that as you compare what the City of Bowie does through its EDC versus other jurisdictions, we have an Economic Development Committee, not an Economic Development Commission. And maybe at some point in time in the future, once we're past the crisis, we may want to revisit, if the council and the mayor so choose to look and see if we want more along the lines of a commission versus a committee. Nonetheless, this is what we have right now. That's item one. Now, having said that, fortunately, through our current city manager, Al Lott, his predecessor, David Deutsch, and most importantly, John Henry King, our Director of Economic Development, the City of Bowie as an entity is able to do everything that other jurisdictions do, and that's typically through the use of partners such as FSC First and the Bowie Business Innovation Center. So we have the ability as a city to do the kinds of things that other jurisdictions do, but not necessarily through the EDC. I needed to put that out there on the table. That's item one. Item two, which is really the bulk of our report, you have in front of you, or should have in front of you, it is an 8-page document. And on the second page, it talks about the fact, really sort of a summary of what the EDC looked at and what the EDC is recommending. And we actually put it to a vote during our regular EDC meeting on May the 13th. So we had two meetings. We had a special purpose meeting or special meeting on May the 6th to specifically look at the charge that we were given by the city and have a full-fledged, full-throated discussion about what we should or should not do. And then we came back 1 week later during our regularly scheduled EDC meeting on May the 13th and sort of refined what we had gotten in as comments. As many of you know, I reached out to each member of council and the mayor personally just to make sure that there was an open line of communication if there were specific things that you wanted to see the EDC do. And we did that with a lot of our stakeholders. And then we came back together on the 13th and sort of just hashed through the whole thing. And what you see in the 8-page PDF is a summary of not only what we are recommending, but also we also wanted to include some of the little snippets of conversation just to get the flavor of what was discussed. So just to walk through that very, very quickly, and again, everybody has it, so I don't need to read it. We talked about what was the specific direction that we had been given from the mayor and council. We talked about the background of why the need, excuse me, for some type of economic relief and what other jurisdictions are doing. And then we talked specifically about how many businesses do we believe are impacted that are actually part of the city of Bowie. There are several different databases. The numbers range from 1,800 to 2,300. We sort of narrowed it down on there's basically 2,000 businesses in Bowie and the immediate vicinity based on credible data. However, when the City Finance Office, Mr. Byron Matthews, actually looked at who's actually paying taxes, who's actually paying fees, it looks like it's about 1,200 businesses, and I believe he received that data from SDAT. These are principally small businesses, definitely 250 employees or less. These are businesses that are operational, they are paying taxes, they are generating revenue. I think the amount of revenue that collectively we believe these 1,200 businesses generated was somewhere in the order of $2 million in revenue, at least based on their filings with the state in 2019. And so then we looked at what were some of the different programs that are being done in the immediate region. We looked at the federal program. So the SBA had originally promised $10,000 per small business. That has now been whittled back. The PPP program, which has gotten a lot of press lately, was originally, those original awards that did go through before Congress came back and allocated more dollars, looks like it was about $6,000 per employee. And there was a very specific formula that you needed to follow. Roughly, it was about 2.5 times your monthly payroll for your W-2 employees. Getting a little bit closer to home, the state of Maryland, basically for their grant program, did $10,000 per business. Prince George's County originally did $5,000 per business for up to 10 employees, and then $10,000 if you had 10 or more employees. And my understanding is that County Executive Alsa Brooks has now doubled the amount of money within the past 48 hours, has doubled the amount of money that Prince George's County is providing to businesses for COVID relief. City of Hyattsville, and again, City of Hyattsville is not an absolute apples to apples comparison because City of Hyattsville has an Economic Development Commission. But City of Hyattsville actually awarded about $500,000 for specifically small businesses. The dollar figure was higher, but a lot of those dollars were allocated specifically for not-for-profit groups, churches, et cetera, and even for residents. But if you look at the portion that was specifically for businesses, it was $500,000. City of Alexandria, Virginia, has allocated $2 million of the city money, and they're looking to match that once they get a grant through the CARES Act, and a total amount of $4 million. Loudoun County, Virginia, announced a few days ago that they were doing $7,500 per business in Loudoun County. And Anne Arundel County announced, I think within the past 48 hours, that they're doing $10,000 per business. And again, there's the detail as to what they're doing. Moving along, the next part of the report talks about some of the salient summary discussion points that we had as a committee. One of the things that was, and again, I won't go through each of these, but I'll pick out a couple of them. The city needs to be careful to make sure that it under promises and over delivers. There's just a lot of ill will that's been created, mainly through the U.S. Small Business Administration, because of the fact they made a bunch of bold promises a couple months ago, and they have steadily not only whittled them back, but they have fumbled the ball badly, and I'll just leave it at that. On the good news, Prince George's County is kind of the model for the region. Prince George's County has really taken the lead with regards to not only economic development, but specifically what they're doing in the COVID relief programs. Again, one of the discussion points, and this is bullet number 2, for the program to really be meaningful, if there is an award of dollars, it really needs to be like $5,000. And again, that's sort of on the low side of what many jurisdictions are doing. If you just were to simply take just arithmetically X number of dollars divided by 1,200 businesses, it would wind up being somewhere around $300 or $400 per business. And I think many of the business owners who were in the room felt like, gee, that would be nice, but that doesn't help me pay rent this month. That doesn't help me keep on payroll, whereas $5,000 really is sort of the benchmark figure. And again, if you stop and think that an employee who's making roughly $10 an hour is getting paid about $2,000 a month, and for the size businesses we're looking at, most of those folks are paying rent somewhere in the $2,000 to $3,000 range. A $5,000 award allows you to keep an employee on payroll for one more month and pay your rent bill for the month. And again, I'm not going to go through all of these. Last bullet point I do think is worth talking about. We'd had a very lengthy discussion about should it be a loan or should it be a grant. And I thought one of the members made a very salient point. Functionally, grants and loans are the same to administer on the front end. And we all know a grant is money that's given and is not expected to be paid back, although you can put some strings attached to it. And obviously you can have a criteria for who gets and who doesn't get. Whereas a loan from day one really is intended at some point in time in the future to be paid back. And the number one thing was when it comes to actually administering the program ongoing, a grant program is much easier to administer than a loan program. But I think the salient point that somebody made in the room was, well, gee, what happens if the city decides to make loans and a business can't pay it back? And again, if these businesses are Bowie-based businesses, and there's also the high probability that it's also a Bowie resident that's also attached to the Bowie business, is the city of Bowie really going to foreclose and take away the home of a Bowie resident who happens to be a business owner because they were unable to repay an emergency loan? So again, the general consensus and what was put to a vote was the feeling of do grants as opposed to doing loans. Again, you can still have criteria for who gets, who doesn't get, but just the ongoing administration of doing loans is probably going to be a real challenge. So getting straight to how did we think that the dollar should be allocated? Clearly, there's not enough money. There will not be enough money for everybody to get something. So we felt it would be equitable to have some kind of direct grant awarded based on some kind of specific criteria. And we can look to what the county is doing as a model, and that's what some of the bullet points are. The sub-bullet points are those 11 points of that's the actual application process for the Prince George's County Economic Development Commission / Bowie, Prince George's FSC First. That program, which is the county's program, you can see the specific criteria. But bottom line was this: we felt like there should be some direct allocation, but then there should also be dollars that are used for training. Training specifically to help business owners to make the adjustment, because many businesses are going to have to pivot from a retail storefront operation to probably transitioning to an online strategy. We found that through talking to FSC First, which is the back end office that's actually doing the administration of the county's grant / loan program, that a lot of the businesses just weren't ready to receive money. It's not that they didn't deserve it. It's not that they didn't qualify for it. It's just that they didn't have the documents ready. They were so busy running their businesses, they forgot some of the little issues. And again, the FSC First is now actually hiring the Bowie Business Innovation Center to help do training, to help do webinars, to do seminars, again, almost all of it delivered online, to make sure that businesses understand how to qualify for the new amount of money that's being awarded, as well as making sure that those businesses who are getting loans are going to be able to have the technical assistance, so to speak, to be able to make the transition, to continue to first survive and then thrive as a business so that they can repay those loans. So we thought it would be prudent for the city to allocate some dollars. And we understand every dollar that you give for training is a dollar less that you give in a direct award. However, we felt there should be some balance between direct awards and training, because training actually can impact all the businesses in the city of Bowie, whereas the direct grant award might be limited to a certain number, maybe 100, maybe less. At the end of the day, we decided, or as a group, and what we voted on, and our recommendation to the council is to allocate some dollars for grants and allocate some dollars to create at least a 12 to 18 month training program. And Bowie BIC, working in tandem with the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce, has come back and provided their report in terms of what they can do. And again, that's also attached to your document. So that's the final, I think, 2 or 3 pages is actually from the Bowie BIC. And Executive Director Lisa Smith, also from Pauline Markward, who is the Executive Director of the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce. And it's itemized sort of these 3 main areas of what they believe that they could provide. And then finally, and again, we really avoided getting into policy. So although this question was asked and this question was discussed, we did not spend a lot of our time debating this issue. But I'm quite sure some of you might be getting the question of, why should the city of Bowie do this at all? And again, that's a policy decision. I leave that to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the honorable members of council to make that decision. But I do want to bring a couple of facts to your attention. And then this again was provided to us by Byron Matthews, the finance director. And if I get it wrong, I'm sure he'll be available to correct me. But the reason why cities and jurisdictions do economic development in the first place is because businesses have the ability to not only create jobs, businesses not only contribute to the quality of life, but businesses pay taxes. And typically businesses pay taxes at a rate 2 to 3 to 4 times what individual citizens pay. Somebody who may have a $350,000 to $400,000 house would probably pay somewhere around $1,800 to $2,400 a year in property taxes. Whereas somebody who has a business and the business is occupying 2,000 or 3,000 square feet of space, in addition to the quality of life issues, in addition to the services they provide, they are also probably paying somewhere around $4,000 to $5,000 in property taxes. And I'll give you a very specific point. We understand that the city of Bowie collected roughly $400,000 last year from the businesses that we're talking about, the 1,200 businesses in question. Specifically, the Bowie Town Center paid $350,000 in property taxes last year. And that's out of the $400,000. Now, many people would be quick to assume, well, the property taxes were paid by the owner of the Bowie Town Center, and that's probably true. It was probably one check. However, Macy's is not owned by the Bowie Town Center or the property and the land underneath, and Sears is not owned by Bowie Town Center. Macy's is owned by the parent company of Macy's, and Sears is owned by Seritage, which is the successor to Sears. And so when you actually talk about the property tax bill for the Bowie Town Center, you're talking about what you call the inline stores, the smaller stores. And while I have not actually read all of the individual leases for those businesses, and I don't know the exact number what it is today, but Mr. King could provide that it's probably somewhere between 30 to 40 businesses at the Bowie Town Center. Every one of those businesses at the Bowie Town Center had to reimburse the landlord for their fair share of the property taxes. So at the end of the day, it was the small businesses that are tenants at the Bowie Town Center who really paid the taxes, and the owner of the Bowie Town Center was really the conduit to gather up all that money and write the check to the city. So at the end of the day, if you just simply take the businesses at the Bowie Town Center, in 2018 and 2019, they collectively paid about $700,000 to the city of Bowie. And that's just that group of businesses at the Bowie Town Center. So there's no question that businesses pay a disproportionate higher share of the taxes and, quite frankly, receive a disproportionate share of the services. Businesses as a business don't have kids in school. Businesses as a business, and as general rule, typically have to pay additional fees to have the trash picked up. Again, tenants at the Bowie Town Center, case in point. And quite frankly, many of the business owners, and I can't say this for any specific certainty, but I would believe if we actually did the research, we might find that somewhere around 20 to 50% of these small businesses in question also have ownership that are Bowie residents. It's not uncommon to see business decisions made based on where the owner lives. And so while the owner may be paying property taxes in their residential account, they are also paying taxes in their business account. And so I can't at the end of the day, and I won't at the end of the day, talk about should we do this, because that's a policy decision. And if for me to go out there, I would not only be going against my committee, which I will not get in front of, but it would be my personal opinion. But I would bring to your attention that just the businesses, the small businesses at Bowie Town Center, collectively over the past 2 years, contributed $700,000 to the city of Bowie. And with that, I'll be here for questions. That concludes my report.
Well, I'd like to say on behalf of the council and the citizens, thank you so very much for taking the time and meeting and going through this for us. I think it's been quite educational to probably many of the citizens and for us on the council as well. And again, the work that you do with the Economic Development Committee as volunteers, we do appreciate that. And we know that as we talked with John Henry King before, and as you have, that, you know, the history of Bowie is one that is business friendly. And we want to make sure that we keep doing that. Having said that, I had an opportunity to read through. I don't have any specific questions myself, but I'll open it up for any councilman who would like to be recognized to ask a question at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dufour.
Sure.
Is that
all right?
Dufour?
All right, thank you. Just a couple comments. First of all, thank you to all for the work done. I know it's no small task getting a large group of people together to begin with, and then to be able to lead a discussion through arguments and everything else. It's a good job for you to get them all herded, all the cats herded. So thank you. Couple of comments and thoughts. One of the things that I am particularly concerned about is the issue about infrastructure. We talked about that at the last session, about having the infrastructure in place to manage whatever program we put in place. And I'm quite concerned about the potential for fraud as a result, just because we don't have infrastructure, we haven't been doing this, we don't have relationships, people submitting forms on a regular basis, we don't have a track record. So I put that out there just as an observation and a concern. At the macro level, I'll step back and say, I certainly appreciate the need to do something for our businesses, but I do also feel that we'd be remiss if we didn't consider this in the context of what we're going to do for the broader community as a whole. This is, business is indeed part of our fabric here, but so are individual citizens, so are the organizations and groups that work with the needy, the most needy in our community, whether it's people working to provide food or temporary relief or financial support. I think we need to have a consideration for those other aspects as well. And I think we need to kind of share this pot of money, such as it is, that we're getting from the county with those other aspects of other parts of our community. On the discussion of loans versus grants, I understand the administrative issue with that. However, on the loan side, you get your money back, and even if 20 or 30% defaulted and we never got it back, we still have 70 or 80%, which is, I think, something that's meaningful and maybe worth the effort. I would also say that we need to, this is kind of obviously not in your purview or the EDCs, but as a city, I think we need to get input from our community members, our representatives from our synagogues and churches and our food pantries and people that support shelters and all these other places, that they have an opportunity to comment on this as well, if we are indeed going to incorporate something more than just businesses into this relief effort. And one of the kind of principles that I would say we really need to ensure we stick to is that we are able to identify the recipients and make sure that they have a demonstrated record of being contributing members of our community. And that gets back to the fraud issue, but also if somebody is disproportionately contributed, then there ought to be some understanding of them getting a more substantive support in their time of need as well. There may be some opportunities here, on kind of looking at where we are with housing and rent and that sort of stuff, if we're looking at individuals, if we're looking for a program for that. And then I would say that, one of the things that any government is good at doing, and something for which we do have infrastructure, is taxes. And we're in a position here where perhaps one of the avenues to consider is, instead of trying to set up infrastructure for managing a program like this, that it might be more beneficial and certainly easier and clearly less prone to fraud if we went back and looked at people's taxes and say we were interested in foregoing taxes on a certain segment or businesses or certain circumstances. Because one thing that governments are good at, and we have infrastructure in place for, it's collecting taxes. So we're also quite capable of, doing a moratorium on taxes, and that would be a way of putting money directly in a business's coffers without having to go through a bunch of infrastructure. And we know that if they are paying taxes, they obviously have a legitimate presence in the city. And I think that those are some things we ought to look into. And I think we also ought to have maybe staff look at this as well to try and put together all of these ideas into kind of a cogent, overarching plan that addresses more than just one of the legs of our table here. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
this is Councilmember Gardner. Could I speak?
I think I heard Councilwoman Harrison first.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Sherman, quick question. Appreciate all the work you all did putting this document together. Thank you very much. Have you researched, in your research, did you find out or understand how many of the businesses have already applied for funding that are located in Bowie?
So two very quick bullet points, or 2 quick points. Number one, in this reading of the document, I failed to highlight bullet point number 2 on page 5, and one of the deficiencies of our report, we didn't page number it, so we'll remember that next time. But on page 5, there's a specific bullet point for $150,000 to FSC First. So the city does actually have an infrastructure for doing loans. The city does loans now and has been doing loans for years. But the city has a contractual agreement with FSC First to actually administer its loan and grant programs. That's Shelley Gross Wade's organization. That's the same organization that is administering the program for the county. And the $150,000 is actually appears as a static figure. It's not. The agreement that we have with FSC First is 1% of whatever loan/grant amount, and $150,000 is exactly 1% of 1.5 million. So, to your specific question, the parameters for who would get the money and how they get the money, we were recommending that you look at what the county is doing, because the county does address many of the issues that you're discussing, as well as the other council had asked, such as what's the nexus to the city. What do we do if somebody submits a fraudulent application? What are the specific criteria for getting the money? And then actually having a mechanism so that as people submit their grant requests or loan requests, that there's a specific methodical way that people can actually submit that, and then obviously have FSC First as the mechanism and as the organization to actually award those grants or award those loans. So I don't know if that answers your question specifically, but I could, at this point, I'll be quiet and let you tell me what I missed.
Not really, but I guess I was looking for a number from you that if you all had spoken with any businesses that may are looking for funding or are in dire straits that have not received state funding, county funding, or federal funding?
So one of the criteria that FSC First set, and we concur with it, is that any business that were to apply must demonstrate that it has also applied for some other program, state, federal, county, and not necessarily mandate that they apply for all, because quite frankly, by the time many small businesses got around to applying, many of the programs were closed, and many of these programs have been closing every day. I think all of the state programs at this point in time are now closed. Through the efforts of Congress, there was another pot of money that was designated specifically for PPP, so PPP was reopened. I do believe that we have seen evidence of fraud, we have seen evidence of abuse, and I think it's probably more important to have a very strict criteria up front, so that in the handful of cases that you may have in the city of Bowie, there is a way to claw it back. There is a way to catch somebody. There's a very bright line of, you were not eligible, you applied for somehow, some way, you either submitted fraudulent documents, et cetera, and we were able to get it back. I would also point to the fact that based on the charge we were given, and allocation of the money that we were asked to look at, we recommended $1.5 million. So if you take $1.5 million and divide it by a $500,000 grant or a $500,000 loan, fundamentally there's enough money there to award money to 300 businesses.
And that number was about $5,000, right?
Correct. And again, 5,000 is on the low side of what we're seeing in other jurisdictions. Now, again, our conversation really drifted very quickly towards grant versus loan. If we were to add in the figures, and we can provide that, loan figures are substantially higher. The county awarded $50,000 to $100,000 loans, but in addition to the loans, they also awarded grants, and the grants were $5,000 or $10,000. So a $5,000 grant is the low side of what grants were awarded, and quite frankly, is significantly less than what we're seeing in the form of loans that have gone forward.
Okay. So specifically, have any businesses reached out to the city requesting assistance?
We did not get any requests from any specific businesses, but I suspect it has more to do with the fact that they weren't fully aware of what we were doing. Again, we had roughly about 10 days to do this. Of those businesses and business owners who are part of the EDC, they were very vocal about what they needed and very vocal about what would be meaningful versus not meaningful from a COVID relief program. And they were very vocal about the fact that it would be meaningful to get $5,000 from the city of Bowie in addition to what they were able to get. We had one person who was in the room who said, look, I got 63 employees. 63 employees, even at minimum wage, is several thousands of dollars of payroll, not even to mention what the person is paying in the form of rent. So we did have a couple of people in the room who are actively being impacted by this, and their businesses are in the city of Bowie, and they are also residents of the city of Bowie, who did make very known what their situation is. But we did not have a lot of businesses lining up outside of our meeting or participating in our meeting from outside the EDC saying, hey, here's something that we want you to take a look at. And I suspect it has more to do with the fact that they were just not aware of what we were doing, more so than there's not a need.
Okay. And were you aware that the county signed off on additional fund, $10 million for county business program today?
Yeah.
Using the CARES Act?
I was listening to County Executive Elsa Brooks' speech yesterday when she announced that, yes. I think that's a doubling of what the county was doing.
All right. One more question.
Mm-hmm.
You kept harping on the fact that businesses give Bowie $700,000 in taxes. And your point was because they pay the taxes that we should feel beholden to help them. I'm not saying that we shouldn't assist and that it's wrong to, but I wanted you to clarify your point.
I greatly appreciate that. If it sounded like I said that, I greatly apologize. It is not the purview of the EDC to make policy. And as the chairman of the EDC, it is not my place to get ahead of the EDC. So therefore, my stating or interpretation of my comments being that the city should do one thing or another because of the status of the business community, that gets into policy, and that's not what we do. So I apologize if that was what was heard. The comment I was making was that for the group of businesses specifically at the Bowie Town Center, they pay approximately $350,000 a year collectively in property taxes in the city of Bowie. So the $700,000 figure that I specifically stated represents only the 2 years of property taxes, 2018 and 2019, for those small businesses located at the Bowie Town Center. And the point I was attempting to stress was a lot of people look at the Bowie Town Center and say, oh, the landlord paid the property taxes. Well, that is true. However, the landlord then very quickly got reimbursed for those property taxes from each and every one of those tenants in the Bowie Town Center on a pro rata basis. So at the end of the day, the check was really written by the small businesses. And I was only making that statement as a point to say that businesses contribute to the city of Bowie. And quite frankly, that's the whole reason why we do economic development. And I don't mean to take tonight's time because I realize your agenda is full. And after I finish, you still have many hours to go. But the reason for economic development is because it is well stated, well documented, and we can do it beyond this meeting, that typically a business will pay into the city 2 to 3 times what a resident will pay. And that's not always articulated, and that's not always well known. And by the same token, when you say, okay, there's the paying in, which is the revenue side, and then there's the expense side. Oftentimes businesses pay for private services. They pay for private trash hauling. They pay for private, I won't call them police, but private security forces. So oftentimes the city doesn't have to provide many of the services to businesses that they typically will provide to residents. So even though a business might pay in 2 or 3 times, typically they're not asking for the same level of service that a resident is asking for, because they're typically also paying for that service in addition to. So that was the only point I was trying to demonstrate through my comments.
I understand. Thank you. Just want to make a comment overall that, you know, I appreciate what you're trying to do and what you put together and the point of what it is. I just can't support giving taxpayer dollars to bail out businesses at this time. And if we were going to look at perhaps doing some sort of program specifically for residents, then I could support that, but not to give for the businesses where they can get funds from other sources. And using our taxpayer dollars, to me, is.
May I comment on that? We were not asked to look at that. And again, because the EDC is an advisory committee, we did have some conversations in the room about other groups besides the business community. But again, we were charged with looking at specific amount of dollars for a specific group. We would be more than happy at some point to participate in that broader conversation, but that broader conversation probably should include more than just the business community and more than just the Economic Development Committee. But the reason why there's not a lot of commentary on that is because that was not our charge and that is not our charter.
Oh, and I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that, you know, I'd certainly support some partnerships or using other dollars to help the businesses, but using taxpayer dollars at this time, I don't feel is something that I can support. So, but thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Adams, I think you're mute.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Gardner, I believe you recognize that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you very much. Sherman, I want to thank you, of course, in the EDC for putting together this report. And I do know that your main goal is to bring economic development to the city of Bowie. And so, I appreciate. I did take a look at the proposal, and as you know, I am the council liaison for the EDC. And I want to tell you, I like the fact that you are working with both the chamber and the Bowie BIC. It is my opinion that the chamber, every city, especially the size of the city of Bowie, must have a chamber. We must. It is without a doubt that we have to have a chamber to provide certain services to our businesses as far as marketing, as far as networking. I like the support that you are offering to the chamber and to the BIC program. I do believe that those programs are essential to Bowie and play a good role with the community, the business community. I would definitely tell you 100% I would support those efforts. However, I do want to say this with Councilmember Harrison and echo her completely, is that there is, the county today did sign off on $10 million under the CARES Act, and these monies are available to where this $10 million is specified for Prince George's County businesses. Of course, the city of Bowie resides within Prince George's County, and it would be my opinion to pursue those dollars for local Bowie for local Bowie businesses, as opposed to pulling the money out of our fund balance. I also have to echo Councilmember Harrison's statement. I really, and I do know and believe that this council and its members have a heart. I do believe that, and I'm going to ask that you all come together and look at something for the residents of Bowie, the individuals. I don't know if you have, but I have. Typically, people reach out to me when they need things, and be it from furnishings to refrigerators to jobs, and right now they're looking for their unemployment checks. No one has received an unemployment check as of yet, at least to my knowledge, as of an hour ago, from the state of Maryland, since the pandemic has been established. Respectfully, the businesses will either fold or they'll operate and move on. The system has a way of correcting itself. However, when we're talking about the human lives, individual residents who have contributed to our tax base, who have built that reserve or that reserve fund that we have, or that fund, that fund that we have, fund balance, they built this. Now they are in need. They're not working. Rather than taking the $15,000 that this council approved to go to Larkin Chase, that was really later beaten down to $3,000, we could have taken $15,000, council, and divided it up and given 150 residents here in the city of Bowie a bag of groceries for a week. I have many people that are coming to me that cannot buy groceries. They cannot buy groceries. Thank God Governor Hogan has frozen many mortgages, and the county has come out with rental assistance programs and programs to assist individuals with their utilities. I think Verizon, if you are a subscriber to Verizon Fios, they even waived any monthly fees right now, and many of the cell phone carriers have done this. However, we have residents that now need food. They need food. They're not concerned about clothing and things of that nature because they're home, but they need food. The food banks can't keep food on the shelves. There are a number of churches that have done food giveaways and things of that nature. Councilwoman Harrison said it correctly. We have to look out for our Bowie resident. These are difficult times. Macy's lights will reopen. If they do not, then I'm certain Target can provide you the same pair of socks. But what we do not have are residents that can go out and buy groceries as they were able to do so pre-pandemic. This has been a stressful time for many of our residents, and I really would like to see this council come together and come up with some ideas and some resident relief for the residents for the city of Bowie. Not necessarily the business community, because the county has programs, the federal government has programs, and the state have programs. So why don't we then set these monies aside to support our chamber, because we're not going to get federal funding for that. Support our chamber, support our BIC, and support our Bowie resident. Those are the individuals, the entities and individuals that I would like to see our council focus on and be helpful to. I'm getting a lot of calls from residents asking for assistance. Please take that into consideration as you're spending their money. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm just gonna wait until I can see my screen pop up. Okay, perfect, wonderful. So Mr. Ragland, thank you so much for putting this together. I'm very excited to see what EDC has come up with, and very excited to read over it with the rest of my council members. You did a phenomenal job, so I want to thank you for that. There are a couple of things that I wanted to point out. Originally, when I sent the memo out, the memo included basically both looking at a way to support our small businesses as well as a way to support our residents. So I'm really happy that we were able to kind of look at that small business portion. And I know that it's not the primary responsibility of EDC to look at the resident portion. So I think that's something that the council and city staff will have to take on for ourselves. I do want to make sure that I mention it's very, very important that, and for all the residents that are watching, that we remember a lot of our small business owners are your neighbors. They live on the same street as you. They live in my community. I see them every day as I walk around my neighborhood here in Glen Allen, and I speak to them, I talk to them, and they talk to me about how their communities are struggled, how their employees who may or may not be Bowie residents, some of them are, who potentially may get laid off because they can't continue to keep them employed because of this pandemic. Successfully and gratefully, our Prince George's County and our state officials have provided an avenue through the CARES Act for us to have funding available for them. So I remember, if I read correctly, in your proposal, you proposed that should they not be able to, whether that's be approved or go through those avenues, that this would provide as a backup option, which means that it's very likely that if we were to set aside $1 million for small businesses, that we might not use it all because they may not need it, because the county and the state may give it to them and they may be able to go through those avenues. But it's very important for us here as the Bowie community, as somebody who pays taxes as well and has lived here since 1999, that we continue to support that community and let them know that they're here for them. I mean, a lot of people talk about these big brick and mortar stores, but they too started off as small businesses. They too started somewhere before they were able to get to these larger entities. I think in a time now, like we spoke about last council session, where Mayor Pro Tem Boafo proposed putting up money for Larkin Chase, and since then we've been able to reach out to corporations and ask them to help us in supporting those healthcare workers, so we don't have to continue to dip into our city's funds. Because as people who care about resident tax dollars, as people who are very empathetic towards that, because we all pay our taxes as well, we don't want residents to think that, hey, we're trying to give away their money for things that do not serve their purposes. We're trying to make sure that majority of the individuals who are here in the city remain employed, and if they aren't employed, that they remain supported. I want to go back to a previous experience a week ago that Councilwoman Harrison so graciously invited me to on Employ Prince George's. We were out there with a fabulous organization, and we handed out gift cards to people who made under $20 per hour. That was a phenomenal experience, because in that experience, do you know what I saw, Mr. Ragland? What I saw was a community of, one, part minorities, as well as young people around my age group, who were coming out there to get these $250 gift cards to make sure that they were still able to support their families and themselves. So supporting organizations like that, supporting organizations like small businesses, those are important. And I don't necessarily think this is just a small business package. This is a package where we need to support the community as well as small businesses, because that's the holistic community. So to that point, I don't want to give you guys a speech. I want to propose a couple things for my council's members to think about. I do think it's important that we do need to support, if we had them, our Boys and Girls Club in the area, Bowie Gymnasium. When residents come out of this pandemic, some of us are not going to be able to afford to pay the Bowie gym fee. Some of us are not going to be able to pay pool fees to be able to go swimming with our families. But we do want those activities to be able to enjoy during the summer, because that's why they're here. So I do think part of that is allocating some of that money. So maybe you cut that small business number down to 800,000 and allocate some of that to employ Prince George's. That's going directly back to the community, those who are making under $20 an hour, or those who have been displaced by the workforce, so they can get these gift cards to buy these groceries that Councilman Gardner speaks about and that people are calling about. I think also part of that, we look at what does rent abatement look like? Governor Hogan has been so gracious in the way that he's handled that, but what does that really look like for our community coming out of this pandemic? Does that mean that they'll be able to afford that? Does that mean that some of that money is set aside and we put together as a community some qualifications that we have to look at that to be able to be there for them? You know them, those people that live on our street, here's some in Glen Allen, so that they're able to pay that and be able to cover their rent. Some of that is donating to Prince George's and employ Prince George, so they can come back and support our Bowie community. Because last week, I think they supported about maybe, I want to say, and Councilwoman Harrison will correct me if I'm wrong, I think about 200 residents, 300 residents. That's a great number. That's a large amount. And maybe look at waiving those gym costs and those recreational costs, so that the community who are affected by this pandemic this summer can have that time to recuperate with their families and enjoy themselves and bond. So I do want to thank you for putting this together. I do want to thank my council members for taking a look at this. And I do want to thank everybody in the community who has reached out out, whether you're a small business owner, whether you're a resident that has been displaced by the workforce, we hear you and we do care about you. And our only intent is to make sure that we're able to care for both sides of the community so that we can see the most thriving and beautiful community that we've all dreamed of and we enjoy living in. So thank you for that.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Boafo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chairman, let me first off start by thanking you and your team. Although volunteer hours, you guys get paid so much money to do all of this. And we appreciate the volunteer hours. A couple questions and I'll give food for thought here. The first thing is to acknowledge that I do like your recommendations based off of specific documents needed to apply and how we kind of married that with FSC, I think, too. Some concerns that were mentioned earlier that does kind of take out that fraud piece and it kind of gives us a structure to abide by. The one question I'm assuming that we have is, have we actually spoken to FSC first about their willingness to participate in this program?
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. And have we thought about any other small businesses in Bowie that may also be able to help us kind of do the same type of administration that FSC first does, or is that kind of something that leads to probably greater issues?
Well, the city has a contract with FSC first to administer the city's current loan program. So we thought it was best to use the existing relationships and existing contracts as opposed to looking for other mechanisms. I do believe that there have been other groups, not necessarily similar to FSC, who provide business support services, and they were referred to our committee, and we referred them to either FSC first or to Lisa Smith at the Bowie BIC. And I know Lisa had some conversations with a couple of different groups about how they could work in tandem with BIC and the chamber. So absolutely, there's room for collaboration.
Great. And last question before I get into my food for thought here. We talked about $300,000 for Bowie BIC. I know Lisa is doing a great job over there and has been doing stuff throughout the county. But the one thing I would like to see, and maybe we can speak to her when she presents to us as well, is just a promotion effort here. We know we're giving them $300,000, making sure that businesses that may not be aware in Bowie of them can participate in some way. So here's a couple food for thoughts that I want to bring up. The first part is about taxpayer dollars. We've kind of talked about this, and other members have brought this up, right? When we talk about taxpayer dollars, these are the same dollars that are supporting the SBA loans. And these are the same dollars that are supporting the county loans. These are the same dollars that are supporting the state loans. So, when we talk about our economy, we are talking about state taxpayer dollars supporting kind of that backbone. So I think that's important. I do think it's also important to note that when we talk about the economic outlook of our city and of our county, property values has really been the most important thing in Prince George's County. And one of those defining factors is our small businesses and the businesses that are within our city. That labor condition is really what's going to, if that goes down and if businesses are truly affected in this pandemic, we're going to see property values start to decline, and that's going to be important. That's going to be unfortunate for a lot of Bowie families and may hurt in a different way. The other thing I want to say is that I do believe this council can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? No one is saying at this point that we can't help citizens out. In fact, I encourage members who brought it up to actually put a proposal together. I thank Councilwoman Ndebi Maru for kind of leading the effort on this to get this to the floor here. But we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I do hope to see a proposal that helps the citizens, not just from the business side, but also provides relief to those who are struggling as well, because we can do both. I also do want to flag that let's all pray that the new piece of the CARE Act gets passed in the Senate. In the House bill that was passed on Friday, the city of Bowie is expected to receive about $9 million this fiscal year and then $4 million next fiscal year. That's going to be a big boost to us. And if passed in the Senate, that state and local government assistance, we will be able to use some of these dollars to help this program as well. So yeah, I do think this is a great program. Again, I thank you and your team for what you guys are doing. And I do encourage members to put a proposal together when it comes to citizens who are in need of relief too. I think that this council would be looking forward to hearing from those folks as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions from any other council member? If not, again, Mr. Chairman, we really do appreciate you and the Economic Development Committee for taking the time and the effort to support your city. We appreciate the insights you provided, and we thank you for all you do. I know that John Henry King was there as well to assist and all those who were engaged, and I want to reach out to all the EDC members and thank them as well. Absolutely. But again, it's about leadership, and thank you so much for everything you did. If you have any closing comment, feel free. If not, again,
Mr. Mayor, this is Mr. King. To conclude this, staff will be looking for you to receive the report by council action and then refer it to the city staff so we can prepare a final plan for you for public hearing on June 1st.
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilman Estev. I would like to move that the council formally receive the report and refer the report to city staff for its review to prepare for a public hearing and consideration for adoption on Monday, the June 1st, 2020.
A second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? If not, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to new business. We are looking at the approval of resolution R2920 and opening the public hearing on that at this time. Are there any comments, City Clerk?
Mr. Bucks, if you're online, you want to make your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Good evening. My name is Justin. I'm the director of the city's grants office. What we have before you tonight is a presentation on the annual action plan for FY21. The grants office, in addition to handling all of the items related to grants administration, my staff wanted to make sure that I told you some of the other things that we do and are responsible for, and I'll move through this quickly. One is we handle for the city housing assistance and referrals. We're responsible for handling issues related to homelessness for the city. We handle fair housing administration and training as a mandate from HUD. We operate a workforce development and training program for the city for persons between the ages of 15 and 25. We handle a housing rehab program for single-family homeowners, and we manage the Sustainable Community Action Plan under the state's Sustainable Community Act of 2012, which is managed by the Smart Growth Subcabinet of the state of Maryland. In 2003, the city became an entitlement community with HUD, and as a result, the city receives an annual allocation from HUD and is required to file a 5-year strategic plan with the consolidated plan for community development. On May 7th, 2018, the City Council approved our current 5-year consolidated plan, which covers the period 2019 to 2023. And HUD subsequently approved the plan to fund certain community development block grant or CDBG projects and activities. The upcoming fiscal year, FY21, is our 3rd year in the current 5-year HUD consolidated plan. And the documents that we provided for you in Resolution 2920, we propose to continue the programs from the past 2 years, which are 1, HUD approved fair housing training program, administration and training. 2, a single family housing rehab program where we provide up to $10,000 for our homeowners to do various energy efficient upgrades in their homes. And number 3, the workforce development and training program where we cover life skills, STEM, innovation, and introduction to entrepreneurship. We request your approval of the projects, the draft FY21 annual action plan, and the resolution 2920, so that we can send this document to her for their review and approval. I am finished with my presentation and prepared to entertain any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that history and that information. Are there any questions from Mr. Budd?
Mayor Adams? Well, Mr. Adams,
Yes.
This is Honorary Gardner. Okay.
You are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to say to Mr. Buggs and Jesse, always a fine job that you've put together, assembled a great presentation for us. Genuinely, I really appreciate the work that you do on behalf of the residents for the city of Bowie. And I know of a lot of things that you do above and beyond your actual duties and responsibilities. I'm just really, really pleased and proud to be a part of your support, because you have a great reputation and people know that you get the job done. I want to tell you again, from the bottom of my heart, I'm grateful for what you do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member?
Mayor Adams, I do have one question for Jesse.
Recognizes Council Member Harrison.
Thank you. Jesse, great job as always. Appreciate you. Just wanted you to share with everyone, you know, I'm a big supporter of workforce development, having been in that field for a couple of years. But I definitely wanted to find out what you mentioned the program, and I know you have plans to work with Employ Prince George's on that program, or there's suggestions or proposal. So I wanted to find out more information on that. If you could just kind of share some information.
Yeah, as a result of the program we put together a couple of years ago, the county accepts our training so that our young people do not have to go through the training for the summer youth program. And we've expanded the program to the point where 2 months ago, the county came to us and asked us if we would work jointly with them on another program for youth throughout the county, as well as other persons who might need retraining so that they can pursue other jobs. The current pandemic is creating a number of situations that are very volatile, both for individuals and households. So we're going to be working with them very closely, I think, on two or three different programs related to workforce development, starting within the next few months, actually.
Okay, great. Yeah, they have wonderful programs.
They do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other member?
Yes. Quick question for you. Quick question.
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Roxy.
Thank you. Mr. Buggs, thank you so much for all your great work. I just had one question for you. Is there anything that we can do as a council or just individuals with our experience to support your great work and further enable you to do all the great things that you're doing? I saw one of the trainings that was being publicized online, and I got so excited for it because, you know, those were things that I was never privy to when I was a little younger. Don't laugh when I say that. But just wanted to know, is there anything that we can further do to help you or enable you or empower you in that area?
The answer is yes. The money that you were going to give to the business community, you can just give that to me. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. One of the things you can do, what you're going to see is we're going to be circling back to you. We're discussing with the city manager now on some opportunities we're going to have consistent with what you have been saying that will provide resources directly to the citizens impacted by the pandemic. And I think you'll see what we've been discussing with the city manager, and we were trying to get it done for this meeting, but we had a regulatory hurdle we had to overcome, where we can provide some monies that will go directly to families to provide food, that will go directly to renters to provide assistance with relief for paying their rents and making a contribution to it, as well as some other assistance we're going to provide, providing some PPEs and other things internally for staff and for some of our activities involving homelessness and our outreach. So your support is going to be needed as we continue to expand our base, what we do, because in addition to dealing with issues related to homelessness, I deal also with everything inside the homes of those to try to keep people from becoming homeless and try to provide resources to keep people from suffering and going through these things. So as we go through this process, workforce development is one part of that whole process, but we're going to be coming back to you here very shortly with our proposals based on some resources we received from HUD through the CARES Act to do just what you all have been saying. So yes, your support to date has just been phenomenal, and we just want to keep that going.
Thank you. I appreciate all your work on this.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mbumadu. I would like, tongue twister, bear with me. Are there any other questions or comments? If there are none, I thank you so very much. Jesse Boggs, I am a fan. I have to admit that, and you've done some great work for the city. And I hope that you continue to be as prosperous and helpful to all of us. Thank you so very much. Having said that, I think we've closed the public hearing at this time, and we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and second. Do we have any discussion? If none, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item B, the introduction and approval of the emergency ordinance 0420. As we are about to go into the public hearing, well, I'll wait and discuss that. There is one thing we were talking about doing, and that's just making sure that in the emergency ordinance, if we would put the exact language used by our county exec, Angela Alsobrook, in there, just to make sure it reads exactly as she stated it. Having said that, let's open for a public hearing. Any comments?
Yes, Mayor. I have received 13 comments from residents that I could read for the record.
Okay.
The first one was a text message received this afternoon from Marianne McGuckin, a longtime resident of Bowie, over 60, and work in a healthcare, so is very familiar with this situation. I am against more restrictions for COVID than already placed by the county. We should be less restrictive in Bowie and following the governor's mandate. Next was another text message from Angela Roca regarding the emergency ordinance that is being voted on tonight, which if it wasn't for Bowie Living, the residents of the city would not have known. This goes against every constitutional right. Governor lifted the stay-at-home order. The county extended it until June 1st, which again is against our rights. I'm disgusted this city council would even consider this, even more so that the public, the city residents you're supposed to be the voice of, were not made aware of it until the day of. The next one, all they put on there is Watka. That's all that's on the email address, but I urge the council to vote no on the proposed indefinite stay-at-home ordinance. This will destroy the city economically and force residents who are not employed in fields that permit work from home into poverty. This is a gross overreach by the city. I am stunned, especially with the litigation over Governor Hogan's order, that the city attorney would even consider this. If this passes, I will be looking at my options for leaving Bowie and Maryland for a location that actually respects the U.S. and state constitutions. Next one is from Sharon Jarrett. I am 100% against any further stay-at-home order for its citizens or businesses, as well any relief package put forth by the city. It is not needed. What is needed is for businesses to open up, life to get back to normal, people back to work, to earn a living, to provide for their families, not receiving city, state, or federal handouts. This is also a grave misjustice against our U.S. Constitution. If this is allowed to proceed, there will be lawsuits and protests. The initial reaction to this virus was set in motion because of fear fueled by media and others projecting immense numbers of deaths. This has not come anywhere near fruition. Yes, any death is tragic. However, it was not enough to justify the actions taken. It is barely 1% of the population. The numbers have been declining over 2 to 3 weeks now. Hospital admissions and ICU admissions for COVID have also decreased tremendously. Not to mention the fact that Anne Arundel Hospital just furloughed at least 1,000 staff members. The hospitals, whether we like it or not, are also a business. They operate and make money as a business. They have also been affected by not just this virus, with patients being sick from COVID, but also because there is no business. The tests that are showing as positives have also included antibodies positives, which should be a separate data. Just because you're positive does not mean you currently have or will get the virus. This is ridiculous. Do not proceed with a continued or indefinite lockdown. In regards to the ice rink, this is a done deal, and the excuses our mayor has used is abominable. This funding is and has been secured. Mr. Mayor, you will be doing the city and yourself a horrible disservice by stopping or even holding up the construction of the ice rink. The amount used from the $24 million bond may only be $8 million, but you fail to remember that it has to be paid back, not reallocated. That by holding up construction, the costs continue to rise, thereby making the entire project more than the cost when started. By stopping construction altogether, you open the city to a massive lawsuit by the construction company for breach of contract, which will go beyond remaining $16 million on the bond. The construction company still has to pay their employees and their suppliers for equipment and material ordered for this project. Also add in court costs, lawyers, etc. It will also majorly affect our AAA bond rating that our city has been so proud of over the last several years. It is a disgrace that because you don't agree with the facility that you think you can suddenly stop and change a project that was voted on and put forth by our previous council members. By taking this action, you show yourself to have a character of someone who decides to say, I didn't like that vote or how it turned out. Let's do it again. That is not the way our system works. Are you trying to purposely set out to ruin our most wonderful city, a city where the citizens of Bowie are proud to be a part of? I am truly astonished that any of these actions are being considered and hope the citizens of the city of Bowie are not hoodwinked by your plans or plot. To recap, I am against any consideration of extending an indefinite shelter in place, emergency funding, or financial aid by the city, and then incomprehensible consideration of stopping the ice rink project that has already been voted upon and approved. Thank you for hearing me out. Sharon Jarrett. Next one is from Lindsay Vaughn. As a resident of your Dear Councilmember Wolfley, as a resident of your district on Brunswick Lane, I am disturbed that the proposed emergency ordinance for a stay-at-home order does not include an end date. Please consider this as you vote this evening. Next one is from Elaine Beckman. This is Elaine Beckman, residing at 2510 Kitmore Lane. I'm writing to voice my concern over that indefinite stay-at-home order that the mayor and city council are wanting to impose, followed up by police reinforcements. This is absolutely insane, to the point of an almost police state enforcement. When the county executive lifts the stay-at-home order, I believe Bowie has the right to follow that as well and not be put on stay-at-home indefinite. Please, for the sake of everyone's mental health and sanity, do not vote for this. Thank you, Elaine Beckman. Next one is from Martha Wolf in Yorktown Drive. To whom it may concern, I have just read the proposed ordinance. I do not agree with it. It should not be indefinite. County is June 1st. We have less cases in many parts of the county. Will continue to hurt small businesses. A policeman will enforce it. Too much strong arm. I have a compromised immune system and am very careful. Thank you for your consideration. Next one is from Jason Johnson. I received guidance from City Hall to submit comments in writing regarding to the proposed emergency ordinance 04-20. I am writing to express concern with language of Section 4 of Ordinance 04-20. State and county officials have communicated Phase 1 of Maryland's reopening plan is planned for June 1st for Prince George's County. The language of Section 4 proposes an ordinance with indefinite end date. This is not consistent with plans that have been communicated by state and county elected officials. I would request language of Section 4 to be revised to reflect an end date of June 1st, with further action required by the city in the event the ordinance needs to be extended. Next one is from Therese Hessler. Dear members of Bowie City Council, I have been a Bowie resident for over 36 years and also have a business registered in Bowie. I am writing to ask that you oppose Emergency Ordinance 0-4-20 in all forms. This proposed ordinance is unneeded and poorly drafted and is dangerous to the residents of Bowie, Maryland. As drafted, there is at least one spelling error in the title of the document, line 1, and passing any ordinance that would allow the city to establish quarantine regulations, authorize the removal or confinement of individuals having infectious or contagious diseases, prevent and remove nuisances, would put citizens at further risk due to its broad and undefined wording, putting citizens with non-COVID-19 related illnesses, civil liberties in jeopardy. Further, such a document is unneeded as Prince George's County Executive Angela Olson-Brooks has already extended the governor's stay-at-home order through June 1st, 2020. Therefore, establishing a safe and practical guideline for residents and businesses in Bowie to take the necessary precautions against COVID-19. I respectfully urge you to oppose Emergency Ordinance 0-4-20. Thank you. Next one is from Shannon Jessup on Forge Lane. Good evening. The proposed emergency ordinance is absolutely and without question unacceptable as it is written, specifically the indefinite stay-at-home order and the amending of the Bowie City Code to allow for the appointment of a public health officer and the proposed authorities given to said officer, namely to obtain warrants to search properties and buildings and to issue citations. We have a kind and respectful community willingly wearing masks and keeping at home for over 2 months in order to love and protect our neighbors and contain the spread of COVID-19. We are not juvenile delinquents living in a detention center. This is government overreach and an attempt to control people at an obscene level. Bowie is a part of Prince George's County. Prince George's County has already extended the stay-at-home order through June 1st and may subsequently extend that date. That is enough. We do not need rules within rules, and an indefinite order is never ever going to be appropriate. Give funding to small businesses where needed, but every other aspect of the proposed emergency ordinance must be voted down. A person's home is their castle, not their prison. Next one is from Stephen Orenstein. Honorable Timothy Adams, Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Steve Orenstein, and I have been a resident of Bowie for about 40 years. I want to register my opposition to the proposed emergency ordinance relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and other legislation that I believe has been discussed. Initially, the emergency ordinance is not necessary as it is duplicative of the authority of Prince George's County. I recognize that the governor's authority of his emergency order may be amended to that gives him the open up the state, but he has clearly stated that he recognizes that different counties may be more restrictive of the statewide opening. Pursuant to that, the Prince George's County Executive has extended the stay-at-home order pursuant to her authority, recognizing the status of the virus in Prince George's County, as did the County Executive of Montgomery County. Imagine if every incorporated municipality within Prince George's County enacted their own ordinance without regard to uniformity throughout the county. Further imagine the confusion for the residents of the county and those of the various municipalities. The emergency ordinance would create a criminal office punishable by a fine and/or a jail sentence. Enforcing violations of the emergency orders will be a nightmare for the Bowie City Police Department, permitting angst both for officers but also for the citizens of Bowie. It will create antagonism and confrontations between the police, residents, and visitors to the city, and inevitably will create significant legal and financial liability for the city. Not a great way to improve police-citizen relations, especially in a diverse city. I wonder who will prosecute those criminal violations. It can't be the city, as it has no authority to prosecute persons for violating criminal offenses. Has anyone solicited the input of the state's attorney for Prince George's County? I have followed the number of cases in the city of Bowie versus the rest of the county, and it appears to me that the city, even though it has a significant number of cases, that the county as a whole has a much larger comparable number of cases. Do you think the county would act irresponsibly and open up prematurely and adversely affect Bowie? I doubt that. Should the city, for whatever reason, decide to keep the stay-at-home edict longer than the county, the impact upon the residents would be at a great disadvantage, and the businesses within the city couldn't compete with those a mile or so outside of the city limits. I further understand that there is a proposal to authorize certain city employees that are not sworn trained police officers to seek search warrants to obtain evidence in housing code violations. That is a dangerous and risky proposition and is fraught with potential civil liability for the city. As a resident of the city and someone who fully understands search warrants and their risks, I oppose such a provision. Respectfully submitted, Stephen Ornstein. The next one is from Madeline Presley. Good evening. I just learned there would be a public hearing at tonight's council meeting on an emergency ordinance in response to COVID-19. In specific, it is to impose certain restrictions on the movements of persons in the city and on the operation of business in the city during the present state of emergency, etc. I am extremely concerned that the city of Bowie is even considering this when the governor and Angela Olsobrooks still has restrictions for Prince George's County. Additionally, there is no proposed end date on this ordinance, and it looks to me like martial law. I admit that I may be making a knee-jerk reaction to what I see as someone else's knee-jerk reaction. There's not enough time to really explore this ordinance. As a resident, I vote against this because we've not had enough time to really explore the full ramifications. I shuddered when I saw about the police enforcement and $5,000 fines. Does this mean that Bowie police could arrest the barber cutting hair, the crowds playing baseball? Let's not make a hasty ordinance that may not be needed, especially when Prince George's County elected leadership is still setting regulations along with Governor Hogan. Please excuse this hasty email trying to beat the 7 p.m. deadline. Next one is from Brandy Keith Norris from Bel Air Drive. Good evening. I am writing to express my deep concern and anger about the proposed emergency ordinance that's being voted on this evening. I have been a lifelong Marylander and 28-year Bowie resident, yet suddenly I am feeling like I am living in Nazi Germany. We have obeyed the stay-home orders to flatten the curve. We have been wearing masks and only going out for essentials as ordered by Governor Hogan for over 2 months. Many businesses and families are suffering and want to get back to work. It is alarming to me that the city of Bowie is proposing to extend the stay-home order indefinitely. This is unconstitutional and, quite frankly, absurd. We live in the United States of America, a country where we have rights and walk free. The COVID numbers are low. Hospitals are not overrun, yet the city wants to continue the shutdown and impose unconstitutional orders against us. It is alarming to me that the city of Bowie is proposing hiring a health officer that has the authority to obtain warrants to search properties and to issue citations. The city of Bowie is attempting to overreach and exceed their authority. Please do not allow these orders to pass. I am in favor of helping businesses to get back on their feet while also allowing them to open and people to get back to work, but oppose all of the other draconian orders in this emergency ordinance. Thank you. And that was it.
Okay. Thank you so much. At this point, we will close the public hearing. I would like to make a comment here because understanding the concerns by so many citizens, I do want them to understand that the language that we are asking to put in there does match exactly what the county exec talked about. City Attorney, would you mind making a comment for us here, please?
Yeah. Good evening. So a couple things. First of all, let me just address the warrant issue, even though that was really related to the other ordinance. I think that members of the public may not understand that the requirement of a warrant is actually a backstop to protect their Fourth Amendment rights. There's a requirement that if a property owner will not voluntarily allow a government representative in, that we seek a search warrant to do that. And I'm sort of surprised at Mr. Ornstein because this is a thing he ought to know. But the code enforcement officers already have and occasionally exercise the authority to obtain search warrants, to inspect houses for rental housing license violations and other property maintenance standards. So by writing that into that ordinance, it was the intention to actually backstop property owners' Fourth Amendment rights rather than to detract from them. Turning specifically to this ordinance about the extension, I prepared the ordinance on Thursday before Ms. Alsabrook's order was issued. So we didn't have the benefit of the language of her ordinance at that time. And so I incorporated specifically the exact language of the governor's superseded order, so that it wasn't extending or going beyond anything that was already in place at that time. That includes the $5,000 fine. People may not be aware that that is in fact already the penalty for a violation of the stay-at-home order, and it's an up to, like any other sort of criminal penalty. the judge has discretion about the amount of a fine to impose. The ordinance was drafted in order to make the ability to issue citations by the city police force a possibility. I'm not advocating one way or another on that front, but on Thursday, there was no order in place that the city police had the power to enforce. You collectively, council, may decide that you don't want them to do that, and that's fine, but the ordinance was drafted to preserve your options with respect to the enforcement of those provisions. Having had the benefit now of seeing Ms. Alsobrook's order, we have blacked and copied her language specifically into the revision that you have proposed to adopt rather than the one that is in the package. And it also incorporates the sunset that is in Ms. Alsobrook's order. Again, we did not have those deadlines, and I could not write them into the ordinance on Thursday, but that was the deadline for package. So, so the version that you all first received didn't have those things in it. But it goes no farther than the current stay-at-home extension.
Okay, thank you so much. And for those who may not have heard, we had closed the public hearing portion, and City Attorney was just pointing out the issues there, that a lot of the things that are in here are already in place, but also when we put the package together and when the ordinance was drafted, we did not have the specific language that the county exec have now. And we are actually saying we will use the exact language of the county executive. So we will be moving exactly with the same date and moving forward exactly as the county is.
Mayor, may I weigh in on this, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Let me give you a little bit of background on how we got for this beginning. When we started to bump up against the deadline for the, we didn't have any of the information from the county what that directive was going to
Excuse me for interrupting. Excuse me for interrupting. Can we get a close a mic or whatever it is that's causing the echo in the chief's comments, because I can't hear. Thanks.
Is this any better?
That's much better, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Prior to the receiving the county's direct, we didn't have that specific language. There's a question of attorneys about the enforcement that so some of the theories was it was an extension of the governor's order, and that they had given the state's attorneys, the county executives, the discretion to fall still under the umbrella of the governor's orders, which would still put it under the state regulations, which we would enforce. That wasn't a whole solution, and there were some questions. So I believe that the city attorney put this on the agenda just as a placeholder almost, while we did await for questions or further clarification. So we were on calls with Chief Stawinski. We were on calls with other agencies around the area, and the best practice that we looked at after the placeholder ordinance was that our goal is not enforce. Our goal is to educate voluntary compliance. That's worked up to this point, but we just wanted to be sure that covering all of our bases liability-wise. So what we've come up with as a plan would again, in my opinion, for a specific city ordinance is we're going to continue to do the educational piece and try to get the voluntary compliance. If we do bump into something that's egregious and need enforcement action, we would go through the health department. The health department, again, puts it in the realm of the state, and that allows us to assist them, but we would not be the main enforcement arm of it. And I think that is a reasonable workaround. I think it falls in line with our standards and interact with our populace. And I'll leave it at there for any questions or comments.
Chief Nesky, this is,
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate you. I'm
Chief
sorry,
Nesky.
someone speaking. I'm trying to hear, was that Councilwoman Harrison?
Yes.
The chair recognizes you. Go ahead.
Chief Nesky, so I'm sorry, you're very garbled in your response, so I didn't catch a lot of it. But what I would like to know is, do you support this ordinance? And because we already have that with a stay-at-home order with the county through June 1st, so I really don't see a need for this.
Again, I don't know if it was connection or just me personally, but I don't see the need necessarily for the ordinance at this time. I understand and I appreciate the city attorney's endeavors to make sure that we at least had the opportunity to look at this option and to go forward with what's best legally and liability-wise for the city. I believe we continue on the track of education and voluntary compliance, and then turn to the health department for any actual closing down or harsh enforcement action, then I think we will be able to accomplish the same thing.
Right, and considering that the stay-at-home orders until June 1st, then this really doesn't, like I said, I see no purpose for this particular ordinance, but thank you very much.
Certainly, anything that even our current thing now, even our thing is a matter of, so we don't cite anybody without direct interaction with the state's attorney to approve, because we don't want to get into this kind of situation where we have to write the citation. We have to go to a harsher method of enforcing this. It's, again, voluntary compliance within the city and the people we've dealt with. We've gotten that compliance, and we haven't had to take strict enforcement action. It's all voluntary. It's all education.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mr. Adams?
Mr. Mayor, could I jump in with a very short comment?
Yes, Councilman, have you
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Chief, thanks so much for your comments. It sounds like what the city attorney was endeavoring to do was to make sure that we simply had language to mirror what the county was attempting to do. I was initially going to offer, and I think others were open to adopting the resolution with the additional portions that the county followed up with, which would have a sunset clause of June 1. But based on your comments, it sounds like we probably really don't even need to adopt this resolution in the first place. As you've pointed out, we've been following guidance from the state. We're not arresting people. We haven't been at any point. We're educating and informing. And so I feel pretty confident based on your advice that we probably don't even need to adopt this ordinance at all. We'll trust people to continue to do the right thing over the next 2 weeks as we move forward. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions again, Chief? I think we do appreciate all that you do and all that the team does every day. We know that you're out there on the front lines, and we appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Okay, any other comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Adams, this is Councilmember Gardner. Hey, I wanted to ask.
Chair recognizes Councilman Gardner.
Yes, Mr. Adams, because in all fairness to you, I don't think that a number of residents or people may understand your intent for this item. And I didn't know either, so I didn't want to go one way or the other without knowing your intent, Mr. Adams, on this, because I do know that this is one of your items, and I believe that you're doing this because you are concerned of the well-being of the Bowie residents. So if you could just give us your reason or your reason for supporting this item, your thoughts behind it, Mr. Adams.
Well, actually, the city attorney contacted me and suggested that this be placed on to make sure that we cover the police department in that if there is any action. So no, it's not actually an item that I'm supporting or that I put up. It was just a recommendation made by the city attorney.
Okay, thank you. I understand, sir. Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen, and thank you, Chief Nesky. And like the mayor did say, please give my offers of support whenever I see the officers and any one of the gentlemen and women that have to be on the front line. I just, give them my prayers and my thoughts, and I hope that each and every one of your members of the Bowie Police Department remain safe during these difficult times. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your comments as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Any action that we need to take this evening? Hearing none, I believe we don't have to do anything with this, correct, City Clerk?
If there's not going to be any motion to adopt it, then it's just a dead ordinance.
Correct. So, and I don't hear any motions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, it's a dead ordinance. Thank you again, Chief, and thank you, everyone. All right, moving to the Bowie Iceplex. Open the public hearings. City Clerk, would you begin reading the comments?
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have several comments. We have received a total of 191 comments for this item. So some are videos, some I started recording the audio of it earlier in the day. So I'm going to read some and then I'll play some of the recordings, come back and read some more. And then Mark is going to play some videos that we have received with comments, and then we'll proceed that way. So there'll be a few that are pre-recorded and a few that I'll be doing live readings.
Okay, let us try to keep that within reason on the time frame, okay?
Okay. So the first one I'm going to read is from Lisa Couture. Bowie Ice Arena History, Connections, and Future. My name is Lisa St. Louis Couture. The previous council has seen my children and I many times speak in support of the Bowie Ice Arena. They have heard my concession to the ring and why it means so much to thousands of people. Today, I need to explain the gravity of the decision before this new council. Years of speeches, pleas, documentation, facts, photos, and more have led to the responsible decision to go forth with the Bowie Iceplex. I come to you today speaking from the heart and mind. The St. Louis and Couture families have a very long history with the Bowie Ice Arena and the city of Bowie. It is my goal for those interested and those empowered to understand why the arena exists and for whom. I have been collecting thoughts, supporting our community, and hoping for success since the news broke that the promised new ice facility had been questioned. It has been a very painful few weeks. Back in the 60s in Bowie, yes, it is necessary to start my story there, 2 families moved to Bowie. My mother-in-law's family, the Sickles, with 7 children, moved as part of a military assignment and stayed. My father-in-law's family, the Coutures, also moved to the community. The children all attended Bowie High School. In 1971, Richard Sickles was hired as part of the construction crew to build the current rink. He is my uncle by marriage. Betty Sickles passed away at 92 while residing in the L section. Currently, we have 4 Bowie households in the family. I spend every major holiday, every birthday, and all major life events at one of these homes. The Sunday before Christmas, I refused to miss the concert at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. In 1980, my parents moved from Virginia to Gambrills. My father immediately found his passion at Bowie Ice Arena. He began coaching and quickly became one of the most well-respected and revered coaches this club has had. I am reminded daily by anyone that met or played for him what an incredible force and advocate he was for the sport, players, and the rink. Around 1990, the Matha Catholic High School started an ice hockey team. My father was the first assistant coach under Pat Krim. He was immensely proud to bring such an incredible team to multiple state MSHL championships. I became their statistician in 1992 and made lifelong friendships with the players and the families. In 1996, he returned to coach at Bowie so he could take on the teams my brother played on. I began skating at age 4 at Bowie and competed at age 5. I went on to develop my love for skating and became a coach myself. I have been competing with adult synchro, production, ensemble, couples, family, and individual events for the Bowie ISI team for 6 years. I have been an example to every mother ringside. My brother began skating as soon as he could walk. He played for the Bowie Hockey Club Mites through midgets. He was an amazing leader and so respected that his influence is still very much felt today. Brian played for BHC, South River High School, the Junior Capitals, and the Junior Nationals before becoming a coach. He coached both junior teams and teams at Kettler Capitals Iceplex before becoming their hockey director. Brian passed September 23, 2010 at Kettler from an enlarged heart. The hockey community across the country showed their support for the incredible young man and his potential that all began right at Bowie Ice Arena. The banner commemorating his death hangs in the Bowie Ice Arena right next to the other fallen players that were raised in that rink. Besides our strong family ties to the city of Bowie, I also usually spend 7 days a week at the ice arena. My oldest son, 13, has skated since age 2 and played hockey for the club since he was 4 years old. My daughter, 11, has skated since she was 18 months old and competed with the Bowie ISI skating teams since she was 4. My youngest son, 7, has skated since he was 17 months old, competed at age 4 with the ISI team, and played for BHC since he was 4 as well. While spending so much of our lives in Bowie at this arena, we are given the opportunity to interact with incredible local community members. Allen Pond Park is a playground for our children to meet new faces and tell them the awesome activities that are available right across the street. There are summer camps, outreach events from skating and hockey teams. We have public sessions, games, and competitions that the public attend. We have holiday skates. We have free events to expose anyone and everyone to the benefits of skating and hockey. Birthday parties are held here. Equipment is available for free if needed. The team support the community through food drives, charitable donations, and outreach. So many opportunities for all community members are utilized regularly. The Bowie ISI team and the Bowie Hockey Club teams represent the city across the country and abroad. We are forces to be reckoned with. They are competitive. I have traveled to Minnesota, Illinois, Virginia, New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and many more, proudly wearing my black and gold. The ISI team is currently planning to compete in Alaska. Mine and my children's closest friends were found in this rink. We travel, compete, play, and then have incredible team bonding experiences. As proud as I am to travel in those colors and with the Bowie name, there is an incredible opportunity to host these events. 2 sheets of ice are necessary to bring in the big tournaments and competitions. It would generate income for not only the city and fees, but every single business will benefit. the gas stations, restaurants, hotels, theaters, and more. When we travel, we live in these cities sometimes for an entire week. Think about the amount of money that I spend in just a weekend feeding, traveling, and staying with a family of 6, including my mother that goes everywhere we go. The city of Bowie has to consider the bottom line. This new facility will be less expensive to open, run, and maintain. It will be profitable to the city and the community. The numbers do not lie. We support every aspect of the rink and the surrounding community. Currently, I reside in Queen Anne's County because financially that was a good fit. As I have shown, although I do not reside in Bowie, I support this community financially in many ways. My husband commutes to Suitland 6 days a week on average. He works that much so that we can barely afford to keep all of our children and myself playing hockey, skating, lacrosse, baseball, softball, soccer, and in a private school. We do this commute spending all that we have on gas, food, shopping, entertainment, and even on hotels occasionally if the weather is questionable. My neighbors laugh and think we are never home. I promised my children to provide to them every opportunity if they were good people, helped around the house, and took their studies seriously. They work hard and play hard. They are absolutely incredible in so many ways. I can't do that alone. Everyone in that ice arena, including players, families, opponents, and staff from the day they were born, were family to them. There is a bond that is almost unexplainable in the ice world. People from different cities, states, and countries are all bonded together by love. This love is for skills, rules, games, passion, and ice. This bond never ends. I speak daily to parents of players or players that my father coached 30 years ago. My children have friends of all races, income levels, religions, and histories. The ice arena allows that to happen for so many people. They are not afraid to help someone in need to tie skates. Learn to stand up during a public session or be there for them outside of the arena as well. My children and I have attended weddings, graduations, and funerals for teammates and family members. This is bigger than any old building. Bowie has increased its tax base by more than 7 times in the last 20 years. That growth was the result of a continued commitment to building the Bowie community, from parks to senior centers to recreational facilities. By making Bowie an attractive place to live with something for everybody at affordable prices, Bowie has become a sought-after destination for businesses. It is the influx of those businesses that has increased the tax base so much and increased the property value for so many Bowie homes. This is why Bowie ranks so high in these indices of best places to live and best run municipalities. Bowie did not get to where it is by squeezing the communities on amenities with a short-sighted view of what it seems to be fiscally responsible. It is more fiscally responsible to make few or no investments in the community in an attempt to not raise property taxes or to invest in the future of the community to grow the tax base, increase the amenities, increase the value of the homes, and increase the enjoyment of the community. In government, just like in business, you cannot cut your way to prosperity. You must invest, and you must invest wisely. What it means to invest wisely can take many forms and is very much contextually driven. And Bowie, the last 50 years, and especially the last 20 years, strongly suggests that the way to grow the wealth of the city and the prosperity of its residents is to invest in the community. A 2-sheet facility is imperative. The current rink is truly failing. It has reached well beyond its life expectancies. Besides the immense loss of community, if the current ice arena ceases to operate, there will be a huge financial loss to the city. Act now to preserve the heart. Act now to preserve the financial opportunities for the city and the businesses. Act now with common sense to preserve what is right for all constituents and users nationwide of the Bowie Ice Arena. Act now to preserve political integrity. This was researched, voted upon, and found the best use of all resources for every user and community member. What changed and became more important than heart, financial peace, and doing the right thing as a political entity? I wanted to examine what your role is. What are you supposed to be focused on when making imperative decisions? Legacy, re-election, majority rule. The two key points in any of these definitions are to serve, I reviewed the definitions of elected government officials. Here is a definition from cnfc.org. Legislative politicians include U.S. senators and representatives, city council officials, and state representatives. They amend and pass laws. These politicians work closely with constituents, advisors, and their staff to create policies serving their community needs. Wikipedia says a politician is a person active in party politics or a person holding or seeking office in government. Politicians propose, support, and create laws or policies that govern the land and, by extension, its people. Broadly speaking, a politician can be anyone who seeks to achieve political power in any bureaucratic institution. The two key points in any of these definitions are to serve the community's needs and to govern the people. Most importantly, the politician is to act in the best interest of its city. Allowing this project to be terminated or amended is merely passing the buck and avoiding your responsibility. It is your job as an elected official to act in a manner that is best for the people. They elected you to make decisions in the interest of making the city of Bowie positive, lucrative, and safe as can be. They trusted you to make those decisions. You were not elected to be told what to do based on whether you will be reelected or what group has the loudest leader yelling. This is the most cowardly excuse I have heard. We have all heard the definition of insanity as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. This is the situation we are in, and it is obviously insanity. The issue of the ice arena has been on the table since 1988, when the first feasibility study began to investigate renovations and expansion for the ice arena. Then in '89, when it even had the backing of the Washington Capitol's front office, the city of Bowie chose to continue with the feasibility study. In 1994, the rink was enclosed. In 1996, renovations were made to the locker rooms. Fast forward almost 30 years from when the issue first came up. Decisions were finally made to research. It was done. It was found in September in 2017 that it will cost over $22 million to renovate the current building. Those issues have only worsened. So experts created plans, financial concerns were evaluated. Most importantly, the vote was complete. The land was bought, construction is underway. There are millions of dollars to be lost with nothing to show. There is no reason to repeat this process again. The ice arena went without major improvements because the new arena was coming. There is no time. Each day the rink is closer to catastrophic failure. This is here today and gone tomorrow scenario. Then you will be facing an empty building in disrepair across from a beautiful park that will very quickly lead to a venue for crime. We cannot develop and teach people of all ages a lifelong skill without ice. We cannot bring in an immense amount of money to the city with the rink activities and huge event potential without ice. We are a wonderful proven return on investment. 2 sheets of ice does not double the cost of operating by any means. However, it does increase the capability to make money. The rink makes money. This is a simple argument. The difference in cost for 1 sheet or 2 is minimal. The research was done showing that the much-needed 2-sheet ice arena would not raise taxes. The city of Bowie does not have time to wait and entertain these arguments any longer. You as elected officials cannot make everyone happy all the time. It is your job to do what is best, and this has been researched and voted upon. This is a sad state of affairs when scare tactics rule over common sense and duty of office. Do not be afraid of a group of people that are misguided. You have the support of facts and passion from a huge community of ICE people that span this nation and beyond. The petitions, news coverage, media articles, and social media has shown you just how much support you have to be brave and make the decision to continue the ICEPLEX construction and proceed with your prior votes. You speak of trust. Someone has to trust the process that has been done, even though it was before your time. Someone has to trust that the elected officials are men and women of their word and truly want what is best for the entire city of Bowie. Be trustworthy and honor what is proven through facts and research to the best choice. Build the iceplex for Bowie. Thank you for your time and consideration.
City Clerk. I would like that in the process as we move forward, as we would typically in the council chambers, that we try to limit the comments to 2 minutes per person for us to be able to try and at least get through these, okay?
Okay, well, per the city's resolution, the comments are allowed to be up to 5 minutes.
Okay, well, let's try and see if we can limit them to 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next one is from Kristen Bianca. Please move forward with the new Bowie Ice Complex. I have several friends, family members that play hockey for Bowie, and we need this ice rink so we can have more hockey tournaments and bring money to the city of Bowie. My daughter is also going to start playing hockey for Bowie, and as a resident of Bowie, so am I. Favor for this new ice complex. Thank you. Next one is from Dan Costello. I was very happy to read that the mayor wants to cancel the rink contract. This is definitely a Bowie first decision. Signing the contract was a mistake. We have enough sports arena in Bowie. We also have high taxes, which cost us as residents and cost us again when we sell our homes for less because of the high tax burden our houses carry. We should be reducing taxes in the face of the economic COVID-19 crisis. I am retired budget examiner, and I worked for 6 presidents who on many occasions tried to cut projects and programs only to be frustrated by special interests and people who were not so careful with other people's money. I hope the council supports the mayor and recognizes that whatever assumptions led to approving the rink have been significantly changed by Corona. One more thing, when the senior center opens, I assume that social distancing rules will be required, as well as masks and improved cleaning protocols. As it stands now, the policy of allowing people who are not residents of Bowie to join increases the membership by about 40%, as well as the budget. Social distancing will require a substantial reduction in membership, and I believe this should be achieved by restricting membership to Bowie residents. Not only is this a safe way to operate the center in view of the COVID-19 threat to senior citizens, it will also save money and reflect the Bowie First policy. Next is from Kevin Gedridge. I am a concerned citizen on the project of the ice rink. How can we have people in charge with the best interests of citizens when they approve a project, spend millions of tax-paying dollars starting the project, and then wanting to stop it? I will have to think wisely when it comes to electing new officials, because the current officials seem a little irresponsible with my tax money that I pay. Next is from Andrew Lauren and Keelan Moxley. Hello, my daughter is a member of the Bowie Hockey Club for 3 years now and absolutely loves playing. She loves everything there is about the ice. As a girl hockey player, she loves playing with the boys, but with the new Iceplex, Bowie Hockey Club was going to offer a girls hockey team as well as mixed. This was something that we were really looking forward to for more ice time. However, without it, we might have to move on to another hockey club. This is something we do not want to do, as we love the family we have become a part of with the Bowie Hockey Club. Please, please, please continue the construction of the new Iceplex for Bowie. When I told my daughter there was a chance that they would cancel the construction, so she leaped to her feet and shouted, "No! We worked so hard to get it approved, though. Why would they do that?" I couldn't give her an answer to that because I just don't understand the reasoning behind this. With more ice comes better opportunities. Please consider our plea to continue the construction. Thank you, and we hope you're all staying healthy and safe. Next one is from Karen Nations. To the Bowie City Council, I would like to share some information with you that I believe has not been considered thus far in the decision regarding the future of the Bowie Ice Arena. While the new Iceplex as planned will provide revenue to the city directly, there are other economic implications that have not been considered. Hockey and figure skating tournaments that would be able to be hosted in the new Iceplex would bring visitors to Bowie from all over the country. This means customers for Bowie businesses and therefore increased tax revenue from those businesses for the city. Thriving local businesses are also a boon to the city and draw a draw for future residents. As of right now, the ice arena, as it exists, is able to provide support for surrounding businesses on a much smaller scale. Events held at the arena must be smaller and therefore create a smaller economic impact for the city. That impact is nonetheless extremely important. Skaters and hockey players come to Bowie several times a week for practices and ice time. Parents of these skaters and players, Bowie residents, and those who come from outside Bowie patronize restaurants, grocery stores, and shops in Bowie while they are already in the area. Without the draw of the rink, Bowie residents are likely to see a decline in business that comes from non-residents who presently spend many hours a week in Bowie solely because of the rink. With a new two-sheet facility boasting year-round ice, Bowie would be able to host hockey camps, figure skating camps, tournaments, and competitions, bringing even more people to the city to boost the local economy. The rink not only provides a valuable resource to residents directly, but provides a boost to local businesses that would be foolish to overlook or take for granted. In the scenario where the new Iceplex would be purchased and managed by the company that currently owns and manages Piney Orchard, Bowie would stand to lose skaters and players who come to the city from elsewhere. My family, for example, lives in Severn. We literally drive by Piney Orchard on our way to Bowie. We gladly pay non-resident fees to skate in Bowie because of the culture created by Christine Britton and other skating coaches. When my son is old enough, I am hoping he will be playing hockey with the coaches at Bowie. He was practically born at the rink. My older girls were at figure skating lessons accompanied by my parents while I was in the hospital giving birth to my son. He was in the rink when he was a week old. The staff and other families at the rink are family to us. Selling the rink to a company only looking to turn a profit would turn it into exactly what Piney Orchard is. As a girl, I skated at Piney Orchard and my brother plays hockey there. I choose not to take my children there because of the environment. The city council seems to be blind to the incredible draw that this rink and its staff are to the people of the area, both residents and non-residents. The city of Bowie in general does not have an excellent reputation among those outside of the city, but I have never heard anything but glowing reviews of the ice rink from the many people who have reluctantly come to skate there for my recommendation. This rink, and particularly the staff who make it what it is an enormous asset to the reputation of the city. Please also consider the loss of millions of dollars that have already been spent and the many more that will still have to be paid out if this project is canceled. Think of the damage this will do to the city's credit rating. Consider the damage this will do to the credibility of Bowie to see such a project begun only to be canceled in such a fiscally irresponsible manner. I urge the City Council to move forward with the Iceplex as originally planned. For the sake of the rink, the families who call it home, for the staff who have made it great, for the reputation of the city, for the city business who benefit from it, and for the city at large. Thank you for your consideration. Next one is from Darren Bruning. My name is Darren Bruning. I am a past president of Bowie Hockey Club. I implore the City Council to continue the construction of the new Bowie Iceplex. The ice rink is a recreation home to people from Bowie and surrounding counties. It is their happy place. I hope you have a happy place. If you do, then you understand the importance of the Iceplex. If you don't, my heart sinks for you. Maybe the Iceplex could be your happy place or your children's happy place. The existing rink has lived well beyond its anticipated lifespan. Replacement every 50 years is a reasonable approach. Don't waste the $12 million already committed. Continue building the Bowie Iceplex. Thank you in advance for living to the commitment previously made by the City Council. Next one is from Lisa and Ken Henkel. Mayor Adams and council members, as city residents and taxpayers, we submit this letter to voice our full support of continuing the ice rink project. This project was previously approved after a robust and thorough vetting by the council and the citizens of Bowie. I don't skate, nor do I have children who skate. In fact, I've never even set foot in the ice rink. For me and my husband, this issue isn't centered around a desire to use the rink, but rather around the financial opportunities for the city. It is our belief that the new rink will bring revenue to our city. It has been noted that many in support of the rink are not Bowie residents. Who cares? They are still people and families who will come to Bowie and spend money. I am disappointed in the statements made by you, Mayor Adams, that amount to fear-mongering. You stated the ice rink must be canceled in order to protect city services. The implication that unless we seize the ice rink project, police, fire, EMS, and other critical services would not be available was nothing short of irresponsible. As someone who voted for you and was fully supportive up until last week, I was profoundly disappointed by your approach and appalled that you failed to cite any actual data points in your argument. Public officials are entrusted with making data-informed decisions, and you made an emotional appeal based on false information. The city manager has been very clear that the city is not in jeopardy of layoffs or furloughs, and our fund balance is indeed strong. Shame on you, Mayor. We expect more. It is almost unbelievable that we are once again visiting this issue. I ask that the council please spend your time tackling new issues and engaging the community on topics that have not been already discussed, dissected, vetted, approved, and started. Next one is from Megan Coriel. Good evening, my name is Megan Coriel, and I live and work in Bowie. I am saddened by what the aftermath is going to be after this pandemic is behind us. I worry about friends who own small businesses and families who are not receiving a paycheck. So I understand the concept of getting ahead for the city and your concern about the aftermath you as a council will face. However, what is not fair and is downright gross is using this pandemic to further your own agendas. And that is what I believe is happening. We aren't getting the whole truth. Those of you who intend to vote yes to halt this project, especially the mayor, should be ashamed of yourselves. Something about this sudden decision to discuss the Iceplex future seems wrong, especially at a time when we cannot come in person and show our support, when you cannot look us in the eye and tell us you are voting to halt this project. According to Mr. Estef, the city has a fund for disasters such as this. The funding for the rink is not related to the cost the city will endure due to the pandemic. How would shutting down the project have any positive impact on the future of Bowie? Why is it okay to give up millions of dollars, time, sweat, and tears? It's too late. Let the project be completed. Give up whatever else you have planned for that space and enjoy the revenue the ice rink will bring. The council before you saw the positive. Don't let their fight and ours be in vain. Many weekends I am on the road with my 10-year-old headed to Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Tennessee, you name it. We've been there for a hockey tournament weekend. We're there for at least 3 days. That's 2+ nights in their hotels. We need to eat at least 3 times a day. That's about 12+ stops in their local restaurants. Not to mention the team building such as bowling and movies we try to fit in between games. The last tournament we went to, my goalie got sick, so It was their urgent care we went to. I easily drop $1,000 in another city during these weekends. Don't you see the benefit of having a beautiful two-sheet facility? These events cannot happen in our current barn. So while you're worried about do taxpayers use this facility, honestly, who cares? Build it and they will come. The opportunities are endless. With a larger, more inviting facility, maybe more Bowie residents would want to learn to skate. As for the traffic concerns, the studies show it will be negligible impact. Sit outside the Bowie ice rink on a busy weekend or a bustling Friday night. There is no issue. Let me end with I have a deep respect for your positions. My hockey player's great-grandfather, Walter Stewart, was a town commissioner in 1958 when Levitt expanded into Bel Air. He believed in growing the city into something great. My great-aunt Dee, Fanny Bazem, loves this place more than anyone I've ever met, and the Bowie Heritage Society is very important to her. I live on the same property that has been in our family for generations. My family has incredibly deep roots in this town. Sometimes I wish I could pull them out because of the less than great schools and the growing crime, but I'll be here till the end. So I'll continue to send my kids to private schools in another county, and I'll carry Mace to run to Walmart after dark. The ice rink is a special place for Bowie. It's filled with wonderful staff and great families. And whether it's the one at Allen's Pond or the Iceplex on Church Road, it will continue to be. I just hope you'll allow it to grow into something greater, be a part of the potential. Thank you, Megan. The next one is from Shani Bagley. Good evening, Mayor Adams and the entire City Council. I am Shani Bagley. I live in District 3 in Old Stage. My brief testimony relates to why Bowie can support both courts and ICE. Bowie has increased its tax base by 400% in the past 25 years and have $7 billion in assets in assessed property. We deserve both courts and ICE. Commercial property tax income has grown by 500%, from 4% of city revenue to 18% of city revenue. Our tax base can support both courts and ICE. Our current city debt is below $10 million. Our debt limit is $55 million. We can support both courts and ICE. Our current debt service ratio to general fund is a mere 2.2%. Our debt service shows that we can support both courts and ICE. The general fund reserve is between $35 million and $40 million. That's why we have a AAA bond rating. With that, our bond interest rate is very low, which makes this the perfect time to embrace both courts and ICE. The city property tax revenue has grown from $7.1 million in 1995 to over $29 million in 2018. That's almost a 300% growth. Certainly, that allows us to support both courts and ICE. The 2013 survey said we need both courts and ICE and specified the size of each. The demand is there. The city is currently building the ICE. It's been near 6 months since the court's plan was finalized. Select a buyer and sign a contract for courts. Courts could be finished in the same time frame as the ice rink if you act now. Let me say it again. We can support both courts and ICE. Continue the construction of the already paid for ice rink. Don't leave the courts community out to dry. Address the needs of the courts, communities, families, and children. Their needs are clear. The last city council set out the path for you to follow to build both ICE and courts. Further ice rink delays could ultimately result in a lose-lose situation when there is every reason to claim a dual victory for the city and its citizens. Excuse me. The next one is from Sharon Judge. Honorable council members, we beg you to continue with the contract for the new Bowie Ice Arena in order to abide by the rule of law as well as to maintain the Bowie Ice Team, which provides opportunities for hundreds of local children, including mine, to be part of the region's largest public ice skating team program. The Bowie Ice Arena also provides affordable group lessons for the public as well as affordable public skating sessions, in addition to generating revenue for the city. If you vote to cancel the contract, not only will you be violating the public's trust and wasting millions of taxpayer dollars, you will be crushing the dreams of hundreds of local children, including some with special needs, who will not have the opportunity or cannot afford to participate in the limited team programs at private skating rinks such as Piney Orchard. Please vote to continue with the new Bowie Ice Arena as previously contracted and allow our children to continue to be a part of the Bowie Ice Team, where they are not only getting physical exercise, but they are also learning team and community values while proudly representing the city of Bowie. Next one is from Ella Rice. To whom it may concern, please know that as a lifelong citizen of Bowie, a patron of the Ice Arena's public skating and Learn to Skate programs, I support the building of the new Ice Arena. Skating has been a part of Bowie's culture for decades, and we now see that our city has the opportunity to not only continue that culture in a more functional facility, but also make money from the facility. Please continue with the project. Do not throw away the millions of dollars already spent on the project, and do not disregard the need and desire of so many citizens of Bowie by taking away the much-needed new ice arena. Next one is from Marva and Paul Connolly. Please, dear Ms. Hernandez, please place the following email on the record for the City Council meeting scheduled for this evening, May 18, 2020. My wife and I have been residents of the City of Bowie for 41 years. We have raised our children here in the City of Bowie. We have witnessed the positive growth of our city since choosing to reside here in 1979. It has been a great city to call home. We have enjoyed the many services and amenities which are provided here in the City of Bowie. The parks, museums, city properties, and services are second to none in Prince George's County. Our children grew up participating in different sports and activities at various fields and facilities provided and maintained by the city. We have always felt that we were receiving value and benefit for the taxes that we pay from our hard-earned wages. We have seen such development in city infrastructure that has been spearheaded by many city officials and loyal city employees. All of this development has been handled professionally, ethically, and ultimately for the benefit of the residents of the city. We have also watched the aging of and need for maintenance of the current Bowie Ice Arena. Our city leaders and city employees also recognize this need. It is our understanding that feasibility studies were done to determine the cost of upgrading the existing facility versus building a new facility. There was much discussion on this issue, and approximately 3 years ago, it was determined that a new facility should be designed and built. A budget was discussed and approved. City Council voted, approved, and awarded a contract to Costello Construction in July of 2019 for the construction of a 2-sheet ice arena. Groundbreaking took place in October of 2019. We understand that actual construction started in March of 2020. A plan that has gone through all of the stages of conception, discussion, planning, and approval was finally underway. Millions of dollars have already been spent in the evaluation, planning, design, permitting, and implementation of this new facility. We were shocked that after all of this hard work by our elected officials, there is now to be a discussion of possibly stopping and/or canceling this project. We are disappointed that a few individuals have seen fit to put the City of Bowie and all of its taxpayers at risk for a potential loss of $10 to $15 million, not including all of the time the mayor, council, and city employees have spent on this project. The city has already sold a bond to cover the cost of this project, as they have done to finance all previous major capital expenditures started and completed by the city of Bowie. The city currently enjoys an excellent bond rating because of the track record of previously completed projects. The city will lose the support and respect of the business community if a decision is made to walk away from this project. We would not want to deal with any businesses that chose to renege on a contract that was entered into in good faith. The mayor and the city council should not want to even consider this action for the city of Bowie. Mayor Adams and council, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of Bowie to see this project to its completion. Next one is from Rudy Gazvoda. I am writing to express my concerns with halting construction of the new ice arena in Bowie. What a shame it would be to cancel the contracts at this juncture of construction and simply throw away nearly $10 million of taxpayers' money. Mr. Mayor, you and the Bowie City Council have an opportunity to come off like heroes right now, at a time when the state of Maryland and our country needs something positive to point to. As an active duty military member who has uprooted his family and moved around the country 7 times, I can honestly say that the family environment my family and I encountered with the Bowie Hockey Club can only be described as special. Mr. Mayor, you have an opportunity to build something amazing here by doing something very simple, sticking to your word. Stick to the commitment you made when you issued $24 million in bonds. Stick to the commitment you made when you awarded a contract to a construction company. Stick to the commitment you made to the greater Maryland hockey community when you and the city council approved construction of a facility that will bring a lot of money to the local area in the form of families staying weekends in Bowie during hockey tournaments. Continuing construction of the new Bowie Iceplex is a sound financial decision for the future. COVID-19 has cast a shadow over many things, current and future, no doubt. I implore you to seize the opportunity to build something special for the future. I would go as far to say as your legacy as mayor lies with your decision. Make the difficult choice, stick to your commitment, and most of all, invest in our kids and build a complex that will generate revenue for the city of Bowie for the next 50 years. Next one is from Beverly Simmons. I write to you with a sincere heart. During these trying times where we're witnessing people in our local area now hungry for food and supplies and places to walk that are not overcrowded, yet developers are still seeking to build what they wish in our communities for a profit no matter the cost of life. I am not saying to not build. I am asking for us to build what is needed during these trying and hard times. God has given up plenty of opportunities to pause and think about what was promised. But what was done? The promise was to build a school in an empty field near Safeway in Fairwood. Now that hundreds and thousands of homes have been built since 2004, there is no sign of a new school. The part that really concerns me is that if you look at the elementary school on Woodmore Road, the driveway is made partially of rock and dirt. This is what our children have to go when arriving to school, but yet we can spend $23 to $28 million on an ice skating rink. It just does not make sense. Our schools and the attendance have risen due to the hundreds and thousands of homes which have already been built since 2004. My husband and I were going to build in this area back in 2004, and we're told about the school/Safeway that will be built. We lived in another community for 10 years, but always wanted to live in this area. Then, after retirement, we moved here after all. However, the promises that were told back in 2004 have failed us. The neighborhood that we invested our retirement savings now has the opportunity of giving way to homes not of the same build and investment that was promised before moving to this type of zoning. We saved for many years to have the opportunity to build on acreage land. This was not an easy task to get to, for we are an ordinary family with regular hard-working jobs. But we saved and invested so that we could move to an area with more trees, space, and less congestion. We moved away from a high-density area near Brandywine, where it was necessary at the time to talk about building a ramp just so we could get out of their neighborhoods. 7 years later, the ramp is built in Brandywine due to the excessive traffic that came after Waldorf kept building more and more homes, with only one major highway coming into that area near the shopping. We moved away because of this reason and now living in a RE and RA neighborhood. We could face with the same concerns. This is just unfair and should not be allowed. In the last 7 years, we have witnessed developers attempting to change the residential agricultural, which provides the larger 2-lot acres residential uses, while encouraging the retention of agriculture as a primary land use and residential state. If we have to build, why not consider homes in ranch style or homes with elevators? These types of homes are selling well in Virginia as well as Bethesda. These homes do not lower the investments of property owners who have already invested in RA and RE zone. However, builders do not care about the community's investments. They only care about their own pockets. What makes one developer or one landowner more important than a community of many? Some people in my neighborhood purchased their homes back in 2003, 2006 in the millions. How sad it is for these developers to not even consider that my neighbors purchased their home for many years ago. These homes still to this day hold most of their value, but what will make them decrease is building homes not to the same zone or land amount. Please consider also what is being spent on the ice skating rink. Most people in my neighborhood do not ice skate, but we will have to pay in taxes for someone else's hobby. Is this fair? Why not build as stated in a poll of what is mostly used in this area? Just to remind our council, the poll stated basketball, swimming, and other sports over ice skating. Who ice skates? The people in favor of the ice rink live where? Then who is paying for this $23 to $28 million ice rink? Those who live right here. Again, this is unfair and unjust to property owners. The coronavirus has hit us all hard, but it has given us an opportunity to pause. I hope and pray we take the time to really see what was said, promised, and voted for in a poll many years ago. How do you promise and not honor your promise? Ask yourself, what is really needed going forward? What did you promise and not comply? Who are suffering and how can we help with today's concerns? What matters today? Ice rink or groceries and open parks, etc. I would even consider farming for food will one day become as a much needed resource. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Michael Brown. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, I sincerely hope the council votes no on moving forward with the dual ice rinks. As a resident of Woodmore Highlands on Church Road, I hope this email can be read, added to the homeowners opposed to the building of this very expensive dual ice rink complex on Church Road, especially in this time of a global pandemic. Yes, there are many residents in this area opposed to this project that appears to serve far more people who are not residents. At this time, it seems to make more sense to have Bowie money in place for the possible unforeseen assistance issues that will follow this pandemic. At a later time, I could see far less opposition if this project wasn't dedicated to just the ice skating and hockey community. In closing, I would like to thank Mayor Adams for the article recently in the Bowie Blade and Councilmember DeFore Wolfley for looking at the entirety of the cost and impact on the budget and the community. Thank you. Next one was a text message received from Torian Emery. Please vote no on the 2-sheet facility on Church Road so we can reevaluate a multi-purpose facility to better serve our diverse community and tax dollars. Next one is from Brian Harrington. Hockey tournaments have been in the Harrington's family since 1972. The original tournament started in Tonawanda, New York, and are still in operation today in Niagara Falls, New York. There were 2 original tournaments, which have expanded to 8 tournaments a year. In 2001, I hosted the first annual Crabtown Showdown tournament. Within 5 years, the Maryland Crabtown Showdown grew from 23 teams to as high as 95 teams. This success led to hosting the first annual Maryland Capital Showdown in 2009. It has been very successful over a short duration, growing from 18 teams to 80 teams per year. Beside these tournaments, since 1991, I have hosted the Country Western Showdown in Nashville, Tennessee. The cost to operate each tournament is about $100,000. Renting ice at the local hockey areas makes up 55% of the cost. We use the local referee association to officiate and local youth and men hockey players to coordinate the tournaments. That comprises another 25% of the tournament's cost. The other 20% goes toward awards and operations. These tournaments have been a great success for the local area economy. Each tournament, we contract between 400 and 700 hotel rooms, ranging from 2 to 3 day stays for each non-local family. The average hotel rate is $139 per room plus tax. Each participating team is comprised of about 15 families, so we range between 1,000 to 1,500 families for each tournament. All out-of-town guests and most locals are on the run all weekend, so they are eating out 2 to 3 times per day at local restaurants. Besides these expenditures, nearly all families drive, requiring fill-ups at local gas stations. Many of the parents look forward to shopping at the local area malls, and many families spend an evening over at the Arundel Mills Casino or go to a local sporting event. These are just some of the known and measurable revenues a tournament generates locally. One interesting observation for you to consider is the tournament we and other vendors host in Niagara Falls, New York. Absent hockey tournaments, many of these hotels would not have a revenue stream and cash flow to operate during the winter months. Niagara Falls relies heavily on hockey tournament vendors to sustain their local economy. With the Bowie 2-ring sheet facility, we plan to expand our tournaments in the local Maryland area. Every tournament, we typically mask out the use of the ice at Bowie, which is 1 sheet. Piney Orchard, 2 sheets. Gardens Ice House, 3 sheets plus outdoor rink. And have used the Naval Academy and Wells rinks when they have ice available. The amount of ice available each weekend is the main driver on the number of teams we can host. More ice will likely mean more teams. Please keep in mind that I am just one of many vendors that host youth boys and girls as well as men's tournaments. Besides tournaments, there are many vendors that host hockey camps. Based on your research, you should have also recognized that the 2-sheet facility is a much better model than a 1-sheet facility. 2-sheet facility is the only way for a hockey organization to expand, as a 1-sheet has many limitations. These are factors you should take into consideration in making this important decision. Next one is from Scott Schuler. I hope that this message finds you well. Thank you for everything that you're doing to assist with keeping the city of Bowie safe during these unprecedented times. Unfortunately, the suggestion of stopping the construction of the Bowie Iceplex would not only be an unnecessary step that would do little, if anything, in getting the city safe and back to normal. It would be a huge waste of $16 million taxpayers' dollars. Countless amount of time and efforts dating back to 2013 of planning, meetings, hearings, and voting, and wasted opportunity for money to be made in the near future. I am not a Bowie resident, but I have 2 sons playing hockey and have been part of the Bowie Hockey Club for 10 years. Our kids have grown up in the Bowie hockey program. As a Chesapeake Beach resident, I was probably in Bowie 2 to 3 times per year prior to our sons joining the club. For the last 10 years, though, our family is in Bowie a minimum of 2 to 3 per week for 9 months of every year for practices, games, and public skates. We have made countless friends from our times in Bowie. While we are there, we typically go out to eat or shop somewhere in Bowie. We spend more of our retail and restaurant dollars in Bowie than we do at businesses in and around our town, Bowie. In and around our own town. Bowie is an integral part of our day-to-day lives. We have been following the process and signing petitions and showing support for this new Iceplex project for almost the entire time we've been coming to Bowie. Seeing the project approved and declined multiple times. Seeing the kids and parents getting excited and then disappointed over and over. I cannot believe I am having to draft this email at this point, after construction has already started. I understand and respect every person's views and opinions, and I appreciate your desire to be fiscally responsible with the town funds. I know you all are trying to do what's best for Bowie. Precisely for those reasons, I ask that you look at the taxpayer money already spent, the benefits for the community, and the amount of money that will be brought in from the events that will be taking place at the new facility. I ask that you look at the money that will be lost when the current ice arena is no longer usable. I also ask that you think about the disappointed kids that will no longer be able to play for the Bowie Bruins and will have to play in other organizations, and their families who will be taking their business to other towns. Please consider all of these things and support the continuation of the construction of the Bowie Iceplex as already planned and approved. The next one is Michael Gorman. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Gorman. I live at 2008 Althea Lane in Bowie. We have lived in Bowie since 1967, a resident for the past 53 years. I sent each of you at 6:15 p.m. Sunday evening, May 17th, a copy of the record that has been sent to Awilda Hernandez. This copy of the record is now part of the permanent record of your Iceplex deliberations. As I stated in the email that each of you received, the record is well reasoned and totally complete and exceedingly clear. The decision to build the two-sheet ice complex was deeply researched over 7 years prior to this council beginning its term of office. All the factors were considered, thrashed about, and finally, through a democratic process, decided a 5-2 to proceed with ring construction, which is well underway. What should your next step be? Simple. Move on to courts and let the Iceplex complete. Courts is where you are needed now. Hopefully, over the last day and a half, you have had the record. You carefully read all the records documents. Not only have you previously received several of the documents in the record, know that key aspects of the record come directly from city records. Every question you are likely to have has been dealt with in one more of the documents in the attached 170-page PDF and via one or more of the links. Many of these documents have been sent to you over the past several weeks, not just yesterday evening. I retain all my transmittal emails. Good luck in your deliberations, and I know that when you deliberate, you will agree that Bowie Ice has been an excellent 50-year recreational amenity for Bowie, and that it could continue to serve all the need of the Bowie area, just as Bowie's Field and Court sports do. To wit, there has been every year for 6 or more of the past years, 19,000 paid recreational admissions to Bowie Ice. One final note. I have every expectation that you will finally make fair participant payments for Bowie's Field and Courts sports as compared to participant payments for ice sports. Field and Courts only pay 16% of their cost, while ice sports pay 67% of their cost. That's 4 times lower payments that parents pay for Field and Court sports than for ice sports. Please make that fair for all. Thank you for your time and attention. Next one is from Brian McCarthy. Dear Mayor and council members, I've recently heard and read about your intentions to halt and cancel the new Bowie Iceplex currently under construction on Church Road. The Capital Corridor Hockey League is very disappointed. The CCHL is the recreational youth hockey league of the district, Maryland and Virginia area. This past year, 17 clubs, 90 teams, and 1,900 players participated in the season. The end of season tournament was recently renamed the Joe Losciavo Memorial Cup after the recently deceased Bowie Hockey Club president, Joe Losciavo. Joe Losciavo served as the CCHL chairman for many years and contributed greatly to our community as a beloved coach and leader. Joe's lasting impact continues to live on through the growth of the players as individuals and athletes and the Bowie Hockey Club. The CCHL intends to host the Joe Losciavo Memorial Cup Division I tournament for all age groups in March of 2022, and every year thereafter at the new Bowie Iceplex. The tournament is held over 2 weekends in March with over 150 games played. In addition, there are many other opportunities for the CCHL to utilize the new two-sheet Bowie Iceplex facility by hosting 8U Might tournaments as well as holiday jamborees. Additionally, as Vice President of Northern Virginia Ice Dogs Hockey Club, we continue to wait for construction of a new facility to meet the ice demand of Virginia and DC, and would likely be inclined to purchase ice from your facility to mitigate the ice gap we currently face. Please continue with the construction of the Bowie Iceplex as youth hockey continues to grow in the DMV area. So does the demand for ice and especially two-sheet facilities. Your new facility would be a cornerstone in our region for current and future ice sports participants. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Sarah Cohen. Dear Bowie City Council, I'm writing in regards to the upcoming City Council meeting regarding the future of the new Bowie Iceplex. While I am not a Bowie resident, I spend more time in Bowie than in my hometown of Crofton. I have a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old boys who both play for Bowie Hockey Club. While I could go on and on about how important Bowie Hockey Club is to our family, what matters is how important an ice rink is to our family and surrounding community. We chose to start skating lessons with my oldest at Bowie when he was 18 months old with the tall and small program. My boys have taken all the level lessons through Alpha and skating for hockey prior to joining Bowie Hockey Club. This means that for years we have supported the city of Bowie through their ice rink. We have held multiple birthday parties at the rink and come for family skates. I've watched 3 generations partake in the stick and puck sessions, my sons, husband, and father-in-law. Both of my boys attended the Bowie Ice Arena skate camp last summer and thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, even with removing Bowie Hockey Club from the equation, these are services that I paid the city of Bowie and supported the city of Bowie by coming to the ring. Bowie is an important city for my family. Not only is our beloved ice rink there, but our synagogue also is in Bowie. So you can only imagine how many errands are done in Bowie by our family. From dining, grocery shopping, events, and more, we support the community's businesses. Most importantly, the new Bowie Iceplex was voted on and approved months ago. Costello Construction has made great progress on the building of the new Iceplex. I'm astonished at the fact that this is even a discussion at this point. To think about the amount of money, yes, millions, that would be thrown away, not to mention future costs that the city would incur due to the irresponsibility and the hit on the city's reputation, makes me so disappointed in the leadership that believes this is the right thing to do. I look forward to the Bowie City Council making the right decision, not just for the ICE community, for all Bowie residents. Thank you. Next one is Patricia Wilkins. By now, I am sure you have read many letters about how expensive this new ice arena project is and how many other facilities could be created instead. It is all true. Also true is the fact that the project was approved more than once. Each time a new member is added or a situation changes, we have to defend the necessity of the arena. The Bowie Ice Arena not only stands as a place for people of all ages to learn and practice ice skating and hockey, but a place that generates revenue for the city. All year, in every season, classes, team rehearsals, private lessons, and events are paid for and held there. After hockey and figure skating competitions, families gather at restaurants, shop, and play in and around the Bowie's Town Center. The money spent to build it is not a waste of taxpayer dollars. It is an investment that yields a steady return with each passing year. Having 2 sheets of ice will be even more beneficial because it will allow us to host large national events that we had to decline in the past because of the size and condition of the arena. I need you to review this project with an open mind and a wide-angle lens. If all we look at is right now, we will have nothing to build on in the future. That the ice arena can assist in a positive financial future for the city, as well as an inclusive, productive venue for all citizens. This is a good use of money. Please vote to build what we were promised so many times. Anything else would not be fair. Next one is from Craig and Carol Boyer. As a 30-plus year resident along Church Road, we are appalled that the city of Bowie made a very unwise decision to build an entirely new facility along Church Road. Church Road has seen more home construction and new housing developments over the last 10 years, which has added more and more traffic. Why not look at existing ice rink to make improvements and expansion? Next one is from Brenda James. Good evening, Mayor Adams, council members, and staff. I am writing to urge the Bowie City Council to cancel the ice rink on Church Road. My earlier position was that the ice rink was a bad financial decision for Bowie. With all the unknowns associated with the coronavirus's current and future impacts on our city, continuing with this project can only make our financial situation worse. Bowie homeowners and residents deserve more than what our prior council left us with as their legacy. Next one is from Tommy Allen. Bowie City Council. My name is Tommy Allen. I am a volunteer coach for the Bowie Hockey Club. I grew up in Bowie and attended Benjamin Tasker Middle School and graduated from Bowie High School in 1992. I went on to graduate from the University of Maryland with a BS degree. Now I run my own successful IT consulting company. As a youth, I played 5 years in the Bowie Hockey Club. These were some of the best years of my life. I made a ton of friends through my years playing ice hockey in Bowie. Some of those friends are still working at the Bowie Ice Arena and have kids playing ice hockey and other sports in Bowie today. The lessons, friends, and contacts I made through playing ice hockey with the Bowie Hockey Club helped shape me into the person I am today. Today, I have 2 kids of my own. After taking learn to skate lessons at the Bowie Ice Arena, my boys started playing ice hockey with the Bowie Hockey Club when they were 4 years old. My older son is getting ready to turn 15. My younger son is turning 12. I have been a volunteer coach with the Bowie Hockey Club for 10 years now. I wanted to give back to the club and community that helped me growing up. I want to teach these young players the importance of hard work, team first, personal responsibility, and how to play a game they love for the rest of their lives. Our hockey club is like a family. The kids and parents are together 5 days a week for 9 months of the year. We frequent Bowie restaurants and do other shopping in Bowie as well. Unfortunately, since Bowie doesn't have multiple sheets of ice, we end up traveling outside of Bowie for tournaments and to play a far greater away game schedule than other clubs in our league and in other cities that can support multiple games at one time. Some of the money we spend in these other cities could be spent in Bowie if we could play more at home. I also play adult league hockey. I have to play in Anne Arundel County because Bowie does not have enough ice lots available to host adult leagues. With a new facility, it would be possible to also host adult league hockey in Bowie. I would ask that you continue construction of the new 2-ice sheet Bowie Ice Arena. A facility of this type is so important for the sport of hockey, especially in Prince George's County. The Bowie Hockey Club is one of the most diverse clubs I've seen. The number of African American and Asian players, as well as young girls playing ice hockey in Bowie, is unmatched. The club does many community outreach events each year to recruit more Bowie residents to take up this great sport. In order to grow the hockey club and compete with other clubs in our league that already have multiple ice sheet facilities, it is necessary for Bowie to have a new 2-sheet facility. Thank you. Next one is from Lisa Klein. Good afternoon. I am a resident of Bowie and my son has played hockey at the rink since he was 5. Since he was 5, so for 10 years. I find it absolutely ridiculous that the new mayor and council are wanting to cancel the new rink. The city has already spent $8 million on the new rink and several more millions to buy out the costs from the awarded construction company. How is this being fiscally responsible? As a taxpayer in this city, I'm not in favor of losing between $8 and $12 million on canceling the rink. Let's continue to build a new rink. It is an investment in the youth of this county. Studies have shown that the new rink would become profitable in the first couple of years. I don't believe the reason for canceling the rink is due to COVID-19. I believe it a personal agenda of the council members. We need the new rink. Please keep the funding. Next one is from Shane Albright. Please don't always see things people don't always see things eye to eye. I lived in this city for over 30 years, and on occasion I have been disappointed by the decisions of the council, but I've never been disappointed by the process of making a decision. I first learned of this discussion when I read in the Bowie Blade that the city had canceled the ice rink, which was subsequently corrected. Then I read Mayor Adams' opinion piece, which gave his assessment of the situation but provided no numbers on expected tax income for the city. The money and time spent to get where we are now, the cost to cancel, the liabilities associated with canceling, what would happen to partially constructed land, and perhaps because of the stay-at-home order, the public is at the mercy of internet rumors about all of this. I can't even tell if you are discussing it today or voting on it because the information out there is unreliable. It's difficult to have a legitimate public disclosure on this topic under these conditions. For a decision that affects millions of dollars in public funds, we need more transparency and disclosure. We should not cancel this or any other large projects without thorough justification backed by publicly released data with ample time to review the data. If I had to choose today, I would choose what I believe to be the fiscally responsible choice to continue construction. It funds local jobs and actually creates something our public can use. Thank you. Next one is from John Hankins. Good afternoon. I wanted to express my frustration with the city of Bowie and yet another attempt to put a stop to construction of this project. We have had all 4 of our kids involved with the Bowie hockey program over the past 6 to 7 years, and while we are not Bowie residents, it is our second home, and we feel that the construction should not be stopped. We spend thousands of dollars per year at the local businesses throughout the year, as I am sure hundreds of others as well. It does not make sense considering approximately $12 million of a $21 million project has already been spent, not including the interest on the bonds. As you are aware, the current arena is well beyond its useful life and costs millions of dollars each year to operate, where the new arena is slated at minimum to break even and possibly turn a profit for the city of Bowie. The hockey clubs in the area need more ice time, not less. Please do not stop the construction. It seems the few council members that did not want it to begin with, for unknown reasons, are grasping at the COVID-19 pandemic as a means to get their way. Thank you. Next one is from Marianne Ratcliffe. I am writing to you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Bowie Council members. I am writing to you as a firm supporter of the construction of the new Bowie Ice Arena. My family and I have been working for 7 long years to get to this point. But today, I am also writing to you as a City of Bowie resident. I am expressing my concern about the future of the new Bowie Ice Arena. When 2020 started, we did not believe we would be fighting for our very existence once again. The contracts have been signed with Costello Construction. All permits have been approved. Utility lines have been laid and primary construction started weeks ago. The bonds have been sold and the money was approved for the construction for the new ice arena. The money for this project is not coming out of the operating budget. The money was not approved for the Bowie Golf Course. The money was not approved for other capital projects. The City of Bowie has money already set aside for the COVID-19 response. Fiscal responsibility. These words have been used a lot lately to describe this project. As a citizen of Bowie, I would like to know exactly how much money has been spent to date on this project. I also would like to know how much is needed for any additional costs, open invoices, etc. And most importantly, how much money will be needed to buy out the contract with Costello Construction. All of these amounts should be tabulated and presented to the citizens of Bowie prior to any vote to terminate the project. Then we all will know if terminating this project will be considered fiscally responsible. After all of this has been said and done, it comes back to the fact I am also a mother. My daughter has been skating at the Bowie Ice Arena for 15 years. She started when she was 2 years old with a tall and small class. Since that time, she has been skating with the Bowie ISI team for 10 years now. She skates individually and with several of the teams. She is one of the 3 graduating high school seniors. Thank you for all your help in this matter. Please do not let our fight be in vain. My daughter is graduating, but there is a long line of young skaters that are waiting in the wings to enjoy a lifetime of skating. Also, do not throw away all the millions of dollars already spent on this project. This is not fiscal responsibility. The next one is from Sarah Schaefer, a District 2B resident for 30 plus years. To Mayor Adams and all City Council, in addition, all county and state representatives I emailed. I am writing again on behalf of supporting the new Bowie Iceplex facility. To use the global pandemic as a reason to try to shut it down is just making it easy to cling to the fear that most people are dealing with in these times. However, the Costello construction team has been working during this whole time. They are using precautions, social distancing, and keeping jobs for their employees instead of sending them to the unemployment lines. It is extremely disappointing that a new round of officials would come in and quickly turn on the past administration's actions so quickly after they did all the legwork and surveys and backbones to the project. To just come in and turn it around is a disrespectful slap in the face. Are you all those type of politicians? For Bowie's sake, I sure hope not. My son Tyler is a 6-year member of the Bowie Hockey Club, as well as an active member and currently the master counselor of Bowie Collington Chapter Order of Demolay, a Masonic youth group. As a Demolay, my son also helps to do roadside cleanup several times a year, participates in city activities such as city parades, CHIP program at Bowie Fest, etc. These two community outlets help him to grow, socialize, and becoming an upstanding citizen of the world we live in. Would you rather take things away from today's youth and have them turn to delinquent activities and nonsense? It takes parents, friends, community, and positive outlets for them to grow properly. Please also remember that your actions as city officials is sometimes the very first impression and experience these children have to learn about government. I'm sure that actions like these would not fare well. First impressions are hard to change, and they need to know and understand government to grow and make decisions about our nation as they get older. Again, it takes more than just the parents to do that. Better to make them feel safe and protected by our officials' decisions, knowing that they stand behind their actions, than to just undermine previous decisions and act like their opinions don't matter. It shows respect for those that came before you. Costello Construction has done nothing but a fabulous job thus far and need to be allowed to continue the contract they were awarded. Not only are you affecting the Bowie community, but you're affecting jobs, families, communities that regularly compete here, etc. Also, how much are you willing to spend for the proper security to keep loitering individuals out of the active construction zone if it becomes an abandoned project? People can get seriously injured on the construction materials that are already in place if left unsupervised. I beg of you all, please be smart about this decision. The new Bowie Iceplex project needs to continue and be completed for all parties involved. For it to be closed down now is nowhere a smart idea, financially, morally, ethically, or at all, period. Thank you for your time. Mark, can you play some of the videos now, please?
Yes.
You're doing great, Awilda. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give Awilda a break.
Thank you.
Great job. Here. Please get something to drink.
Hi, my name is Aiden Gunn. I'm 15 and a hockey player from Bowie, Maryland. This video is technically meant for the Bowie City Council meeting on May 18th, but who I'd really like to speak to is Governor Hogan. I hope this reaches you, Governor. I know you're very busy right now, so I'll keep this short. The newly elected mayor of Bowie and a few city council members have, in my opinion, chosen a terrible time to undermine a valuable community project that's really important to me and many others. Long story, very short. In July 2019, the city of Bowie voted to replace our 50-year-old failing ice rink with a brand new 2-sheet facility, and now they're trying to kill the project. I'm sure your staff can fill you in on all the details, like how it's amazing and will definitely make Bowie money, and how the old rink is falling apart, and they will most certainly tell you that the city of Bowie has plenty of money for coronavirus relief and does not need the funds allocated to this project for this emergency. The residents of Bowie, myself included, did this the right way. I learned a ton about local government during our fight for the rink and was inspired by the process. I joined with my friends and teammates, and we fought hard for the new rink. This is us doing interviews. There we go. Talking to the media. And then here, speaking to the city council. I've been to many meetings. I went to my neighbors to try and inform them of the situation, and I've written letters. The vote happened, and the rink was approved. The community was thrilled. Here's my brother and I at the groundbreaking. The project is currently underway, and half of the budgeted money is already spent. At this point, you're probably thinking, This is not a problem for the governor. But as I recently learned from you, sometimes you have to go above and beyond to get things done. Right? Yeah. Okay, so we already told the city council how much this rink means to us. We poured our hearts out about memories and friendships and connections at the Bowie Ice Rink. This was done, and the vote was made. This is about completing a project they promised us, a project they are financially committed to the tune of a wasted $16 million if they pull out. And most importantly, a project that is helping young hockey players, figure skaters, and kids all over Maryland have something to look forward to when we can finally leave our homes again. Governor, I'm really angry that the mayor and city council is choosing now to revisit this issue. They're using the chaos of this world crisis to slide this under the radar. They have already heard our views multiple times, but are choosing to ignore our voices and go behind our backs. We're in a time when nobody has the energy to do anything, much less fight a battle already settled. The Bowie residents cannot defend their position on this matter right now. Nobody can. I haven't left my house since the first week of March. I can't even leave my yard because I'm at high risk. I'm just trying to figure out how to finish 9th grade, keep in contact with my friends, talk to my doctors online, and on top of all that, survive being trapped at home with my siblings. My parents don't have the time or energy to write letters or make videos. My dad's small business is struggling and he's trying to figure out what to do. My mom is homeschooling 4 kids, sterilizing everything, and trying to keep us all sane. This is everybody's story right now. Everyone is exhausted. The people of Bowie do not deserve to be given 3 business days notice to think about, defend, and process this. Mr. Governor, I would like to thank you for your leadership right now. I'm the kid you're protecting by asking your state to stay at home. Here's me during a normal flu season. I do not do very well. I have multiple health issues that make the coronavirus particularly dangerous for me. My immune system kind of quit on me, so every person you encourage to stay home helps me stay safe. Because of these health issues, I haven't been able to play hockey for 16 months, but I still love the sport, my teammates, and my family at the rink. I've stayed involved by volunteering, helping coach my little brother's team, and working hard to get this new rink approved. Again, thank you for working so hard, and thanks for taking the time to listen to me. And if you get a chance, please remind the city of Bowie that kids need to be able to trust their government, to stick to their word, and not steal their new ice rink while the entire world is turned upside down. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and all of City Council present online. My name is Maddie Sapola, and I began my hockey career at the Bowie Ice Arena when I was 8 years old. I played there with the Bowie Hockey Club for several years until recently moving on to play for an all-girls organization, which I can say Bowie definitely prepared me to excel in. I think people would describe me as that kid they see at the rink 24/7, and I think from that experience, I've had the chance to watch countless families enjoy the rink every day and everything it has to offer. Although I don't play for the Bowie Hockey Club anymore, I'm still a Bowie resident, and I spend countless hours at the rink where I learn to skate. During the season, the Bowie Hockey Club does their Learn to Skate and hockey instructional sessions for kids who want to start playing, and I go to a lot of those to help out and coach the little kids and help them learn how to play. Through this experience, I can say that the group of kids learning to play is diverse and ranges in age from little kids to high schoolers. I think this emphasizes the hockey is for everyone slogan and that having this new rink will benefit everyone. It's sad to hear the talk of terminating this project, especially after so much time and money has been put into giving the people of Bowie not only a place to skate, but for many people, and including myself, memories that will stay with us forever. My dad grew up working at the rink, and he introduced me to hockey, and since then I can honestly say that in the past 8 years, I've spent more time at that rink than my actual house. I want the chance for my future family to be able to spend time at the rink just like I did. There are also so many people that have started their skating or hockey careers at Bowie that have gone on to pursue their sport in college and even the Olympic level. I think it's really important to give the generation after us the opportunity to begin their love for skating at the new ice rink, which will allow for many more future collegiate athletes that originated at the Bowie Ice Arena. Not only will the new rink bring in money from the Bowie population, but from lots of other people around the U.S. Hockey tournaments and figure skating competitions bring in lots of people to Bowie for days at a time to participate in the event, which, as you know, brings in money from food expenses, hotel, airfare, and lots of other things that people do when coming here. This project has been voted on too many times, and now it's time to finalize it and end the talk of wasting millions of taxpayer dollars by terminating this project. Thank you for your time, and please build the rink.
Hello, this is Leon Buck, a recent candidate for Bowie City Council District 4, proud parent and longtime Bowie resident and taxpayer with a vested interest in the city of Bowie. The coronavirus pandemic is the latest excuse raised to halt the ice arena. Canceling the ice arena project now would waste $8 million already spent on the design, planning, and construction of a facility that would not be completed and would not absolve Bowie of bonds issued to pay for the project. Politicizing the pandemic as a way to halt the ice arena is wrong, and canceling it is not a sound financial decision for Bowie. The City Council was elected to be responsible, and completing the project is essential to ensuring that we reap the benefits and incoming revenue the ice arena will bring, instead of being left holding the tab with nothing to show for it. I urge you to urge the councilwoman from District 4 to support the construction of the ice arena. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and the entire City Council present online. I'm Sierra Sione, and I live in District 3A. My brief testimony describes the yearly 19,000 paid attendance of the Bowie Ice Rink. The total paid admissions to the City Ice Rink was 19,004 for fiscal year 15, and over 6 years has grown to 19,300 in fiscal year 20. If the rink was just for hockey, there would be 1,378 different teams. Rather, there are only between 10 to 15. There are also organized teams for freestyle and figure skating. That's another 100 skaters or so. The non-hockey and non-figure freestyle account for 19,000 paid admissions. What are they doing at the rink? Skating, that's what. It's an activity for the entire city that is far, far more than just an organized ice teams. 19,000 are for the city recreation. The 19,000 non-hockey and non-figure freestyle account for 99.85% of all the ice rink admissions. Organized ice teams comprise the 0.15 remainder. The city has many public sessions, some in the morning for homeschool groups, some in the late afternoon, and a number over the weekend. With 2 rinks, this can increase. Without 2 rinks, there's irreconcilable competing demand for public sessions, team ice, adult leagues for both men and women, and the needs of our special communities. This competition only exists for both courts and ice. The ice problem has been solved. Continue the under construction, already paid for ice rink. You need to be focused on courts. Step on the gas and fix the courts problem for the courts community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and the entire City Council present online. I'm Michaela DeRocher. I'm 19 years old and I live at 15902 Art Court, Bowie, Maryland. My brief testimony sets out where they are now for figure and freestyle skaters over the recent years who skated for Bowie. Missy Smith, Paige Jackson, Rachel Fox, Carly Jenkins, Shanae Len, and Meredith Moran all skated for University of Miami, Ohio. Allie Hawkins skated for University of Michigan. Michelle Gralty skated for Metroliners, University of Delaware, University of Maryland, and Australia's Nova team. Rachel DeRocher skated for Metroliners, University of Maryland, and Chesapeake Collegiate. Abigail Snyder skated for Towson University and Chesapeake Collegiate. Alice Murphy skated for Boston University. Sarah Rogers founded the University of Maryland's figure skating team. Christina Hart founded University of Maryland Synchro Team. Pam Dawn is an internationally recognized Olympic-level coach. By completing the 2-sheet rink, more ice time becomes available for increased skill levels. No longer will skaters have to travel to Baltimore, Maryland, Wilmington, Delaware, or other far from Bowie cities for more competitive skaters and increased skilled pros. Or worse, no longer will Bowie ice skaters have to leave Bowie to go to very expensive prep schools in New England and Canada to have a chance to develop the skills to get on highly competitive college teams. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you vote in favor of the 2-sheet ice facility.
Okay, I guess it's back to me. Let's continue. So I'm going to read 4 that I have received via text message. Let's see. Hi, this is Ingrid Albright. I've voiced these concerns with Councilwoman Ndebumadu already, and I appreciate her willingness to listen. I figured I should share with the council as well. I've lived in Bowie for 15 years now, and I just wanted to express that I share the concern of wasting money by killing the ice rink at this point. I would have preferred a gymnastics center to an ice arena, but I feel like it doesn't even matter what the project is at this point. The construction has started on the rink, and it just does not make sense to stop it and waste the time and money already spent, plus any additional money that is needed to get out of the contract and close up the project. It really bothers me that the city would be so willing to just throw away its taxpayers' money on a lot of work, but no end result. I hope that before voting on this, that the council really digs into the financial repercussions and at the very least give the public enough time to review the financial data before the council does something that can't be easily undone. Okay. Next one is, oops. The questions for tonight's city council meeting. These are from Tawana Warwick Bell of Dunwood Crossing. According to a recent article by Mayor Adams, the money that is being put into the Iceplex is no longer financially fiscal for the community. What provisions, if any, are available for renegotiating? 2, what would be the financial impact of delaying construction on the ice rink due to the impact of COVID related on the community in loss of jobs and other expenses? And number 3, can the cost for the Iceplex be diverted to the revival of the old facility? Next one. Doesn't have a name. Good evening. Why is the city council even considering stopping the ice rink construction? First, construction has already been approved. Second, almost $8 million has been spent on the project, money that cannot be redeemed in any way. Third, canceling the project will not help the city's finances, which are just fine, with it, without the project. Fourth, the rink will provide many benefits to the city. Lastly, the mayor's use of the COVID-19 project as a rationale for the reconsideration is just wrong, and he should be apologizing. The next one. Please read tonight, May 18th, vote no for the ring. I'm a City of Bowie resident, District 3. We do not need this ring here and now. It is fiscally irresponsible right now, not to mention it does not serve the variety of needs of the citizens. City of Bowie needs a multi-purpose complex that promotes inclusivity. And that's it for the last couple of text messages. Next one is from Craig Laughlin, Washington Capitals alumni. Hello all, we need this facility. Please do not cancel, halt, slow down, or redesign the facility. It will be a gem and a spectacular landmark of the region for years to come as designed, and I can't wait for it to open. My name is Craig Laughlin, a former NHL player for the Washington Capitals and current color analyst on NBC Sports Washington and a resident of this region since 1982. I live in Gambrills, Maryland, and have been a Bowie Ice Arena supporter and advocate since I used to practice at the old facility back in the early 80s with the Washington Capitals. Both my children were also part of the Bowie skating and hockey programs, and I also coach for the Bowie Bruins. Hockey and skating are booming in this area, and ice time is sold out at just about every venue. This new project will attract people from around the DMV, throughout the Mid-Atlantic and the U.S. The influx of people to this facility will enhance a ton of businesses in Prince George's County, and most importantly, keep our kids and adults alike active and safe in a friendly and enjoyable environment. I highly recommend you move forward with this project. It is cool on ice. Let's complete the project. Next one is from Rick Takax from Nashua Lane. Good afternoon. Being a City of Bowie resident and the parent of two boys who came up through the ranks of initial skating lessons at Bowie, then the Bowie Bruins, and numerous camps and general skating sessions at the existing Bowie skating facility, we feel a strong connection to the amenity it provides to the citizens and the community. At this juncture in time, the discussion should not really be about whether Bowie needs a new ice rink. In terms of this is something that should be added to the city's assets and facilities. From my understanding, both through the public news articles and in discussions with rink staff, the real message is that the current facility is at the end of its lifespan in terms of capital improvement needed versus cost of maintaining, etc. No one is advocating that the city do away with having an ice rink. Yet that is the distinct possibility if the current approved plan doesn't go forward. This really isn't a should we have a new versus a new ice rink argument, as some have portrayed it to be. It is more a matter of whether former or current city government effectively planned for the eventual capital replacement of a current city amenity. To back away from the currently approved plan, given the amount of time, money, and political willpower expended to date, is likely a tactic approval that at some point in the near future, given the condition of the existing infrastructure at the rink, the city may very well have no ice rink. While again, no one has been advocating for that, it could effectively be the end point of the current approved plan is appended. The current use numbers support having a ring. The current revenue stream supports having a ring. The current political process supports or supported at the time having a ring. The only thing that has really ever been in doubt is whether the current ring can support the community. It can't. It needs to be replaced, and the new facility is the plan for that. Please stay on that course so that we don't have to tell residents that Bowie used to have a nice facility but doesn't anymore, because no one could effectively plan or budget for its upkeep and eventual replacement. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Dr. Carletta Gates from Collington Station resident. Dear Mayor Adams and council members, I am vehemently opposed to the construction of a multi-million-dollar ice arena. At this time, during a worldwide pandemic, the city's funds can be better spent on maintaining the infrastructure of our great city. Please vote no on the Bowie Ice Arena. Thank you. The next one is from Amberly Gwaltney, the Bowie hockey mom. This project is important to a lot of kids and families. A lot of kids and families. My son started with Bowie. It's been our home for 5 years, and I know it needs a lot of love and care. This is why the new rink is really important to us. We need the 2 sheets so they can have more practices for the kids and also not have them so early on weekends. It's important to the kids to have the opportunity to play, and we need the bigger rink. Please don't take that away from the kids. Keep this going. It will bring in more games and more travel game, which means more for the city of Bowie. Please keep this project going. Next one is from Christina Mayo. Dear Mayor Adams and council members Boffo, Gardner, Harrison, Estef, Wolfley, and Ndebumadu, I am writing to express my support for the continued construction of the new Bowie Iceplex. Please do not use the excuse of the global pandemic to scrap the construction of the new Bowie Iceplex. I believe you are taking the easy way out and blaming coronavirus for bailing out on a worthwhile construction project in order to avoid criticism and personal political fallout. Bowie is not in financial trouble. The last time I checked, the bulk of city revenue comes from property taxes. COVID-19 will not cause property tax revenue to decrease. The last time I checked, the current Bowie Ice Arena was making a profit. The new Bowie Iceplex is projected to increase that profit significantly. It is no secret that the Bowie Iceplex project has been passionately debated for years. It is also no secret that the construction of the Bowie Iceplex to replace a severely aging facility that is in need of millions of dollars of repair has repeatedly been scrutinized and vetted by city planners and economists many times over. The Bowie Iceplex will bring positive cash flow to the city. Some people have argued that the ice arena is mostly used by people coming from outside of Bowie. That is actually untrue. However, whether it is or not, why does it matter? If they are spending money on ice area admission, buying food, gas, and lodging in Bowie, and shopping while they are in our town waiting for the kids' lessons to be over, then that is even more revenue generated for the city of Bowie. Beyond that, there is the human benefit. How wonderful is it for residents of our great city to have options available to our citizens, young and old? I see skaters at the arena from ages 3 to 80. I see skaters of all different races. Is it short-sighted to pigeonhole Bowie kids as basketball players? By ending this construction project, you're limiting the possibilities for all of the children in Bowie, missing out on a profitable enterprise and turning your backs on the informed and wise decisions made by previous council members, who actually put the interests of Bowie and the desires of its citizens and supporters above their own personal interests. As a politician, you're not going to please everyone all the time. However, as a politician, you should do the right thing and not be swayed by the vocal minority that you are afraid of. This one is from Harvey Gates, President and CEO of the Collington Station Homeowners Association. to Honorable Mayor Tim Adams and Councilwoman Roxy Ndebumadu. On behalf of the 528 District 4 Collington Station residents, the CSHOA strongly opposes the continued wasteful and unneeded construction of the new Bowie Ice Rink Arena, especially in light of the financial burden the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has placed on the city of Bowie, Maryland, and the entire nation. More specifically, the contract should be terminated for convenience, and the savings should be used to sustain the city's existing personnel, services, and infrastructure. The CHOA's 1,100 plus Bowie city voting base will be watching to see if you truly listen to district constituency by voting tonight to discontinue the unneeded and cost-inefficient Bowie City Ice Rink Arena construction project. Next one is from the Watson family. To whom this may concern, this email is to implore the city of Bowie to continue the project for the new Bowie Iceplex. Although we are not residents of Bowie, if it was not for this ice program, we have had birthday parties, the children learned to skate, and our son has played hockey for 6 years now, as he is only 10 years old. We would not step foot in Bowie at all. I currently attend Bowie State University, seeing that a lot of my time is already at Bowie Ice Arena. The project has already begun, and the children were excited until they heard this news of the risk of this project being canceled. Please do not stop the project to have this new 2-sheet of ice establishment. Next one is from Neil Clark. Dear City of Bowie Council members, I grew up next door to Bowie in Crofton, Maryland, and I played hockey for the Bowie Bruins for about 10 years. I chose to play for Bowie because my 2 older cousins sparked my interest in the sport, and that's who they played for. There were a few other rinks close to Crofton that I could have made my home rink, but once I started at Bowie, I never considered leaving, even though Piney Orchard Ice Arena and Penfield Ice Arena were both about 10 minutes away. A large majority of my teammates came from neighboring communities too. At the time, early 1990s to early 2000s, Bowie was the only option for some of the kids that lived in Southern Maryland. Even though the number of rinks in the area have increased, they don't match the growth of the sport. With the Capital's recent success, kids are coming out to play hockey in never-before-seen numbers. It would be a shame to see Bowie withdraw from the Bowie Iceplex project to not be a part of the growth of a great sport and to forfeit the opportunity to make a return on the money invested thus far. Next one is from Kathleen Bears and Miller Einsel of Church Road. Dear Mayor and City Council members, my husband and I have been residents of Bowie for over 30 years. We live on Church Road. We beg you to stop the overwhelming overdevelopment of Church Road. We don't need an ice rink on an already precocious road with speeders that even took the life of a young child just trying to cross Church Road. We don't need new housing development on the Freeway Airport property. There is no infrastructure with a 2-lane bridge to exacerbate the traffic issues. There was an armed hijacking on Sunday morning at the McDonald's. There were gunfire shots on Enterprise Road on Friday night. We know of 3 families that have left Bowie this year to either another county or another state due to their safety concerns and issues with Bowie. Isn't it already a huge embarrassment that due to the high density of people in the Bowie-Mitchellville zip codes, that we have the traumatic distinction of having the highest coronavirus cases? Prince George's County is the poster child for the highest number of coronavirus cases. Is that how Prince George's wants to be recognized? Our friends and family from other counties in Maryland are all aware and worried that we live in the PGCV zone. Embarrassing but true. Please make Bowie safe again by not increasing the development on an already severely stressed Church Road. The roadkill on Church Road speaks for all the speeding. Please respect the citizens that live in the Church Road vicinity. Don't our lives count? The next one is from Linda Jondo, President of the Potomac Valley Amateur Hockey Association. The Potomac Valley Amateur Hockey Association is the governing body for all things ice hockey in Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. I am the president of the PVAH and have been involved in youth, collegiate, and adult hockey for the past 33 years. My children's teams have played against Bowie's teams, the current Bowie ice rink, for many years. The local Capital Beltway Hockey League, of which Bowie Hockey is a member, has held many hockey-related events at the Bowie ice rink. Many local hockey tournaments have also been held there. We have watched the building deteriorate over the years. New repairs would take the building out of commission in the hockey community for a period of time it can't afford. There is a severe shortage of ice in the Maryland, Virginia, Washington, D.C. area. The loss of the Tucker Road rink to fire 2 years ago placed a huge strain on the programs that skated there and left them scrambling to find a new facility or facilities willing to let them purchase the ice they needed in order to compete. There is not enough ice time to accommodate all of the youth hockey in the Bowie area. There is not enough ice time in the current facility to accommodate adult hockey players or adult leagues, high school players or high school teams. High school teams have to buy ice at times of 9 p.m. or later in order to practice or hold games, and only during the week, as weekend ice is fully utilized at all rinks in the area. Sled hockey, blind hockey, special hockey, and warrior programs are all at a disadvantage when trying to buy enough needed ice for their program, and sometimes causes their players to travel great distances to be able to practice and play games. It is not unusual for a hockey team to travel over an hour from home to a rink for practice and games. As an example, Navy youth hockey teams drive past through Bowie to Laurel for practice and games. There's one sheet of ice in the Naval Academy, and it is shared with the 3 Naval Academy teams, and there is not always enough time for all programs. These teams could be better served at Bowie. Many adult players who live in Bowie are traveling to Piney Orchard and Laurel in order to play games in their leagues. The owner of the Piney Orchard rarely sells ice to youth hockey teams he feels are in competition with the youth programs in his building. The same thing happens at the new St. James ice rink. A new rink in Bowie would allow for enough ice to grow a bigger youth hockey program as well as an adult league. There are approximately 13,500 registered youth and adult hockey players in the Maryland area. Approximately 400 youth players and coaches are registered in Bowie. The adult numbers are scattered between Piney Orchard and Laurel and appear to be approximately 300 or so. As figure skating is not my bailiwick, I have no idea how many figure skaters in Bowie are impacted. While I am not a Bowie resident, I am active in my local county government and am also an employee of Baltimore County. I was brought up to believe in the democratic process. A person or entity states their case, makes their pitch, campaigns, etc., and it is brought to the floor for discussion. A vote is then taken and there is a winner and a loser. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you don't keep bringing it back to the floor because you didn't get the result you were hoping to get. In today's political climate, if the Bowie Ice Splits project is halted after it was voted on, approved, moved forward, and construction has been started, there would be a huge economic impact to those current employees working on the project. Not to mention the public black eye on the faces of those who voted to halt the project. It would impact the trustworthiness of Bowie's political leaders. It is worth the cost of probable litigation for breach of contract after millions have already been spent? Or is it best served to move forward to benefit the citizens of Bowie who live, work, and play there? Ice time is at an all-time high commodity. The demand for ice time is tremendous. The supply is severely limited. The return on investment generated by this new Bowie Iceplex will be by far above and beyond any other recreational facility the city of Bowie has. That was from Linda Jono. Next is from Dr. Jeffrey Holmes. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, as you vote this evening on the ice arena, I want to share my family and I are only in support of a multi-purpose facility. The ice arena creates an equity issue for members of our community. There is a limited number of families that the ice arena will serve. These inequities are likely to divide our community by age, race, and gender. We want to be sure our city facilities serve to support the growth and development of all families. Next one is from Justin Ford. Good afternoon. Please accept this letter in support of the continuation to build a new Bowie ice rink. I will keep this letter limited as there are many persons with responses to this matter. After spending multiple days a week in your current facility over the last 5 years, as well as having a child who has the fortune of working there, I found there are a few places other than the ring we could all call home. Unfortunately, the ring is at the point that it needs replaced and upgraded to a facility that can last many decades into the future and allow more people to be able to call it home and have amazing experiences. I understand there is a want to fiscally responsible, but in order to grow and bring revenue into the county, the construction of the rink must continue to completion. The ability to bring tournaments and showcases to town would be lost. The ability to expand programs and offer additional summer sessions would be lost. The money invested in the current project would be lost, not to mention any possible legal ramifications of stopping could be detrimental. The Bowie rink has the possibility to do something that is not a very common thing in the county. It will be put a place that is a go-to facility. That cannot be said for many other of the rinks or places in our area. Stopping the project does not allow that. It does not allow Bowie to put a foothold on the area as the come play, learn, grow here attraction to pull in more residents as well as draw in outside residents. There is the need for that type of facility to not limit the youth from having that by stopping it at this point. To sum it up, a very cliche manner, if you build it, they will come. Next one is from Andrew and Jerry Falk. Dear Bowie City Council members, I am not a resident of Bowie, but live in the next town over in Davidsonville. My two daughters have skated at the Bowie Ice Arena since they were both 2 years old. We spent many years taking lessons in Bowie and as members of Bowie figure skating teams. My children chose to skate here over other organizations because of the relationships they have fostered with their coaches and for what they say is the best ice around. I chose to let them skate here because it is a respected program with skilled, caring instructors in a clean, well-managed facility with efficient and personable staff. The girls would skate every day if there was enough ice time available. So for the past 18 years, my family has been coming to Bowie 3 to 5 days a week. While the girls took their lessons in Bowie, our family also shopped for clothes, shopped for groceries, shopped for crafts, costumes and props, purchased home renovation and gardening materials, purchased gas, purchased musical instruments, purchased and maintained 2 vehicles, cared for our pets, got office supplies, used the Bowie post office, and patronized more restaurants than I can include here. That revenue did not go to Davidsonville or Annapolis, where I actually spent more of my time, but to the city of Bowie. Also, as non-residents, we pay a premium to take lessons here. I also am acquainted with many people from the Annapolis area who play for Bowie's hockey teams, and everyone agrees it is worth the extra travel and cost because of the quality of the staff and programs. This new Iceplex will enable more skaters to use the ice at a time, all 12 months of the year itself, generating much more revenue than the current facility and bringing more business to the city. It seems a terrible shame to waste funds already spent and not capitalize on this opportunity to improve the facility for a popular activity, as well as to enable Bowie to offer the area a premier facility that will bring in revenue from across the region. As the current city council approved large expenditures toward this new facility just in the past few months and so clearly recently saw its value, please honor the city's commitment and complete the current Bowie Iceplex project. Next one is from Sarah McQueenie. I would like to make my voice heard tonight at your council meeting. It has been brought to my attention that the ice arena is on the agenda again. I know you have heard from many people about how much the ice arena has become a part of their lives. And this is true for my family as well. I play ice hockey and my daughter skates on the Bowie ISI team. This is her sport, her passion, and her team. Her teammates have become her best friends, as this tends to happen with any sport. Her and her teammates have already fought for the ice arena, and they won. Now it is being suggested that the coronavirus is going to be an excuse to throw away what has already been fought for. Please don't make the coronavirus the excuse for this. The ice arena closing, my daughter's team disbanding, teammates, friends disappearing will be the legacy the coronavirus will leave on her, as well as the hundreds of other kids on all of the teams Bowie Ice Arenas represents. Please think about the effects this will have on the kids. Next one is from Robert and Sharon Mickelson. City of Bowie council members, we have never communicated previously about an action the City of Bowie Council has considered to take. We are doing so now because the move by Mayor Adams to cancel the contract to construct ice rink complex is so wrong and will do such lasting damage to the city and property values that we are compelled to write all of you. We urge you to vote against the motion of the mayor to cancel the ice rink complex. In the next city election, we will vote against anyone who votes to cancel the project and will urge everyone we know to do the same. Since our children grew up and moved out of our house, we have gone to the current Bowie ice rink twice in the past 20 plus years. We went with our grandchildren. When our children were in school and they regularly went to the ice rink, even 20 years ago, it was obvious to us that it needed to be replaced sooner than later. This became even clearer when we went with our grandchildren. So we supported building the new ice rink complex. We also supported it because it was in keeping with what has made Bowie a great place to live. It provided needed recreational services for all its citizens, as well as needed essential services. The cancellation of the ice rink is plain stupid. The city has awarded a construction contract to build the complex. Construction has begun. We drive past it on Church Road. The city has issued bonds that, as we understand it, can only be used for building the complex. Canceling the project will cost millions of dollars in cancellation fees to the contractor. Cancellation may also mean that the bonds issued by the city will be in default. If that happens, the city's treasured AAA bond rating will be downgraded to perhaps junk status. And since the bonds were issued for the purpose of building the complex, they can't be repurposed for general operating expenses as the mayor says. Finally, the cancellation of the ice rink complex project will result in home values declining because the city of Bowie will no longer be seen as providing recreational facilities to its residents, and the reduction of its bond rating will make potential home buyers think twice before buying a home here. The next one does not have a name. To the Mayor of Bowie and City Council, I have written several letters the past couple of months expressing my reasons for opposing the plans to build the Bowie Ice Complex. I just want to reiterate them again for some of the previous reasons that myself and others have written about. COVID-19 effect on future budgets, cost funding of this project, costs of maintenance, its ability to generate revenue, small number of Bowie residents benefiting, level of residents opposing this complex, etc., as reasons and concerns for not moving forward with this project. As a 22-year resident of Bowie, I believe that most of us would agree that this ice complex is just not a project that can be justified at this time. There are higher priorities facing the city, and with the uncertain future financial situations caused by COVID-19, I think that this project should be terminated. Next one is from...
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Ms. City Clerk, roughly how many comments do we have left? By my math, we're only a third of the way through.
Probably, yes.
We're a third of the way through?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. I would ask that my colleagues consider a strategy for getting through 135 more comments, because by my math, we're only going to begin discussing this at 3:30 in the morning at the earliest. And it gives me no joy to watch a Wilda read for 3.5 hours continuously.
I think one of the things, this is the mayor, with the city attorney, and Wilda, why don't we start looking at least and doing what we would do normally in the chambers, and that is make sure that we have a name and an address. If they don't have a name and an address, then we should not read them. City attorney, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, I think that's perfectly acceptable. If you would not ordinarily hear from people who did not identify themselves when you were conducting this hearing live, and I see no reason why you need to do that in these unusual circumstances. In addition, I think given the late hour, you would be not unreasonable if you made a collective decision to limit the time allotted for people to speak.
Yes.
Thanks, Ms. City Attorney.
Are we to the point of saying, as we talked about, to try and make a collective decision on cutting the time frame that we can read these letters, such that we give people a maximum of 2 minutes?
I'm fine with 1.5 minutes if we want, and just the one with the addresses.
Okay, great. Yes, go ahead, City Attorney.
No, I was just going to say that you can collect all, pardon the cat in the background, you can collect all of the written submissions and make them a part of the record without necessarily reading them all.
Okay, great.
Yeah, if that's the case, I mean, we've gotten 45 so far, so I feel like we have a pretty good sampling of, you know, what the feedback we're getting is. Not to mention, I think we all read these in our inboxes at some point or another, so I'm fine with formally including these in the record for folks to review if we don't want to go on until 4 a.m.
Is that a recommendation? Councilman?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Do I get a second on that?
Mr. Adams, I am truly aware of the time, and I definitely am grateful for Councilmember Staff's comments. I do believe, though, that each resident should be heard. I don't want them just to be made and read in the record. I mean, just tossed aside. I think that the city clerk, whether I agree with Councilmember Staff, I don't necessarily want to look at the city clerk read all night, but each resident comments, they need to be heard.
All right, thank you for your comments, Council. All right, what's the second?
Quick question while we're here during debate. Is it possible just to limit the scope of comments to folks who are residents within the city of Bowie?
Well, I think at this point, there was a recommendation, move that we just can put them together and put them as part of the record. Was there a second on that?
Mr. Mayor, I second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. All of the remaining.
Pardon me, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams.
And
could I ask you a question, Mr. Adams?
Excuse me, who's that?
This is Councilmember Gardner. I just want to ask you a very quick question. Mr. Adams, would you mind if we, because I understand that once the city clerk finished reading, there is also a 2-hour recording of her reading additional letters once she finishes the ones there.
Well, we'll make sure that that's a part of the record as well.
And, well,
thank you.
No, my question to you, Ms. Adams, is if we could consider breaking this meeting into 2 meetings, with perhaps reconvening tomorrow or Wednesday?
Councilman, I think we moved far enough along now. We have a motion and a second. I would like to vote at this time.
Question on the motion, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Ms. City Attorney, are we legally able to cut this meeting short if we want and come back to the remaining comments and a decision at a later date?
You are, legally speaking, you're not obligated to allow the public to comment at all. Neither your charter nor state law requires that. However, historically you have, and every jurisdiction that I know of does on a general basis. They have different ways of limiting the time that happens. One of the ways to do that is to restrict the time for any individual comment. One of the ways you might want to consider doing that is to bring the time limit down to 2 minutes perhaps, or 3 minutes. That is one way to do it. But you're not obligated by law to accept public comment at all. You do it sort of as a matter of good practice to allow the public to be heard.
Okay.
But you can impose any reasonable, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I was saying, I thought you had stopped. We have it's been moved and second. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm actually going to vote nay on my own motion.
I'm voting nay as well. This is Councilmember Harrison.
Okay.
And I would be a nay as well.
Okay. So, City Clerk?
I so far only have Councilmember Harrison, Estef, and Gardner as a no, and I believe it was Councilmember Wolfley and Councilmember Ndebumalu as a yes, and that's all I was able to record.
I was a yes.
And same here, City Clerk.
And Councilman Blackfoot.
Okay, so I have 4 yes and 3 no. Just to reiterate, the motion was to just put the remaining comments as part of the record, and they will not be read at any point, whether tonight or at a future meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you so
Sorry, I thought my motion was just to cut the comments down to 1.5 minutes and only include those that had addresses.
Correct. That was Michael's motion.
Yeah, that was my motion.
Okay, so to cut to a minute and a half?
I will, okay. At this point, I will entertain another motion to have all of the items placed into the record without reading them all. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Adams, I think that motion has failed.
Oh, that was just a question for it.
Okay. I think it's the, I could speak for myself, but it appears that the other council members would like to see the residents, the Bowie voters and taxpayers, they want to hear their voices. And it is imperative that we hear the voices of the people.
At this point,
if we're going to be here to 10 a.m., we should hear their voices.
So we're a minute and a half, as opposed to consolidating them all, which I thought the motion was. So would you limit them to a minute and a half? And if they don't have a name and an address, don't read them, please. Thank you.
I disagree with that. I think all of them should be read. If you were at a listening session, you would hear from every resident.
I understand your concern.
And we did listen, heard every resident at every listening session. No
We've had a motion, and it's carried, and forward time. Thank you, City. Please begin.
Great. I just want to make sure my statement is on the record.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Would you begin again? And would it be inappropriate, City Attorney, at this point, and Michael, you can hear me out, that we limit it just to city residents?
You can certainly do that, and you could say we will accumulate the comments of non-city residents separately and submit them.
Okay.
Have a fair amount of. I'm sorry.
No,
would there be an interest? Would there be an interest in recognizing each speaker, summarizing in a nutshell what their position on the subject is without a verbatim reading of the materials that have been provided? I think that there are certainly, by eyeballing this and then submit for the record the entirety of their commentary so that we have both an understanding of what the people's position is as well as a fully documented record, and that should allow us to get through pretty quickly. I'll understand it. That's it for discussion. I don't know if that helps speed things along.
I think we need to ask Wilda if she's amenable to that.
I was just going to comment. It's some of these emails, they might have a name, but they don't have, unless it's already in the word of their comment that they're not Bowie residents, or if they are Bowie residents, I cannot tell. And some of them don't come out right that I could just glance and say they are for it or against it. It's going to take me longer to go through each one and view it before I'm able to even process. And then I have to keep a timer now of a minute and a half. So I'm going to be multitasking and trying to glance through these comments and pick what they're trying to say, whether they're city residents or not city residents, and keep it to a minute and a half. That will not be able to be accomplished tonight.
Point of order. Was there, I could be incorrect, was there a motion, a second, and a vote already, or did that not happen?
What was that, Councilman?
I believe there was a motion, a second, and a vote, correct?
There was a vote, there was a motion. Let's get back. The latest thing we heard is that what we can do is make sure that if they are not, a name or address is not appearing right there, that they not be read. They can be put in the file, but they can be read. I think we were originally saying, why don't we just put them all in a packet and then have an opportunity to have them as part of the file and do that. But then it was, Michael Stab was saying about, Councilman Stab was saying simply about cutting it to a minute and a half. I think if we're going to do the citizens justice here, that we need to make sure that all of their comments, and I agree with everyone on that, are part of the record. At this point, the question goes back to, we had a motion and it was approved that we limited to a minute and a half with no name and address, and no name or no address that we don't read them. The city clerk is saying it'd be difficult for her to time those and to look at that. Again, I will entertain a motion at this time of possibly just submitting them all to the record. For as the city attorney has said, it would provide us, it's a legitimate thing that we can do. And I think the city clerk has been reading for quite some time. And I think we all have a flavor of where this is. So I would entertain.
Mr. Adams, this is Councilmember Gardner.
Councilmember recognized, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I just received several text messages from a number of different residents, and some of them of which I can't identify because I don't know the phone numbers. The numbers aren't matching up with the name, so I do not have your name, but I do have your message. There are a number of residents who just texted me stating that they did not place their address in their letter, but they put their names on the letter, and in agreement with the city clerk, as you read the letter, it identifies them as a Bowie resident. So you may almost have to read the entire letter to determine if they are a Bowie resident or not, according to this text message. But they did not put their name, they put their names on it, but they did not put their address. And with that also, I really think because of the nature of this situation, meaning the ice arena, that both sides, whether you're pro or anti-ice, we need to let I hate to say it, I know it's a ruling task for the city clerk, but each resident's voice needs to be heard, and we should have her read each one of those letters. But I like to enter a motion that we postpone the meeting to later this week. We break it into two meetings. It's just a lot of residents who are involved and are in tune, and we owe it to we are a democracy. We owe it to our residents to hear their voice, we the people. So they need to be heard. And I agree with Councilmember Esteve, maybe if we could shorten it, but we can't even do that because summarizing this would be the city clerk summarizing someone's letter is actually putting it in her own terms, and it's suggesting someone's, and in that, the intent or the messaging that the resident is trying to convey could be lost in summarizing it. So I would not want to summarize it. I think the letters should be read in their entirety. Thank you.
You know what, Councilmember Gardner, I agree with you. And so
Thank you, Ms.
I go
Adams.
back to what the city attorney, and I do respect everyone's wishes and to go forward. But I do think is a matter of consideration at this point that we go back, and I thought the recommendation by the city attorney that we just place all of these, the recordings and everything into the record and allow us to move forward would be the appropriate thing at this time. So I would entertain that motion at this time.
I'm so sorry, Councilman Gardner, did you make a motion to have us revisit this again at a later date this week?
Yes, I did, Councilmember Staff.
Okay. Did you have a specific date in mind, like Wednesday the 20th?
Yes, that works for me if that's good for you. And I like if you could second that. If you would second that. It is, again, because of the nature of, I want this full council to understand this. We're talking about the residents' money, and we're talking about tossing their money out of the window and not letting them have a voice. If their letters are 5 minutes long, they need to all be read. I don't want to sit here to 5 or 6 in the morning, but we owe it to that resident. It is our responsibility. They didn't ask us to run for office. All 7 of us decided to do this on our own. So therefore, we owe it to the residents of Bowie to be heard, period. And and it's not an inconvenience. If you feel inconvenienced by it, then shame on you guys, because you all created this. You brought this forward. This was settled. So therefore, if we are going to sit here to 5 in the morning, then we sit here to 5 in the morning. Otherwise, we break it up into 2 meetings until it's all done. But each one of those letters that have come in from each Bowie taxpayer that has paid for this building, that are paying for your salaries, that are paying for staff salaries, they should be heard.
And with that, City Clerk, would you please begin reading again? Thank you.
So sorry, we have a motion and a second.
Motion on the floor.
Can we vote?
Yes, we may.
I thought the motion died because...
No, the motion did not die. I was waiting for Councilmember Esteve.
Mike Esteve seconded it.
He seconded my motion. Mike Esteve seconded my motion.
Who did?
Councilmember Esteve.
Sorry, Councilman Gardner made a motion for us to cut this short and revisit comments on the 20th of this month, and I seconded that motion.
Okay, so we have now the motion to cut them short and to continue on May 27th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I thought that was different because Partner had said, let's just keep reading. But at this point, let's call for the, on May, what was the date, City Clerk? On the motion.
It is for May 20th.
May 20th, okay. All right, it's moved in second to cut the meeting short and move to May. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
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 And Ms. City Clerk, I think we're going to need a roll call on that.
Yeah, because I'm not hearing from the councilwoman from District 4. Is she awake? Is she still participating? Because we're here because of her.
I'll take a roll call
Councilman,
vote.
please, that was inappropriate.
Okay.
I don't give a damn what's inappropriate. It is 2 in the morning and residents are here. If you're going to ask me and the residents of Bowie to sit up, then that councilwoman from District 4 needs to participate as well.
Point of order, Councilman. Please respect the citizens and the council. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm respecting the citizens. You all are not respectful of the citizens' time and mine and the rest of this council.
Recognize please conduct.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Adams, I don't care about your recognition. You can take your recognition and stuff it up your ass.
City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Esteve?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolfley?
No.
Councilmember Bafo?
Nay.
Councilmember Ndebumadu?
Nay.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Adams?
No.
Okay. So we have 4 noes and 3 ayes, so the motion died.
Thank you, and please bear with us. City Clerk, would you again begin reading? Thank you.
Okay, can you please clarify now what's going to happen? Because there's been so many different motions and very embarrassing, ridiculous talk going on. So I need to have clarity on what's going to happen now.
Meeting is proceeding with the reading of the input from our citizens and non-citizens alike, limited to 1.5 minutes. That's my understanding.
Is that your understanding, Awilda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. We appreciate you. Please begin reading.
Yes, we do, City Clerk. You know I truly appreciate you.
Okay, so just so you're aware, I've got a message that's popping up on my laptop that says that the managing engine Desktop Central is going to reboot my computer in 24 minutes and shut down. So I've been trying to make it stop and I can't. So I have 24 minutes where I might have to stop and reboot my computer. So let me start then. Hold on, let me get my timer here.
Awilda, this is Todd.
Yes.
2 things. Andrew is in the council chambers. I'm going to have him see if we can stop that for your computer. In fact,
Okay.
Yes, he's actually going to get on it now. I will manage the time for you, so just keep reading, and I've got a timer here. I'll set it to 1.5 minutes. When you read the resident's name, I will start the clock.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Todd.
No problem.
Okay, so the first one I have is from Hope Green, and she is a resident of District 3, right off of Church Road. Good afternoon, or I guess evening, as I assume this will be read during the meeting tonight. Mayor Adams and the City Council, I write to you to address the rink project and why it is important. I am not much of a political person and often find myself shying away from it due to the fact that I feel as if it can divide people rather than bringing together. However, I do believe in standing up for what you believe in, like many incredible people in our country's history have done before. The Bowie Ice Arena is a part of our city's history. As a resident of District 3 for 23 plus years, I have grown up in the ice arena and spent countless number of memories in and around it. I have cheered in Bowie gyms growing up, played in the Bowie boys and girls team, coached swimming at Bowie pools, attended Bowie Fest every summer, attended school in Bowie, worked the summers as a camera operator at our beloved Bowie Baysox Stadium, and even worked as a city employee for the Bowie Ice Arena. To say that I am proud to be a resident of this city would be an understatement. I couldn't think of a city that has more going for it than Bowie. While I know you have heard every sob story under the sun of why the rink is important to us and why stopping the build of the new Iceplex or selling it to the Maryland Black Bears is unreasonable and flat out outrageous, I would like to share why.
It's time.
That's it? Okay, that's it for that one. Next one is from Nicholas Salvato. My name is Nicholas Salvato. I am 9 years old and have been playing for the Bowie Hockey Club since I was 5 years old. My dad is in the Army, so we recently moved to California, but I miss the Bowie rink so much. My mom and dad told me the other day that we, the ice community, would have to fight yet again to keep construction going on the new Bowie ice rink. I don't know why, after voting to build it, you are trying to stop it. My dad taught me that if you say you are going to do something, you do it. And my mom taught me that if you make a promise, you keep it. If we were told a new ice rink would be built, but here we are again. I made lots of friends at the Bowie Ice Arena, friends that I still talk to every day, even though I live in California. I have a lot of good memories there. My dad coached me and my sister's teams, and Coach Derek was my goalie coach. We always worked hard and had fun. My favorite memory is when my dad told me that I made the Might travel team last year. I worked very hard and I made it. That season was the best. We won the gold medal in the CAN-AM tournament in Lake Placid. It was so fun, and now a banner hangs at the ice rink showing we won. If the new rink doesn't get built, Bowie Hockey Club will not be around much longer. I hope to move back home soon and only want to play for the Bowie Hockey Club. Please do not stop building the ice rink. Thank you. Next is from Kelly Gunn. Dear Mayor and City Council members, as a 35-year Bowie resident, I am extremely disappointed in the decision to revisit the Bowie Ice Rink project. The issue has been debated about for years. It has been before this council multiple times, and every single resident of Bowie has been given ample opportunities to have their voice heard. The vote in July 2019 was the end of this matter, as this project was legally approved and is currently underway. The mayor has claimed that he is reopening this matter because of the pandemic facing our city, state, and the world. However, as Councilmember Steph recently said, while the city is facing costs related to COVID-19, city revenues have not been seriously impacted. In addition to federal pandemic relief, the city maintains $29 million in reserve funds for this kind of scenario. The funds to build the ice arena have already been obtained through bonds and are not coming out of the city's general fund or reserves. Canceling the project will cost the city millions and will take us back to square one, addressing the existing aging city rink. Excuse me. Even Councilmember Steph, who has repeatedly and vehemently fought this project, realizes that this last move does not make financial sense. The project is beyond a reasonable stopping point. You will be personally responsible. Was that the ringer, Todd? Yep.
That is it.
Okay, next one is from Karen Geary. My name is Karen Geary, and I am a Bowie resident for 27 years. I live in District 2B. I am writing to show my support for the Bowie Ice Arena and the new two-sheet Bowie Iceplex being built on Church Road. Instead of reiterating what I emailed on May 4th, stating my ardent support for the new ring, I'd like to address the article Mayor Adams wrote in a guest column on the Bowie Plate on May 14th. While I respect Mayor Adams' opinion that the cost of the project is unsupportable, given the financial impact of the coronavirus pandemic, I would like to point out some items taken directly from the City of Bowie's FY21 proposed budget and capital improvement programs from City Council members. From the proposed budget, since City staff's estimate revenues conservatively and estimates of expenditures are liberal, there is room for some economic impacts within the budget, and the budget for FY 2021 is not anticipated to be significantly impacted. In an email to constituents on May 13th, Councilman Stave stated while the city is facing costs related to COVID-19, city revenues have not been seriously impacted. In addition to federal pandemic relief, the city maintains $29 million in reserve funds for this kind of scenario. In the article in the Bowie Blade on May 14th, Councilmember Gardner said canceling the project now would be a waste of the money already spent on designing and building the facility. The next one is from Michael, Lisa, and Griffin Klein from Fleming Lane. Dear Bowie City Council, we started out as a Bowie residence back in 2003 when we bought our first house. We've been going to the Bowie ice rink since 2009, and my son has been playing hockey at the rink for the last 10 years. We've been fortunate to have such a nice facility practically in our backyard. Back in 2013, when there was first talk of a new rink, the hope was it would be in place for my son to play high school hockey at the new rink. My son started and played with his high school team this past fall at the current Bowie rink, and when new rink construction started this spring, it was looking good to be on the new ice sometime in the next year or two. All of this recent news about canceling the construction and having the city eat the costs incurred so far, plus any penalties for breaking contracts, is very disheartening. Advocates for the new rink fought so hard to get this project moving, and so much time and money has already been spent. What will happen when the project is canceled and the old rink can no longer function? How will you be able to get any project started after this? What builders will want to work with the city of Bowie with this kind of track record? Please vote to move forward with the rink project at this time. It is my understanding that approximately $16 million of Bowie residents' tax dollars will be lost if the Bowie Iceplex does not continue.
Oh, Wilda?
Yes.
Are you still seeing that that message for that your computer is going to reboot?
I am. It is down to 14 minutes.
Okay. Andrew's working on it.
Okay. Next one is from Nicholas Peterson from Kavanaugh Lane. To whom it may concern, I am writing a brief letter as a Bowie citizen to express my concerns that the City Council may cancel the current contract to build a new ice arena. I am concerned about canceling the project for a number of levels, not least of all that the money spent thus far would be wasted. I believe it's now over $10 million, and that the city would be exposed to a lawsuit from the construction company for loss of income and breach of contract, further hurting city finances. It seems rather opportune of certain council members to take advantage of this time when citizens cannot be physically present at meetings to make their voices heard. While there is much uncertainty in the world now, taking advantage of that fact is acting in bad faith. Better to stay the course until we have more information. Next one is from Jennifer Baltimore. I am writing as a concerned citizen. I have lived in Bowie since 1998 and have raised my 5 children here, ages 9, 13, 15, 20, and 22. My kids have attended public schools in Prince George's County all their lives and have participated in many sports over the years. I am aware that Mayor Adams has proposed canceling the building of the Bowie Iceplex, and I am strongly opposed to this idea. The Bowie Iceplex project has been in the works for years and was formally approved in 2019. I am aware that canceling the project now would waste $16 million in funds already spent. These funds have been obtained through bonds and are not out of the city's general fund or reserve. Canceling the project now will cost the city millions. $9 million has already been spent on construction, $3 million on designs and studies. $4 million will still have to be paid due to breach of contract, and $180,000 was spent to purchase the land. I see no connection between COVID-19 and the building of the Bowie Iceplex. As Mayor Adams referenced in his letter to the editor this weekend, for our city to lose $16 million in funds and still have no solution to the problem surrounding the ice rink seems like a complete waste, and strongly oppose your proposal to cancel this project. Holding a meeting during quarantine to vote on a project that has already been vetted. Next one is from Miller Einsel from Church Road. My wife and I have been residents of Bowie for over 30 years. We live on Church Road. We beg you to stop the overwhelming overdevelopment of Church Road. We don't need an ice rink on an already precocious road with speeders that even took the life of a young child trying to cross Church Road. There was an armed hijacking on Sunday morning at the McDonald's. There were gunfire shots on Enterprise Road on Friday night. We know the 3 families that have left Bowie this year to either another county or another state due to their safety concerns and issues with Bowie. Prince George's County is the poster child for the highest number of coronavirus cases. Is that how PG wants to be recognized? Friends and family from other counties in Maryland are all aware and worried that we live in the PG-ZV zone. Embarrassing but true. Please make Bowie safe again by not increasing the development on an already severely stressed Church Road. The roadkill on Church Road speaks for all the speeding. Please respect the citizens that live on Church Road vicinity. Don't our lives count? Next is from Leila Salvato. To whom it may concern, my name is Leila Salvato. I'm a former ice hockey player for the Bowie Hockey Club. My dad is in the Army, and they sent us to California for a year, but in September there is a high possibility of moving back to Maryland, and there is only one hockey club I will probably play for. For years, I watched my brother play hockey for Bowie. We were at the rink 6 out of the 7 days of the week, so I thought, why not give it a try? The Bowie Ice Arena is where I learned to skate and where I found my passion for the sport. I have met so many wonderful people there, and the sense of community is incredible. I met my best friend Lizzie there, a friend I will have forever. Bowie Ice Arena isn't just a rink, it's my home, and the people there are my family. As you all know, the current facility isn't going to last much longer. We need construction to continue. We need a new home. Please don't take our new home away from us. We don't just love the sport, we love our club and the community that comes with it. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Sarah Earwicker from Montclair Lane. Hello, it has come to my attention that the new City of Bowie Iceplex has been added to the agenda for the meeting on May 18th. As a longtime city resident, I was hoping I could have my letter read at the meeting. I have been a City of Bowie resident for 37 years. I am a regular user of the current Bowie Ice Arena. The fight to get the Iceplex has been a very long and frustrating journey. You can imagine the relief and joy of the BIA community when the city approved to build the Iceplex and finally begin construction. Councilmember Wolfley is asking to bring the Iceplex to the agenda with no explanation. I am concerned that he will try to put a stop to a project that has been approved more than once and that has already begun construction. All the required traffic impact studies were completed well in advance of the start of construction. I am concerned that my taxpayer dollars are in jeopardy of being massively wasted if any new changes are made to this project. Millions of dollars have already been spent on this project, and any stop to the construction will be a loss of those millions. The decision to stop construction could potentially affect our AAA bond rating. as who will want to lend money to a city that has wasted millions of dollars for no reason? The BIA community has shared countless reasons why this rink should be built, but I won't go into that now. Please, this is now about not wasting my hard-earned taxpayer money. Next one is from Kim Whetstone Wilson. To the mayor and council, I am a resident and homeowner in District 3. Please vote no on the two-sheet ice arena. If there is an opportunity to partner with Maryland Park and Planning for a multi-sport complex that would better serve the diverse needs of our community, this should be considered. Is renovating the current ice arena an option? Thank you. Next one is from Nicole Lessens. Dear Bowie City Council, I am a longtime Bowie resident and oppose the plan of an ice arena. I think our tax dollars would be better served funding a multi-sports facility that the Bowie youth will utilize. I don't think there is a great demand for an ice arena from our local residents. Rather, basketball, volleyball, soccer, tennis, baseball, etc. would be sports of bigger interest. In addition, $28 million is an exorbitant amount of money for an ice arena. Please put our tax dollars to better use. Next one is from Sharon Field from Pleasant View Drive. Hello, my name is Sharon Field, and along with my husband Rod, we have been residents of Bowie for almost 32 years on Pleasant View Drive, off of Church Road in District 3A. One of the reasons we chose to live in Bowie was the ice rink community. My husband volunteered his time as a coach while my son played hockey for the Bowie Hockey Club his entire childhood, after later playing varsity hockey at the Matha Catholic High School. My daughter also grew up figure skating competitively at Bowie and now coaches there. As Bowie residents, we had hoped that a new generation of skaters would make memories at a new and improved facility in Bowie. Otherwise, these skaters would ultimately have to go somewhere outside of the community to find a home away from home. Our children found at the Bowie Ice Arena. We had spoken in front of the Bowie City Council at previous meetings, and after many years of deliberation, the project was approved last summer and construction recently began. Unfortunately, this is no longer a recreation issue or an issue of does Bowie need ice or courts more. This is a case of throwing away our tax dollars like it is nothing. As the money is allocated now, once the Iceplex is up and running, there will be a return in revenue. Once this is shut down, all that money will go straight down the drain. All of these council members preach that they won't waste our tax dollars. However, they are planning to do just that. By the night of May 18th, somewhere between $7 to $8 million will have been spent on this project, not including supplies that have been purchased but not used yet in the construction process. Todd, I'm down to 2 minutes, 56 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend that you just, maybe we all take a bio break, short 5-minute bio break, reboot your computer, sign back in, and we'll continue.
Okay. Mayor, are you okay with that? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we can all stay on, and then you'll just reboot back up?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Everyone, please, everybody may leave 5 minutes at this moment. Thank you again so much, City Clerk.
No problem. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I am back.
All right, well, ready whenever you are.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome back, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, on to the next one. It's from Carl Johnson Jr. from Excalibur Court. My name is Carl Johnson Jr., and I am a resident of Bowie for the past 14 years, living on Excalibur Court, a stone's throw away from City Hall. The purpose of my note is to oppose the existing plan to build a new ice arena on Church Road. As a taxpayer, I am upset that a multi-use facility is not being demanded by our city legislature. A multi-use facility would be more relevant and receive a better response from taxpayers like myself. As it stands, the $28 million project for an ice arena only is not with what the city needs, especially when reports are that more people from outside of Bowie, as well as Prince George's County, will use this facility more than the taxpayers who fund it. At present, we have city residents who are not allowed to have memberships at the existing city gymnasium because of overcrowding. We have city residents that are turned away from the city gym when there are tournaments that are charged for entry, so that the demand is there for more space for city residents to enjoy basketball, volleyball, pickleball, places for our elderly to walk safely, and for hosting of events. An ice arena will not only add traffic to our Fairwood community, but it will create an us versus them vibe in the city. I urge the newly elected members of the City Council and Mayor to consider why next one is Rebecca Crody from Old Creek Lane in Easton. In reference to your upcoming discussions regarding the building and plans for the future home of the Bowie Ice Arena, I, as a skating coach and parent of a hockey player, wish to share my support of the rink. We are residents of Easton, Maryland. We have a rink in our town that is only open for 5 to 6 months per year in a typical season. With this situation, we're always looking for ice time and programs at another location. For myself as a coach, for my hockey playing son and his teammates, and all of my private students, the Bowie Ice Arena has become our home away from home. While I'm aware that our primary focus is on the needs of your constituents, I wish to bring to your attention the additional participants at the Bowie Ice Arena. Throughout the remaining 6 to 7 months of the year, I, along with my private students, utilize and pay for ice time, camps, clinics, classes, and competitions at the Bowie Ice Arena. Additionally, my son and several of his teammates utilize the available ice time and hockey clinics that are made available in their off season. In addition to spending money at the rink specifically, we utilize other services in our city. For many families, this trip is an hour or more away. So while we are in Bowie, we create an additional revenue and tax dollars through shopping, eating out, getting gas, and utilizing additional businesses in Bowie. We look forward to your continued support of the completion of the Bowie Ice Arena and are eager to continue support the facility and utilize the services offered there for years to come. Next one is from George Albaugh from Manship Lane. Hello, I've lived in Meadowbrook section of Bowie since 1987. I'm an old man, but I still ice skate. Summer council should try it. It's good exercise. I would like to add my voice to the chorus of people who are dismayed at the city council's inability to get on with the job of building the new ice rink. You all know the facts. The old rink, although loved by all, the skating public, is rapidly coming to the end of its lifespan. And you fully know that the new rink construction has been approved and delayed many more times than most city projects. And you'll know how much the city has already devoted to procuring the site and issuing a contract for construction, and lately authorizing the purchase of a new Zamboni ice resurfacer. All those millions of dollars of our tax money will be lost if you stop this project now. There's no way to recover that money. I can't stress enough how dismayed I will be if the new rink is not built as originally planned. Next one is from Christina Hart from Pleasant View Drive. Hello, my name is Christina Hart, and my family and I have been lifelong residents of Bowie, living on Pleasant View Drive off of Church Road in District 3A. Growing up, I spent more time at the ice rink than I did at home through competitive figure skating and playing ice hockey for the Bowie Hockey Club. I learned the value of perseverance, teamwork, and discipline. The perseverance of our entire ice community has proved very useful in fighting for the new iceplex since we have been fighting this battle for years. After many years of testimony and deliberation, the City Council approved moving forward on this project last summer, and yet here we are again. Unfortunately, this is no longer a recreation issue or an issue of does Bowie need ice or courts more. This is a case of throwing away Bowie residents' tax dollars like it is nothing. As the money is allocated now, once the iceplex is up and running, there will be a return revenue. Once this is shut down, all that money will go straight down the drain. Somewhere between $7 to $8 million has been spent on this project already, not including supplies that have been purchased and not used yet in the construction process. The cost of buyout on this contract will be somewhere around $4 million. Again, not including what was already been purchased. The next one is from Debbie Moon, Chesapeake Bay Hockey League Commissioner. While we prepare to open hockey, you prepare to close it down. A brief timeline of the last 7 weeks. COVID-19 ended the school year in March. Students that were seniors didn't have a graduation and didn't say goodbye to friends. Hockey players did not get to compete at USA Hockey Nationals after working all season to qualify. Tryouts have been postponed. The hockey community has banded together with virtual webinars featuring NHL players, college players, experts in off-ice training, as well as challenges like the infamous virtual toilet paper hockey pass around the league. We have video conference meetings once a week to discuss the rink's opening, scheduling tryouts, helping families with financial hardships, and getting our families back together safely. We are following USA Hockey guidance to get the rinks ready and procedures put in place to keep our kids and families safe. And while we are all working hard for the kids, what happens? You decide to cancel the ongoing and funded Bowie Ice Rink project. Why? To punish the kids? To take away what they have to look forward to? To tell them that since they didn't finish school or have a graduation celebration, and since they have been in the house and social distancing for 7 weeks, we are going to take it one step further and take away your passion too. Was that the timer, Todd?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Next one is from Mike Morosi. Dear Bowie City Council, after reading the Capital Gazette article on the coronavirus excuse for the new ice rink and the comments by Rabbi Steve Wiseman, a Bowie resident, I can't help but think the latest stall tactic is more about an ulterior motive by Mayor Adams than the safety or loss of money from the new rink development. If the ring were to be ready this week, I could see worry about revenue and finances being impacted, but that it is still a year away and science is working hard on a vaccine for the virus, I would think timing would actually be optimal for a new ring opening as opposed to being a deterrent. Along with Rabbi Wiseman, I think it would be foolish to pull the plug after the millions spent, more than what the article stated, on a weak excuse for stalling. Admittedly, I am not a Bowie resident, so I don't know how much weight my opinion will hold, but I grew up in Kettering and have considered Bowie my home rink since the late 70s. From going skating as a family, awkwardly trying to impress girls as a teenager during public skates, to playing many years under the infamous timbered roof, I've had a lifetime of memories of life on a ring. I even proposed to my wife on the ice. Having passed my prime playing years, I've enjoyed helping the Bowie Hockey Club as an assistant coach and developing new cherished memories through my son, who has been playing for almost 10 years with the club. Next one is from Brittany Green. Dear Bowie City Council members and Mayor Adams, for those of you who will find it unreasonable to halt the construction of the ice arena, I want to say thank you. This fight for the rink has gone from a fight for recreation to a fight to call out the manipulation and deceit of Mayor Adams and other members of the council who will vote on May 18th to stop construction of the rink. My name is Brittany. I am a Bowie City resident of District 3 and live in the Old Stage community. I am a coach and skater at Bowie. I was 13 when the discussion of the new ice arena came up. I was hopeful, excited, and a bit confused on what the fuss was about. 7 years later, I have lost hope. The fight has worn me down, but my confusion has remained the same. The only difference between what began 7 years ago and now is I have lost all trust in the city council. You are trying to change what we have spent 7 years on in just 7 months of your term. There is a lack of integrity and continuity over the constant questioning over this ring. If you stop the ring construction now, ice goers are doomed. We have nowhere to go. You will have thrown city taxpayer dollars down the drain. So if you do not care about residents' hard-earned money and you do not seem to care about the city's rich ice rink history, then what are you doing us as our council? Next one is from Andrea Arroyo. Council and city staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Arroyo. For the record, I like to say I support the two-sheet ice facility as well as a new indoor court facility. I support the need for 2 sheets of ice to accommodate the needs so individuals and users don't have to continue to battle over the available ice lots. I support the availability of indoor and outdoor recreation throughout the city, including the proposed new indoor court facility to be constructed next to the Bowie Golf Course. As a user of the almost 50-year-old Bowie Ice Arena, the facility is unable to accommodate all the needs of the users, and there is no ability to grow and expand programs. The Bowie Ice Arena offers programs for all ages and skill levels for ice hockey, figure skating, and public skating sessions. The Bowie Ice Arena offers many free skating events to introduce the community into skating. As a Bowie Hockey Club member, we are very excited about the new 2-sheet Bowie Iceplex and the availability of additional ice time and new programs such as girls ice hockey, adult leagues, more public sessions, and special skater programs for hockey and figure skating. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I hope the construction of the 2-sheet Bowie Iceplex facility continues. Next one is from Robert Craig Kinzer. Mayor and City Council, please do not stop the construction of the ice rink project. Approve the completion of this facility as designed. Millions of dollars have been spent, and I believe not following through would be a horrible mistake. I am a longtime Bowie resident. Next one's from Heather Snyder. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I want to voice my concern over the future of the new Bowie Ice Arena. This facility is long overdue and must be allowed to continue as planned. I am not a Bowie resident, but my son does play hockey there and my husband coaches. We are at the rink multiple times a week when it is open. We patronize the stores and restaurants that are in the area. Families are hungry after hard games and practices. A new arena will allow for more people to not only enjoy the facility, but the city. Games, tournaments, figure skating competitions, it all brings people into the city and not just locals. People from out of state play in tournaments and stay in the hotels, eat at the restaurants, shop at the stores. The funds are there. The ground is broken. The people have spoken. There is nothing that should keep this project from moving forward. Next one is from Brian, Alyssa, Brady, and Julian Thomas. We are a Bowie Hockey Club family that has been coming to the Bowie ice rink for almost 4 years. Over the course of the last year, our 6-year-old son's interest in hockey has deepened as a result of the commitment and values of the Bowie Hockey Club. About a year ago, our son began playing travel hockey with 8U team. During the season, which extends from August until early March, we estimate we come to Bowie 4 days a week. Sometimes feels like our home away from home. We tend to eat out in Bowie several days a week, frequent the grocery stores and more as we are there more often than in DC, our home city. We also have begun to spend more and more time there outside the season as we have become more familiar with the community. Our commitment to the team has been reinforced by its steadfast dedication in lobbying for and consistent victories and securing the support of local officials for the construction of a desperately needed new facility despite constant and increasingly underhanded attempts by local opponents to shut the project down. We have truly enjoyed our experience with the Bowie Ring and at the Bowie facility, and enjoy visiting the ring for open skaters and other community activities outside of hockey practices and games. We have been very gratified to see the warmth, friendliness, and diversity of the families who visit the rink, not just for hockey. We are aghast to think that all of these families, most notably countless children, may be deprived of a quality next batch. This one is for George Schwab. I'm an Anne Arundel County resident who has 2 boys who play travel hockey at Bowie. I spend a significant amount of money in Bowie stores and restaurants as a result of all the time we spend at the ring. There is also an economic impact at risk to the city of Bowie by not proceeding with this project. I respectfully ask that you support moving forward and completing the Bowie Iceplex as designed. Please do not delay this project, as every delay will cost additional tax-paying dollars. Please be responsible with taxpayers' dollars and support the completion of the Bowie Iceplex. Next one is from Shane Thompson. I want to quickly send a message to my displeasure of hearing the approved project for construction, which has begun, is being canceled or postponed. From what I understand, the funds for the project have already been raised or set aside. If the figures I am hearing that the cancel or postponement will cost the Bowie taxpayers $7.5 million is absurd. That is about 1/3 of the cost of the project, I believe. I may not be a Bowie resident, but I am a Maryland citizen who spends a lot of time in Bowie due to the ice rink. I reside in Annapolis and can definitely be a member of the Navy ice hockey family, but we have been a part of Bowie ice hockey family for 5 years now and have no plans of leaving or never considered it. They welcomed us when our son was 4 years old, when other programs were not accepting children that young. We have made many friends in hockey and is now part of our almost daily life at the Bowie ice rink. I have spoken to many friends who currently are Navy members but are considering joining Bowie once the new rink state-of-the-art 2-rink ice is complete. The short-sightedness of the councilmen blows my mind. It is obviously not their $7.5 million they are wasting, or I truly believe it would not even be a consideration. Again, if it is true the funds for the project are already set aside, then this virus has nothing to do with the cancellation or postponement. Next one is from Tamika Washington from Scarlet Lane. As I cannot make Monday's meeting, I would like to submit my input in writing. I am encouraged by the mayor's decision to look at the implications of canceling construction of the ice rink. As the past 2 months have shown us, we need to shore up our health and social services systems as we were wholly unprepared for this worldwide pandemic. This health crisis will be around for at least another 12 to 18 months. So it seems prudent that we cancel this construction and either save the money or spend it on something more useful. Services that are sorely missing in this pandemic are health resources, support for the unemployed, and services for our youth. Replacing the aging ice rink with a state-of-the-art community center that has the ability to provide both virtual and in-person services to our youth and those unemployed would have been incredibly useful. I would ask the council to explore those options as opposed to spending money on something we do not need. Next one is from Angela Cipolla. My husband's 26-year military career brought us to Bowie 50 years ago. Our son enjoyed the Bowie Ice Arena from childhood through adulthood, and our granddaughter is currently enjoying it. The ice arena has been a positive part of Bowie for several generations. It would be a shame to end it now, as it is apparent that it is what you want to do. By the way, Bowie is the great city it is today because of generations of great families who settled here. As for fiscal responsibility, I understand that we already have $7 million plus invested in the project. Also, the longer the project is delayed, the higher the cost of the project. And we know that the current state of the economy is not permanent. Therefore, I urge the City Council to act responsibly and continue on with this project now. The next one is from Aaron Shuttler from Oakland Lane. My name is Aaron Shuttler, and I have been a resident of Bowie since 1987. I purchased a home in the city in 2009. I have several concerns regarding the Bowie Iceplex. I would like to understand the thought process of our mayor calling to cancel the project. This is not a case of just needing a newer building. It is a fact that the existing ice rink will cost millions of dollars to be rehabbed in order for it to continue to operate. Perhaps you and your families do not use the existing ice rink, so you feel there is no need for another one. My family is not a hockey figure skating family, but I recognize the fact that there is an established hockey and figure skating program at our current rink. The children that use this rink deserve to have a new home. When the city gym was built, I didn't think my kids do not play basketball, so therefore, why should my tax money go to a basketball court? When all the improvements were done to White Marsh turf fields and new buildings were built, I didn't think my kids do not play football or lacrosse, so therefore, why should my tax money go to those projects? I'm really sick and tired of people only caring about what affects them and not their neighbors. The fact of the matter is that the city gym only receives 30% back of what the city puts in it. The ice rink receives about 70% back. Next one is from Courtney Jolly. We are a Bowie Hockey Club family that has been coming to the Bowie ice rink for almost 4 years and have also been a regular Bowie Bayhawks fans for at least a decade. Over the course of the last year, our 7-year-old son's interest in hockey has deepened as a result of the commitment and values of the Bowie Hockey Club. We drive past the Naval Academy's youth hockey facility in our own city, and with which we have a deep professional connection, specifically to play with Bowie because of the distinctive focus and ideals the club brings to the youth game. About a year ago, our son began playing travel hockey with the 8U team. During the season, which extends from August until early March, we estimate we come to Bowie 4 days a week. We eat out in Bowie several days a week, frequent the Lowe's there, the grocery shop, and more. We also have begun to spend more and more time there outside of the season as we have become more familiar with the community. Our commitment to the team has been reinforced by its steadfast dedication in lobbying for and consistent victories and securing the support of local officials for the construction of a desperately needed new facility, despite the constant and increasingly underhanded attempts by local opponents to shut the project down. We have truly enjoyed our experience with the Bowie Ice Rink and the Bowie facility and enjoy visiting the rink for open skates and other community activities outside of hockey practices and games. We have been very gratified to see the warmth, friendliness, and diversity of families Next one is from Christopher Nolte. Let's see if he has. And he is from Noblewood Lane. Disappointment is the word that best sums up my reaction to the opinion piece in the Bowie Blade News by Tim Adams on May 14, 2020. Why would the new mayor try to manipulate constituents before the council meeting on May 18th? He says, I appropriately and thoroughly vetted various options. This may be true. However, he did not take into account the most important factor. What is it in the best interest of the residents of Bowie? What specifically does the mayor say about the millions of dollars that will be lost if he gets his way? He says, lose some money now by not building the ice arena. I don't think that some money is anywhere near the millions that the city stands to lose by halting the construction of the Iceplex. This action is not financially viable and stands to waste millions in a political attempt of helping the city. I have not heard any evidence to support how halting construction will benefit the city. Please, someone tell me. The yo-yoing of decisions made by the council over the years regarding the Iceplex has given me whiplash. These on-again, off-again decisions are dividing the city on the issue and fatiguing city residents. Why is the city Iceplex being singled out? Why not divert funding from the numerous other projects that the city has going on, such as the Bowie Training Center, formerly the Bowie Racetrack, Next one is from Rick Schaffner. He lives in the P section. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I support the continuation of the building of the new ice rink for Bowie. The opportunity for skiing has been an attraction for people to locate in the city of Bowie. It is an integral part of the recreational opportunities this town offers and is an important element in our attraction to people who are looking to relocate, hopefully to Bowie. We need to broaden our appeal as a great place to live. Thanks again for this opportunity. The next one is from Maria Henry. Dear Mr. Mayor, City of Bowie Council members, Prince George's County Council members, Senator Peters, and Maryland House of Delegates members. My name is Maria Henry, and I am a City of Bowie resident. My husband, Scott, is a Bowie ice hockey coach, and our son, Brendan, has been playing hockey at Bowie since he was 4. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt you. The public feed just shut down. The public can't no longer view the meeting.
Okay, that is probably because our Granicus was set for 6 hours.
Hold on.
Let me see if Mark can extend it. Hold on one second.
He's checking.
I've got people saying that they can still see the feed.
They should still see the feed. It's just I'm no longer recording.
So is it coming out on the computer or on the government channel?
It's still on the government channel, yes.
Okay, so
And
what's
I'm,
not
and I'm
being
trying, no, I'm
shown
trying to
is
check
what's on
now.
the computer?
I'm trying to check
The
now if it's on
website,
the
it's no
computer.
longer an option to view it on the website.
Mark, can you get access to the Granicus there?
I'm checking now to see if we can see it on the website.
I'm getting a mix of feedback. We're still on TV, but we're
Yes,
not
people are
on the
saying that
website
yes, they
anymore
can.
for
They
some
might have
reason.
to they might have to refresh. Yes, we're still on.
Someone said it's on the computer now.
It's still on. You might have to hit refresh, but that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to continue. I'm going to start over with Maria Henry's because I'm not sure where I left off. My name is Maria Henry, and I am a City of Bowie resident. My husband, Scott, is a Bowie ice hockey coach, and our son, Brendan, has been playing hockey at Bowie since he was 4. Brendan is now 9, and hockey is his life. Our 12-year-old daughter, Kerrigan, has recently formed a love for hockey. We are typically at the ice rink at least 5 days a week. The friendships that our son has made from hockey will be lifelong. The friendships my husband and I have made with the other hockey parents and coaches will be lifelong. I am also an employee of a local hotel company, Marriott International. Marriott has 2 hotels in Bowie, the Courtyard and the Town Place Suites. Building the new Iceplex will bring revenue to not only Marriott, but to our other local hotels and restaurants. We will finally be able to host our own tournaments for both youth hockey and adult hockey leagues, as well as figure skating competitions. We now spend thousands of dollars a year out of state for hockey tournaments when we could be spending the money right here in our own town. I respectfully ask that you please support the moving forward and completing the Bowie Iceplex as designed. Please do not delay this project, as every delay costs additional tax-paying dollars. Please be responsible with taxpayers' dollars and support the completion of the Bowie Iceplex. Okay, next one is from David Marshall Jr. from Elfstone Court. Okay. Greetings, Mr. Mayor and Bowie City Council members. I have been a resident of Bowie since 2005. My daughters were born and raised in Bowie. 10 years ago, when my oldest daughter was 4 years old, we introduced her to ice skating at the Bowie Ice Arena. After exposing her to many different sports, to my wife's and my surprise, she fell in love with ice skating immediately. I watched my painfully shy and insecure 4-year-old turn into a confident and charismatic teenager at the Bowie Ice Arena. Since then, my youngest daughter has started skating there. I think what my daughters like the most about the Bowie Ice Arena is the sense of community. The older girls mentor and serve as a role model for the younger girls. Additionally, I love that this community is multicultural with Black, white, Latino, and Asian Americans all coming together to create an award-winning figure skating team. The team attracts kids from all over Prince George's County, Anne Arundel County, the Eastern Shore, and other places because of the quality of the coaches, the staff at the Bowie Ice Arena. Indeed, the Ice Arena attracts and retains nationally renowned coaches to train our youth. The program has been so successful and so popular that the Bowie Ice Arena is now overutilized and in need of many repairs. I am afraid it would be difficult for the success of the Ice Arena to continue in its current state. If it is for this reason, Next one is from Lou Polak. In this hard times, the ice rink must be canceled. First, it should never have been approved without a vote of the residents of Bowie, like the police department went to a vote. If you did put it on the ballot in November, you know it will be defeated by a large percent. So the city spent about $7 million, but to spend the rest would be criminal. Also, why should Bowie build an ice rink when the use will be mostly outside of Bowie? Without a vaccine, the old ice rink will not be in use to its capacity if it opens at all. I have lived in Yorktown for over 50 years. I'm an original owner. Bowie first. I support this mayor's views. Next one is from Addie Kanu from Emerald Court. I am reaching out to you with the hope that you can assist in ensuring the new ice arena that is being built will not be canceled. The ice arena is one of the many attractions in Bowie. What else do we have? All the great stores are moving away, so people far and wide travel to Bowie for ice skating and hockey competitions. My daughter is on the ice skating team, so I see the traffic that comes through. I feel like the city of Bowie is being stripped apart, and it will only cause residents that want the amenities the Bowie initially provided to move to other cities. We don't even have fireworks at Allen Pond anymore. The new ice arena will be economically and socially profitable for the city of Bowie. It will draw people from nearby communities and even other states and countries for skating competitions, which will be a great marketing opportunity for Bowie as our city attempts to crawl out of the devastating economical impact COVID-19 has inflicted. Finally, ice skating and hockey are activities that provides excellent opportunities for people of all ages to meet and socialize. It is clear that COVID-19 will result in more people working from home and more students being homeschooled, so the city of Bowie needs to be prepared to provide the social connections Bowie residents will need. The new skating will provide a secured and helpful area where parents can feel at ease. Next one is from Andrea Christensen from Grayson Lane in District 2. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, I am a lifelong resident of the city of Bowie. I returned here after college and married to raise my own family in this wonderful community. I learned how to ice skate at the Bowie Ice Arena and went on to compete nationally in synchronized skating. My 3 children, now ages 14, 11, and 9, all learned how to ice skate at Bowie Ice Arena. I have so many pictures of my younger 2 children crawling around at the rink while their siblings were on the ice. My children have participated in group lessons, summer camps, birthday parties, as well as the Bowie Hockey Club. My own personal history with the Bowie Ice Arena aside, I am obviously appalled that the council would even consider canceling this project now, after almost $9 million taxpayer dollars have already been spent on the construction alone. This doesn't include the approximately $3 million spent on engineering designs and studies since 2013 and the cost of the land where the construction of the facility stopped now. There is the additional cost of $4 million in construction items already purchased, not to mention litigation fees from the construction company for breach of contract. That is at least a $16 million loss of my hard-earned money. Not all of it is my money, obviously, but some of it certainly is. Next one is from Lena Yunus from Bracken Court. Dear Mayor Adams and members of the Bowie City Council, I write to you again to voice my steadfast support for continuing to honor the city's contract with Costello Construction to build the Bowie Iceplex. As a resident and voter in Bowie for over 25 years, I've attended many a city council hearing to reaffirm the need to build a new ice skating venue to accommodate the demands of our hockey and figure skating teams Many of you witnessed the long struggle and contentious city debates over this issue. A contract was finally awarded last year to begin construction of the new ice arena. When the ice-breaking ceremony took place on October 25th, 2019, I saw how hard work finally paid off, a valuable lesson to our children. When I saw construction actually begin several months ago, I thought that our prayers had finally been answered and that we would soon see our dream come true. I would hear occasional rumblings that the select council members wanted to revisit the issue and cancel the contract, but I brushed them aside as mere gossip. Well, now it seems there might be some truth to these rumblings. It has come to my attention that select members of the council are actively advocating stopping the project, paying off the contractor, and reallocating any remaining bonds funding. I know that you are acutely aware that more than $14 million have already been spent on this contract so far. Are you truly willing to waste? Next one is from Sandra Nash. Granted that the arena would bring dollars to Bowie from practices and competitions, what percentage of the citizens will be using it? This project will bring horses of traffic to Bowie next along at least 4 housing communities and streets: Church Road, Fairwood Parkway, Woodmore Road, 450. Some are not inclusive to Bowie City proper, but reside right on the line. Again, no plans for major road infrastructure. Think 197 and just a Bowie rush hour and school buses. And I'm sure no repairs from the increased traffic. Most concerning, someone might make the suggestion to build a ramp connecting Route 50 to Church Road. And the trash. We are experiencing bulk trash thrown about during this pandemic because of no bulk pickup. There is not enough room for me to speak to this while tapping on my phone. Please reevaluate the use of this land for something more inclusive for the community, especially for those who pay the Bowie taxes. The next one is from Liz and Jeff Berger. My husband and I moved to Bowie in 1981 and happily reared our 3 sons here in Bowie. During that time, skating at the Bowie Ice Arena at Allen Pond Park was one of our sons' favorite activities. It was a great place to go to exercise, meet friends, and have a good time. The Ice Arena has always been a place to be proud of and a positive part of Bowie. Last Thursday, we drove past the new Bowie Ice Rink site on Church Road with our grandchildren. We pointed out the new location to them. Our grandson loves skating and has taken classes and attended camp at the old Bowie Ice Arena. Our other grandchildren also have enjoyed skating at the old Bowie Ice Arena. They all are looking forward to the completion of the new Bowie Ice Rink. Later that same day, we were so surprised to read the headlines in the Bowie Blade, Bowie cancels the ice rink. There's no denying that this pandemic has caused a lot of uncertainty in our world as we know it. However, how many just to be perfect now, many just to be the perfect time to do something positive for our city and its future. Since a substantial monetary investment has already been made, the City Council needs to act responsibly and continue the new Bowie Ice Rink project. We feel that there is a strong demand for the rink, and since all activities will have a usage fee, the rink should prove to be fiscally sound. Let's build hope in Bowie. The next one is from K.M. Patterson, concerned longtime member of the Bowie figure skating and hockey community. I am writing to express support for the new Bowie Ice Rink. We have lived in Northview almost 40 years. When our daughter was small, she took lessons at the rink and fell in love with skating at the age of 4. She took years of lessons, participated in shows, skated on the precision team for several years, competed in skating competitions on the East Coast, and also worked at the rink as a teenager. The rink provided a safe place for children and families to go all year long for many years. We need the updated rink to remain in our city. Thank you. Next one is from Keith Shanahan. Dear regional leaders, I hope you and your families are faring well during this time. I am writing you today to urge your continued support for the new Bowie Ice Rink project. While my family does now live in Bowie, as a resident of Northern Calvert County, it is ice hockey and figure skating that brings my family into Bowie almost every day during the fall and winter. As a result of our time in Bowie, we eat and shop frequent in Bowie places of business. With my two children participating in skating activities and having attended several tournaments regionally and throughout the Mid-Atlantic, I can attest that the new Bowie Iceplex will bring financial opportunity to local restaurants, hotels, and stores. This benefit is in addition to the yearly profit and jobs the ice rink will bring to the region. While I understand the difficult financial decisions may be upon you in this time, I urge you to think about the long-term prosperity of the city of Bowie and Bowie residents. Cancellation of the new Bowie Iceplex would squander millions of dollars in sunk investment and leave Bowie with a 50-year-old ice rink that will require millions in renovation, repair costs. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration in this matter and your continued support for the new Bowie Iceplex. Next is Franklin Matthews. I hope this message finds you and your family safe and in good health. As a concerned resident of Bowie, I'm writing this short message regarding the upcoming vote to reverse the decision to build a new Bowie Ice Arena off of Church Road. I was recently made aware of this possible reversal and was extremely disturbed. As I'm sure you're already aware, there has been several years of the deliberation, discussion, and debate regarding this bill. What I find most disturbing is that after all of this debate and financial investment in the millions of dollars, the council would potentially make this reversal decision under the cloak of darkness during this pandemic. To make such a change in direction at this time when all of us are more preoccupied with the safety, health, and overall well-being of our families seem opportunistic and, to be blunt, driven by ulterior motives. As has been expressed several times throughout this decision process, this investment will be financially beneficial to the city of Bowie from the additional revenue streams it will provide. It also will provide the much-needed additional sheets of ice for the ice skating and hockey community to utilize. The ground has already been broken, several rounds of debate have occurred, and taxpayers' funds invested. May I ask to you is simply this. Please vote to continue this much-needed project. Do not go back on the decision. Next one is from Nicole Dennis, a hockey mom from Bowie Hockey Club. Dear City Council, I am a resident of Upper Marlboro, Kettering, and the closest ice skating rink to our home is the Bowie Complex. As an African American, when my son told me he wanted to play hockey, I must admit I wondered where that came from. So I sought out a program that could teach him skating and hockey. As you are aware, the Tucker Road ice rink caught fire, and that impacted the access that children of color and lower income families had to ice skating, hockey, and figure skating in this area. It is important that all children have access and exposure to many sports, especially sports that they are not represented in. Having a functional ice skating rink in a community as diverse as Bowie and our surrounding areas is intrinsic to ensure that our children know and understand that they can play any sport they find interesting and build friendships that cross race and socioeconomics. We do need more basketball courts. We have a lot of recreation centers that promote basketball and football. We need a facility that promotes ice-based sports as well. Please continue the building of the new ice arena. In this time, we need activities that bring all together. Our community needs access to exposure to a variety of sporting opportunities. Next one is from Jay Huntington. Please do not stop building the Bowie Iceplex as it is already under construction and is needed in the communities. Next one is from Tracy Motley Narain. To whom it may concern, my name is Tracy Motley Narain. I'm the proud parent of one of your Bowie ISI team members, Mariah Narain. I'm writing regarding how important it is that the teams get the two-sheet ice arena. Ice skating has played a major role in my daughter's development. I want to take the time to share with you her college application essay. At the age of 4, my brother took me to an ice skating rink. As soon as my feet hit the ice, I took off and did not look back. A wave of excitement took over me, and my mother told me she could see a true connection forming, and boy, did it. Now at 17 years old, I am a 4th place ISI world champion and a 2-time 1st place ISI nationals champion. Figure skating has blessed me with many opportunities, such as traveling all over the United States, meeting Winter Olympians, college scholarships, and many more. Figure skating is a meaningful experience that has taught me dedication, determination, perseverance, and balance, all skills that I will be bringing with me as a student and a person. I began figure skating in the 3rd grade. Now I'm a senior in high school. Within those 9 years, many obstacles came my way, but giving up was never an option. In 6th grade, I underwent oral surgery and had 9 teeth removed so I could get braces. The very next morning, with stitches in my mouth, still recovering, I got up at 6 a.m. Next one is from Kelly Ross. It makes me sick to think you're even considering stopping the Bowie Iceplex project. I grew up in Bowie, skating at the Bowie Ice Arena. My brother played for Bowie Hockey Club, and my son started playing hockey there at the age of 5. 4 years later, he is still playing there, and although we now reside in Crofton, we did own a home there until just last year. So many of our tax dollars have gone toward the project. We have spent money at the current ring and at plenty of businesses nearby. Don't waste our money because of your personal agenda. A good leader would start with himself and at the top to find ways to provide for the people of his city instead of just throwing away so much money in hopes of getting what you want. You have made it perfectly clear that you do not support this project, but the numbers are there as well as the money. Perhaps you should look at how much money is spent to operate the city gymnasium and see if that is profitable for the city, because it is clear that the new rings will generate more than double the gym. I'm looking forward to watching your meeting and seeing a favorable outcome for this project. Next is Juliana White. I am writing to you to express my support for the new 2-sheet Bowie Iceplex, a project that many fought tirelessly to have approved. The current almost 50-year-old Bowie Ice Arena has been a source of great memories for more than half of my life. My husband was actually a rink guard there over 2 decades ago when we were in high school. It's where he also attempted to help me learn to skate on many occasions. I am still not that good, but I keep trying. Now we have 2 sons that play hockey at Bowie, and we spend 3 to 5 days a week, hours at a time, at our second home, the ring. Unfortunately, the arena is aging drastically and in need of repairs, a fact you are all well aware. The facility is also unable to accommodate all the needs of the users, and there is no ability to grow and expand programs, which is an option that is needed so much with current programs growing so much. It has been wonderful to see the Bowie Ice Arena be able to offer programs for all ages and skill levels for ice hockey, figure skating, and public skating sessions. But I would love to see it expand for the residents of Bowie and the surrounding areas that love the ice and love Bowie. As a Bowie Hockey Club member, we are very excited about the new 2-sheet Bowie Iceplex to help increase the availability of additional ice time and new programs such as girls ice hockey, adult leagues, Next one is from Natal Sims. I am writing to ask the City Council to stop the ice rink and reinvest dollars in a multi-use facility that will benefit the residents of Bowie. Thank you. Next is Jen, Mike, Carter, and Corbin Kochansky. My family and I are members of the Bowie Hockey Club. My husband coaches and my two sons play travel mite hockey. We were very upset when we learned that some members of the City Council are moving to stop construction of the Bowie Iceplex project. Bowie hockey has enriched our lives, helping our children to become better athletes and more well-rounded individuals. Unfortunately, the current facility is no longer able to fully meet the needs of the growing Bowie hockey community. As hockey's popularity continues to rise in the region, the City of Bowie has a unique opportunity to capitalize on this growth. The new Iceplex has the potential to bring on an enormous amount of money and business to the City of Bowie and could be a cornerstone of the city's continued development. Please continue to fund the construction of the Bowie Iceplex project, not just for the joy it will bring to our family, but for the impact it will have on the sport that we love and the city. Thank you. Next one is from Mark Morgan. My family has been Bowie residents in 20716 for 20 years and have been a part of the City of Bowie Ice Arena for the last 8 years, very actively, and 20 years as casual patrons. My two sons, ages 6 and 11, have used the ice rink for Bowie club hockey and private lessons about 4 days a week and have chosen this club because of the staff and location. We could not imagine having to leave the City of Bowie and pay another organization owner to use their facilities. I also have been actively promoting the club and rink for 4 years with volunteer work and many events across the region, which has brought many families from Anne Arundel, DC, and Calvert County. This city is growing and has the potential to tap into a market that Bowie has not tapped into. State of Play tournament along with figure skating competitions, which will fill hotels and restaurants. Regardless of the decisions made, I appreciate the efforts made to keep this ice rink and hope that the City of Bowie can continue with their progress and complete this project. Bowie can have the amenities for many years to come and can continue to be the city everyone knows and loves. Please keep the project going forward. Thank you. Next one is from Robert Shekels. I'm writing you today on behalf of my family as well from my Bowie hockey family in protest of our new Bowie Ice Complex. Please do not stop the build of the Iceplex and reallocate the funds back to the project. This complex is essential, not just to Bowie, but to the metropolitan area. Ice complexes are getting more and more sparse throughout the area. Hockey, figure skating, and ice skating with our families is not just a hobby, but a way of life. Next one is from Rachel Johnson. I am writing to hopefully convince you to continue the project of the new Iceplex. My family is strong on the belief that if you give your word, it really means something. You finish what you start, even if it's hard. You as a council have given your word, and by this second hesitation, you're showing that your word doesn't mean anything. How are we to have faith in anything you say or do? As a family, we are teaching our 3 children values and traditions and sense of community. Are those not values that Bowie supports anymore? I personally am a level 2 coach at the travel level of hockey, both 8U and 12U. I have been a resident of Bowie and continue to do my shopping and spend time in Bowie. I hope to continue. Please don't take this community away from my family, both my family of 5 and my hockey family of so many more. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Nazrin Dahlgren from Lothian, Maryland. I am asking for your support and reconsideration of your review and potential cancellation of an in-progress construction of the Bowie Iceplex. This is an essential construction project that is currently supporting numerous local Maryland jobs. If this project shuts down, it will be a derelict unusable tract of land that has already been graded and prepared for a site design to fit the requirements of this Iceplex. I am also concerned there would be permit obligations that are not being considered, which could not be properly fulfilled if this disturbed site is abandoned without proper mitigation that a complete, fully developed site would provide. This could potentially be an unforeseen additional expense to the city if the project is canceled. Millions of city tax dollars have already been invested at this point. Even though I am a resident of Anne Arundel, my family, like many others, come to Prince George's and spend time in local shops and restaurants many times a week because of the activities we participate at the ice rink. I am so very pleased my family can visit such a diverse facility and make friends with families of different backgrounds. This new facility will continue to improve cultural relations and support the local economy. It will be a revenue-generating facility in the long run. Please discuss this information among your council. This would be a grave mistake if the project changes course given the amount of invested thus far by Bowie residents. This facility next one is, okay, this one does not have a name. So do you want me to read it or not read it?
Let's just read it for now. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Dear City Clerk, I am writing to you as a concerned parent and grandparent that have used Bowie Ice Rink for many years. I have seen my son grow and play hockey at Bowie, the sport he loves, and learned life lessons and tons of friendships, and continues to play hopefully in college due to Bowie, and he isn't the only one. I know at least 10 other that have played at Bowie and then played in college or higher. Now my grandson plays it. It would be a shame to cancel a positive project in a world that seems to be falling apart. We have looked forward to and fought for this new rink for so long to give these kids something to look forward to and keep them out of trouble. When you voted to start this project, what kind of message will you send to totally quit on it now? Sincerely concerned parent. Next one is from D.L. Bruning. Having been a Bowie resident since 1968, I have personally experienced the value of the Bowie Ice Rink and its positive influence on the children of our diverse city. My son served as president of the Bowie Hockey Club. My two grandsons came up through the system, while a mother in our neighboring Oak Creek stated that ice skating has saved my young African-American daughter's life. In the past, the vote has been 5-2 in favor of building the Iceplex. Bonds were floated at $24 million, of which $8 million has already been allocated or spent for the project. Why the sudden change at the 11th hour? COVID-19? In my opinion, COVID-19 is not going to last forever. There is a fast-track vaccine on the way. Most states' businesses are reopening and getting back to normal, and it will have little impact on property tax revenues that are the largest basis of the city's revenues. Are there surplus funds in the current budget that could be used for the premium pay until extra monies flow down to the city from the state? What about a compromise? Keep the bill going, but slow it for an additional year. The city could work with Costello to make this happen. If $8 million of the bond fund has been allocated, we are talking about $16 million from the Iceplex monies to be transferred to the general fund to run the city. Seems to me this is a drop in the bucket in today's budgets. In closing, I quote from the next one is from Kim Watts. I hope this email finds you well during this unprecedented time. After many weeks in quarantine, we certainly look forward to enjoying the parks, ice rink, and youth sports available in the city of Bowie. I would like to express my gratitude for your investment in youth sports, specifically the new Bowie Ice Arena. As a mother and teacher, I have observed firsthand the impact of organized sports on our youth. And with the growth of youth hockey in the area, it will be fiscally beneficial for the city. I am shocked to read that after investing approximately $12 million in this ring, you are considering abandoning the endeavor. Abandonment would be a grave error on all accounts. Bowie has always invested in their community, and this ring should be no exception. Not to mention, abandoning the project at this point would be fiscally irresponsible. Please continue providing the quality facilities for our youth and proceed with the construction of the Bowie Ice Arena. The next one is from Robinson. Please continue building the new Bowie ice rink. My husband and kids played hockey in Bowie. I want my grandkids to play hockey at the new ring. Thank you. Next one is from Shireen Young. My name is Shireen Young, and I am an African-American Bowie resident residing at 4805 Greer Crest Court, Bowie, Maryland, 20720. I have 3 children, and 2 of them play ice hockey. We spend a lot of time at Bowie Ice Arena, and the sport of hockey is expanding in this area. The new Iceplex will make it a lot easier for residents of Bowie to participate in the sport. Construction has already begun and is ongoing on a daily basis, as it is about 5 minutes from my house. This rink will bring dollars to the city of Bowie, as hockey families travel quite often and stay in hotels and eat at restaurants in the communities that they travel to. Although this is not a traditional sport for African Americans, that is changing, and our kids need to be able to train locally to develop and excel in the sport. Another new facility is being built in Upper Marlboro for basketball and football, which means that all interests are being addressed as long as the ring continues to completion. Please continue to build, as it is the future of the well-rounded development of extracurricular interests in this community. Next one is from Captain Paul Shermer from the U.S. Navy. I am writing this letter in full support of the Bowie Iceplex, already under construction and planned to open in 2021. As a parent of a Bowie hockey player, where we traveled to and from Annapolis, I cannot tell you how important this ring is to the community and to the kids which it supports. The hockey and figure skating programs are led by dedicated youth mentors who help foster teamwork, camaraderie, and sportsmanship, and are amazing ambassadors for the town which they help support. A 2-sheet Iceplex would be an amazing addition to a program that has established as one of the best small town programs routinely competing in playoff and championship games. This Iceplex will no doubt benefit hundreds, possibly thousands of youth who will come from all over, not only to compete, but to patron local restaurants and shops. We did nearly every day, either before or after practice, and sometimes both. Our family sincerely hopes this endeavor continues and the kids in the city of Bowie reaps the rewards of a successful, highly sought-after sports location. Next is Brian Melvin. Ladies and gentlemen of the City of Bowie Council, thank you for a brief minute of your time to request your support in sustaining the momentum and continuing the construction of a new ice rink in Bowie. I am the director of girls ice hockey for the Maryland Student Hockey League, a parent and adult ice hockey player. I have spent many hours at the current rink playing and supporting my 2 kids as they competed in youth and high school games in Bowie. They have played in tournaments where teams from all over the East Coast have competed. The high school games were against teams from all over Maryland. Many times I have visited dining facilities in Bowie on my way to the rink or on my way home. Additionally, back in early March, I hosted tryouts for a girls hockey team to compete at the USA Hockey's America's Showcase. a showcase where these student athletes would have the opportunity to discuss future playing opportunities in college with college representatives who were scheduled to attend the event for the sole purpose to scout players for their respective colleges. The players who attended this tryout session came from all over the state and from Virginia. In summary, my experiences at the current facility have been extremely positive, and I look forward to many more in the future at the new facility. Additionally, based on the events that ice rinks host bring a wide audience from all over state and country, it seems to me the business case for not having a venue Next one is from Sheila Paget from Tallow Lane. I want to go on record to absolutely disagree with Mayor Adams' proposal to cancel the ongoing construction of the Bowie ice rink. How extraordinarily frivolous. The ice rink was voted on and approved by a council majority, period. Shovels in the ground, concrete poured, etc. It is done. Please do not undo this process based on assumptions. The mayor suggests that there could be possible staff layoffs due to the pandemic. Yet the May 18th agenda shows under old business an ordinance to hire a public health officer, a physician. How can such a position be paid? Why is it necessary when we hear from our fine governor almost daily, our county executive at least weekly, and daily COVID alerts from the city? I believe to add a public health officer is an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy and absolutely subject to patronage. Again, let the ice rink proceed. Thank you for your attention. Next one is from Felicia Snyder. I respectfully submit the following. First, I would like to publicly thank Awilda for being tasked with reading all the letters for the council review tonight. My name is Felicia Snyder. I am a resident of District 1. Under normal circumstances, I would thank the mayor and council members for allowing my voice to be heard. I cannot do that this evening as I am so very tired of this coming up for review. I am saddened to learn that most of you have not done your due diligence and have so little respect for the previous mayor and council that you would bring this issue up again. The mayor's headline in the op-ed in the Bowie Blade was not the truth, along with the lies that were made in the column. If you're going to send me a stimulus check from the city of Bowie, great. This is no longer an ICE versus courts issue. This is a you are wasting my tax dollars issue. In response to the mayor's remarks about assistance for COVID, the county was to begin emergency rental assistance program on May 11th for assisting residents. Further, if you're concerned about helping city residents, why were city funds approved to be sent to take lunch to a privately owned assisted living facility when the employees that you would feed are not Bowie residents? If your plan is not to waste taxpayer money, why at the last council meeting Next one is from Faith Poznansky. My son is a member of the Bowie Hockey Club. Excuse me. I am writing today to reach out and ask to have the construction of the Bowie Iceplex continue. And although we are not a resident in Bowie, my parents have been for 35 plus years. The ice rink is a second home to hundreds of these children and adults, including myself and my son, and in Bowie surrounding areas. The current ice rink and new ice rink being built will bring in money locally as well as from out of town. The amount of money that has already been spent will be a huge loss for all who have put countless hours of time and energy into seeing this project succeed. Thank you for your time. Next one is from Jessica Barker. I am a parent of 2 members of the Bowie Hockey Club. We travel to your city multiple times a week exclusively because of your ice rink and the hockey club. We put money back into your city on a regular basis because of the ice rink. Our young kids have come to the ring at 5 a.m. to meet with news, teams, and talk to council members to tell them why this new Iceplex is so important for the community. The community rejoiced when the votes finally came in to install a 2G facility to meet the needs of the city and all surrounding areas. After passing the building of the new Bowie Iceplex, completing all planning, breaking ground, and then starting the process, deciding to stop all construction now is a disgrace to the citizens of Bowie and all the current and future skaters from the entire region. It would be fiscally irresponsible to forego all the funds and planning that have already been set aside for this project. While I respect that the need of funds is constantly changing, I think we need to consider the amount of revenue the Iceplex can bring in. The Bowie Iceplex will generate return on investment greater than any other recreational facility in the city. The rate is anticipated to be approximately 85% or higher. As a frontline healthcare worker, I am still fighting the pandemic of COVID every day. I have repeatedly told many people that I see Next one is from the Ahern family. We are Pat, Lee, Aaron, and Ariana Ahern, and we want to offer our support for the construction of the new Bowie Ice Arena. We are current residents of St. Mary's County, and Bowie Ice Arena has been our home ice arena for the past 3 years. We hope for many years to come. Aaron and Ariana have been members of the Bowie Hockey Club since the age of 5 and have been taking skating lessons at the rink since the age of 3. Pat and Lee are also very involved with the hockey club and both volunteer as coaches. Bowie has become our second home and is an integral part in our lives since we commute to Bowie 4 to 5 times a week. Due to the hour-and-a-half one-way commute time, we end up staying in the area the entire day. In between events at the rink, we eat and shop at the Bowie Town Center, and we even purchased a new vehicle there. We often stay in the hotels in Bowie to make the early morning practices and games. Bowie Hockey Club is an exceptional program run by true professionals, and we cannot envision going anywhere else. We recommend Bowie Ice Arena to everyone who is interested in hockey and skating programs. With the construction of a new ice arena, it will attract more people to Bowie, and we are confident that they will love it as much as we do. Please consider continuing the construction of the ice arena and allow the hockey and skating community to continue to flourish and grow in the city of Bowie. Next one is from Jonathan Lawrence of Fort Meade. Dear members of City Council, my family and I live in the Fort Meade area. We chose to send 3 of our children to Bowie Hockey Club rather than closer clubs. BHC demonstrates that they were open and friendly to accommodating service members and their families. As a result, we have been a part of the BHC family for over 2 years now. We thoroughly enjoy being a part of the BHC family. However, there are some drawbacks to the current age facility. As I said before, we have 3 children currently playing hockey with possibly a 4th to begin playing in the future. Due to the fact that there is only 1 sheet of ice, as opposed to most other rinks we play at, which have 2, we play less games at the Bowie Ice Rink. This means more traveling to areas which are not near the city of Bowie. Our commitment to BHC has also led to us have 2 of our children join Silver Star Gymnastics in Bowie. As a result, we spend a significant amount of time in the city of Bowie. We do shopping, dining, and many other activities in the city. Having more games at the new ice rink will keep us and many other families like ours in the area contributing to economic activity. Most of all, we have grown to love the members of BHC, and they are part of our circle of friends and family. We are willing to drive nearly 30 minutes one way on nearly a daily basis just to be a part of BHC. We also have recommended Next one is from Jeremy Floyd. I hope that this message finds you well. Thank you for everything that you are doing to assist with keeping the city of Bowie safe during these times of uncertainty. Unfortunately, the suggestion of stopping the construction of the Bowie Iceplex would not only be an unnecessary step that would do little, if anything, in getting the city safe and back to normal. It would be a huge waste of $60 million taxpayer dollars. Countless amount of time and effort dating back to 2013 of planning, meetings, hearings, and voting, and wasted opportunity for money to be made in the near future. I am not a Bowie resident, but I have one, soon to be two kids playing with the Bruins Hockey Club. My family and I have spent our fair share of time over the years taking our son to and from the Bowie ice rink from Chesapeake Beach. Skating lessons, hockey games, and practices, and family open skates. While we are there, we typically go out to eat or shop somewhere in Bowie. We have been following the process and signing petitions and showing support for this project for the last 4 years. Seeing the project approved and declined and approved and declined, seeing the kids and parents getting excited and then disappointed over and over. It is an absolute shame that this email even has to be written. With that all being said, I understand and respect every person's views and opinions. I ask that everyone look at the time and taxpayer money already spent. Next one is from Ken Snyder and York Lane. Over the past few years, I've sat quiet through numerous city council meetings where the ice rink was the main topic of discussion in support of the project. This council has finally put me over the edge, and I feel that I must speak out. I am a 26-year resident of District 1, and prior to this ice rink situation, I could honestly say I was proud of the city government and them looking out for the citizens of the Bowie. I felt that they welcomed development in a thoughtful manner. This subject has been discussed since 2013. It's been approved, disapproved, approved again, and something else I took away from the meetings that was spoken over and over again was being fiscally responsible. I'm sad to say that I think that was lip service from the current city council. For the amount of time, manpower, and money that has been spent up until this point, bringing this topic back up about stopping this construction could not be further from responsible. The character development that this program gives the children that have participated is invaluable. I have witnessed firsthand, especially in this day and age, we need more programs like this to steer the children in the direction that every parent hopes they follow to become the next generation of our city's leaders. The feasibility, the developmental stage of this project, and now the construction. Next one is from Scott Henry. My name is Scott Henry, and I am a City of Bowie resident. I am sending this email in reference to the discussion of halting the construction of the new Bowie Iceplex on Church Road. I have 3 children, in which 2 of them play ice hockey for Bowie Hockey Club. My son, who is 9 years old, has been playing ice hockey at Bowie since he was 4 years old. My 12-year-old daughter just started playing and loves it. I also volunteer my time to coach for the Bowie Hockey Club. Needless to say, I am at the ice rink quite often, whether coaching or for public skate sessions. My children and I have made many new friends at the ice rink. I do not understand the rationale of halting the Iceplex project to help the city of Bowie operations. To my understanding, when this was voted in a few years ago, the bond was to be used for the recreational projects only. Halting the project now with the city of Bowie is already investing approximately $10 million as a waste of my taxpayer dollars. I am also sure by breaching the contract, it will cost even more taxpayer money to get nothing in return. but building the new Bowie Iceplex will generate revenue for the city of Bowie and Prince George's County. With the Bowie Iceplex having 2 sheets of ice to use, we can continue to figure skating program, the Youth Ice Hockey League, and add an Adult Ice Hockey League. Next is from Blake Curtis. I am writing to encourage the city of Bowie to continue construction on the new ice arena. I feel that a modern rink with 2 sheets of ice will be a draw for families outside of Bowie to travel to the city and in turn spend money at local Bowie businesses, including the ice arena. The Bowie Ice Hockey Club is a very popular club that continues to draw many families to their hockey program. My family currently has 2 players in the Bowie program, which brings us to the city 4 to 5 nights during the season. Along with the money we spend at the ring, we do most of our shopping and restaurant dining in the city of Bowie as a result of the Bowie hockey program. Lastly, the current rink is not nearly big enough to accommodate the amount of players and families seeking to play and ultimately spend their money in the city of Bowie. The new rink will most certainly not be aware of money, as it will allow the Bowie Hockey Club to accommodate more players' families who will travel to the city to play hockey. Thank you for taking the time to read my email voicing support for continued construction of the new ice rink, and I hope you decide to see the project through to its finish. Next is Scott Goldman. I am writing to request that this letter be added for the written record at the council hearing on May 18th. I am not a resident of Bowie, but rather of Millersville. I own 2 local businesses and have lived in the community my entire 50 years. It is with a comfortable degree of apathy that I can say I am not surprised that the issue to proceed with completing the Bowie Iceplex is being raised yet again. However, at this point, not proceeding will either prove that the council has wasted their constituents' hard-earned money, is not interested in honoring their political promises and contracts, does not care for creating a guaranteed profitable revenue stream, or is just trying to unethically get a better deal from contracted vendors. All of the reasons above are not acceptable and will only give residents a reason to show their disdain on election day. I, on the other hand, may just eventually decide to move myself and my businesses to a community that is run with integrity and honor. I hope you prove me wrong. Next is Grace Sheffy from Afton Street in Temple Hills. I am writing in response to news that the new Bowie Iceplex construction is on the agenda for discussion during your meeting on May 18th. I wish to express my hope that you will continue with the construction of the Iceplex. I am not a Bowie resident, but I am a resident of Prince George's County. I shop regularly at the many Bowie shopping establishments, restaurants, and gas stations. While at the ice arena, I buy food, hockey gear, and clothing to support the various programs. The Bowie Ice Arena, almost 50 years old now, has been a terrific asset to our community. However, because of the popularity and success of the programs offered for all ages and skill levels for ice hockey, figure skating, and public skating sessions, the facility is unable to accommodate all of the needs of the users. There presently is no way to expansion. The new Iceplex with 2 sheets of ice will alleviate the need for battles over the available ice slots. I believe the availability of additional ice time will promote new programs, girls ice hockey, adult leagues, and more public sessions. The next one is from Bradley Salvato, Sergeant in the U.S. Army. My name is Bradley Salvato. I currently serve as a sergeant in the United States Army. I have been a lifelong resident of Bowie. So my military training currently has me located elsewhere. I am still a resident of the city of Bowie. Bowie is not only my home of record, but my home. I grew up in a family home on North Cliff Road. a home in which my grandmother has lived since the 70s. Both my brother, First Lieutenant Tyler Shack, and I grew up playing ice hockey from the age 5 until my enlistment and his commission into the U.S. Army. I had the wonderful opportunity to coach my own children, Layla and Nicholas, at the same club in which I played my very first year of mite hockey. During my time at the Bowie Hockey Club, I have coached numerous teams in both the travel and recreational leagues, consulted with a number of other teams on skating development, and volunteered at the Try Hockey for Free program and Learn to Play program at every opportunity. Additionally, my wife Yvette currently serves on the board as the tournament coordinator for Bowie Hockey Club. We have dedicated a significant amount of our personal time, our lives to the club solely for the development of the next generation. When the time comes that we can finally return to Bowie, next one is from Monica Roebuck, from a District 2 resident. Greetings to Mayor Adams and City of Bowie Council. I hope you are staying safe during this time. I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed ice rink. The proposed ice arena is an unnecessary expenditure. $28 million that is spent will have long-lasting negative effects on our city finances and its residents. The ice arena is an amenity and this should not take priority over basic needs in our city. We are in the midst of a pandemic. Therefore, I urge you to halt the building of the ice arena. Additionally, with the majority of the users of the ice rink will not be Bowie residents. Our main priority as the city should be to ensure the city services continue through the next year, which include trash pickup, water, recycling, the senior center, and any other city services. It's important that the city is prudent with its finances to avoid layoffs. Employees have families and children to provide for. Even more importantly, the city should make a commitment to provide the most vulnerable in our city. There is a growing population of homeless residents who need shelter and food. So that we can prevent the spread of the virus, we need to make sure we need to make sure all of our residents are secure and safe. In closing, the economy will suffer financially as a result of COVID-19. Next one is from Abby Snyder. Yes, at this point I am. These are the words said to me on the phone last night by Councilman Waffle while my parents sat next to me as witnesses. After trying to justify that including the buyout costs, ending Bowie Iceplex project would only cost the city a grand total of $8 million rather than upwards of $24 million. I asked if he was willing to waste $8 million in taxpayer money, and that was his response. This is one of the many people who chose to manage our money. Quite frankly, it appears we were fools. From Wikipedia, a CIP is defined as the following: a capital improvement plan or capital improvement program is a short-range plan, usually 4 to 10 years, which identifies capital projects and equipment purchases, provides a planning schedule, and identifies options for financing the plan. Any council member who tries to convince you that the amount of money they are liable for or we are liable for is only that which was spent on construction in 2020 is blinding you. The $437,350 that is being touted by members of the council to their residents is a number that suits their argument, but does not support the facts. The lie that the cost to renovate or build the new rink at Allen Pond is no more than $4 million is another number that they found that results their argument. Next one is from Patricia Akimovic from Chafford Lane. My name is Patricia Akimovic. I've called Bowie my home for 40 years. I saw the current ice rink transform from an open air to an indoor facility. My daughter grew up skating at the Bowie ice rink. I have 3 grandchildren that all learned to skate at the arena. I have spent more hours freezing in that arena than I care to attempt to add up. I was caught completely off guard when I saw the mayor's editorial article in the May 14th Bowie Blade, promoting the cancellation of the Bowie Iceplex project. I advocate for the city to continue moving forward with what the city council has previously voted on and approved, a facility with 2 sheets of ice. In 2017, the construction of a new 2-sheet ice facility was approved and funds to build the facility were set aside. The ice-breaking ceremony took place on October 25, 2019. The cement has been poured. The construction is underway. To date, roughly $9 million have been spent on the project. I am extremely concerned that you are considering stopping this construction. Doing so will cost the city roughly $4 million in buyouts, if not more, and does not include the invoices not yet submitted by the contractor building the arena. Any penalty as a result of terminating the contract or money to restore the under construction property. Also not included is the cost of litigation. The next one is from Eden Wozniak. I would like to plead that the Iceplex project be completed and stay as planned. We have family who loves this, and the new project would waste time or money. Please continue the project as planned. Thank you. Next one is from Robert West from Buxman Lane. Having worked for years on major acquisition projects at the Pentagon, serious consideration is made before a project is approved because of the cost of either altering or canceling contracts, especially once the project has begun. Millions have already been spent as the foundation for the rink is in place. I stopped by yesterday and workers were on site. The ice rink was approved by the citizens of Bowie and is fully funded through completion. Canceling an approved project which has already begun is very poor governance and a huge waste of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you. Next one is from Stephanie Vaughn. My family has spent well over $200,000 in the last 12 years supporting my son play hockey for the city of Bowie. He is now playing college level and could even make it to the NHL. I've lived in Bowie my whole life and pay my taxes. This rink project has been a done deal for quite some time. The pandemic has no effect on city revenues. Life goes on and our rink needs to be finished. Next is from Rosemary Vincent. Regarding the issue of the Bowie ice rink, I understand the city has spent $7 to $8 million so far in the study, plans, permits, and the start of construction. It would be helpful if the council could make clear the financial status of the budget before allocating funds. Is the council authorized to revoke the bond that is already in place for the funding of the ring? Has the $25 million been set aside for this purpose? I would not table the plans to build the ring, but perhaps put it on hold until an appropriate time due to the pandemic crisis in our country. Next one is from Bill Smith from Sarah Lane. I am continuing to write and will continue to try and let my voice be heard. First of all, using a time when your constituents are unable to speak to you face to face for you to pull this stunt now is abhorrent. As a longtime city resident, 45 plus years, and ice arena user, I am appalled at the idea of the city literally throwing away millions of dollars on bogus excuses. There was a commitment made and a contract signed. Construction is in full swing, and the only thing that should be slowing it down is weather issues. not some made-up excuses that you have no reliable data to back up. Mr. Wolfley saying the ring would lose $500,000 annually has very little to back it up. If he is using projections from the current facility, then he obviously has no idea about the construction and energy efficiency of a new ice rink versus a 50-year-old uninsulated ice rink. The new two-sheet facility would have a smaller energy cost than the current facility and can generate twice the income on a 12-month basis. The current facility only generates income for less than 10 months of a year, as it is closed down for maintenance and to be used annually for Bowie Fest. I have spent more than 22 years in the Bowie Ice Arena watching my son and coaching thousands of young people from as young as 3 years old to 18 years old. Next is from Tabitha Cronin. We are a deaf-owned small business that provides slang language interpreting services and have worked with Bowie Hockey for the past 2 years. Here at ASL Terps, we have had the benefit of working with a multi-generational deaf family that joined Bowie Hockey with little to no experience in the sport. According to his mother, April Jackson, Kayvon Woodard started playing hockey at age 4.5. He is the first Black deaf young hockey player in the world. Kayvon is 7 years old now, and his dream is to be a professional hockey player. Kayvon's growth within this sport has been profound. He is a bright child with an incredible passion for playing hockey. He is naturally skilled and his ability to perform on the ice. He has tried several other sports, but hockey has kept his interest and has now become a critical part of his and our lives. As a testimony from our main interpreter, Nate Coroni, that has primarily worked with Kayvon, says, Kayvon is a gifted skater who picked up hockey sticks and never looked back. He has tried to play a number of sports, but hockey seems to be a natural fit. Kayvon has chosen his path, and it shouldn't come to that end. He is a star player and relies on Bowie Hockey for a positive, active experience. Bowie Hockey has been a true team. This one is from Carolyn White. I can't believe you would rather blow $7.5 million of taxpayer funds to cancel the building contract rather than build a new sports complex. Yes, it's going to be more than the Bowie Ice Arena, although the Ice Arena will be the money maker of the complex. Doesn't make sense that you would even consider not going ahead with this project using funding and the effects of COVID-19 as an excuse. Property taxes have gone up. Permitting fees remain. Parking ticket fees remain. Other fines and ways to bring in revenue remain. There is no reason to cancel the contract and waste money, to waste the taxpayers' money. Incoming revenue will pick up as soon as people get used to the new normal. This project should move forward for your taxpayers and their families without further stall tactics and delays. If this project gets canceled, there should be an investigation as to the real reason behind it. Next one is from Will Durkee from English Oaks Avenue. As tonight's meeting is virtual, I would like to kindly request as a Bowie resident that the below be read to the council. I am writing as a resident of Bowie, a hockey player and coach. It has amazingly come up again during a time when we should be coming together that the mayor and certain council members are trying to divide us once again. I grew up playing for the Bowie Hockey Club and now take lessons I learned from the great Bowie coaches to now teach the next generation of kids qualities such as work ethic, teamwork, discipline, and confidence. These lessons expand well beyond a sheet of ice. They are life lessons. The mayor is now proposing again, after previous attempt was successful, to use a pandemic as his political opportunity. It is disgraceful. The strong financial situation and the potential wasted millions of dollars should convince any rational person that this is not the right course. Please do the right thing and keep the construction of the new facility going. Reversing course will only waste millions of tax dollars, tarnish the reputation of our great city, and destroy our hope that our elected leaders are capable to use this pandemic to unite rather than divide. Thank you. Next one is from Michael Shields and the Shields family from Edgewater. We want to express our continued support for the new hockey rink already under construction. My oldest child played at Bowie for 8 years, and my youngest just started there. We love the people and the program. We spend money in the community shopping and eating regularly. I'm not sure why the city would spend millions and have to spend millions more to cancel. If the facility is utilized properly, there will be a great return on investment. Hockey clubs want to grow and need ice time. Figure skaters need ice too. Tournaments not only could bring in revenue to the ring, but to local hotels and restaurants. A new facility with multiple sheets is a moneymaker. Don't be short-sighted. Stay the course. It will benefit so many. Thank you. Next one is from Dr. B. Harris from Collington Manors. Please let it be known to the council that I am against budgeting funds for the new ice arena. Next is Daniel Dove. I am writing this email in support of the Bowie Ice Arena project. I have been utilizing the Bowie Ice Arena for several years for our children's hockey teams, as well as family skating nights, birthday parties, and friendly get-togethers. The Bowie Ice Arena has allowed us to create and maintain wonderful friendships over the last several years. I do not live in Bowie any longer, but I still spend much of my money in the Bowie community utilizing restaurants, shopping, and home improvement stores. I do not believe that stopping the progress on the new ice arena is fiscally smart. I feel that if the project stops now, millions of dollars that have already been spent will be wasted. Not to mention the millions of dollars that will be lost in legal battles for breaking the building contract. Please consider your thoughts for stopping the progress and canceling the Bowie Ice Arena. The new Bowie Ice Arena will generate revenue for the city of Bowie in several ways. Next one is from Sean Woods. Hello, my name is Sean Woods. I am a longtime Bowie resident, 25 years, and I am in full support of building the new Bowie ice rink. The rink provides a great recreational option to Bowie residents who support and love the ring and its activities, especially the figure skating, of which my daughter was a part of until she went off to college and still supports when home, and hockey teams, both of which are very competitive and very accomplished and bring pride to Bowie. An ice skating ring would not significantly affect traffic, nor would it attract negative attention to Bowie. It would only be a positive recreational source and enhance Bowie. So please continue building the new ring and allow its programs that we are proud of to continue, and allow the citizens of Bowie to continue enjoying its unique recreational programs. Next one is from Krista Dove. To the Bowie City Council board members, I am writing this letter in support of the new Bowie Iceplex skating rink. I was a longtime resident of the city of Bowie, residing not only in the R section for many years, but then later buying another home in the E section across the street from the current ice rink. I also have family that still resides in the beautiful and very family-friendly city of Bowie. Over the years, we all have paid our taxes to support that lovely community. 2 of my 3 sons have played ice hockey at the current ice rink. They have formed friendships that will last a lifetime there, as have my husband and I. When we come to Bowie, we not only spend lots of time at the rink, however, we also spend lots of money in the surrounding community, from restaurants, shopping, etc. My current ring, although functional, is in dire need of replacement. My family and I, including my 8-year-old son, have attended the city board meetings in support of this new facility. We were there the night that it was approved, and everyone rejoiced with excitement of the pending new facility. Now, to have their hopes and dreams of a new rink smashed because of a change in board members, that does not teach them much about keeping your word. I also don't understand how halting this project Next one is from Daryl and Joy Leon. My family wanted to express our gratitude to you and our support for Bowie's new Iceplex. We have one older and one younger son playing hockey and have been loyal Bowie Bruins for 17 years since our oldest started in 2003. Our youngest starts high school next year, so there'll be another 4 more years ahead for us, for a total of 21 when we're all done. We've enjoyed our time at the Bowie Ice Arena, but as the club has expanded with great improvements to the program in recent years and more kids participating, ice time begins to be limited. And of course, the facility itself is aging. It's definitely time for a new ring and a second sheet of ice. Looking forward to hosting larger tournaments on our home ice. I want to point out that I am not a Bowie resident. We live in Calvert County, but the Bowie Ice Arena and the Bowie Bruins hockey program has us almost literally living in Bowie. In and around all the hockey events, we eat in Bowie, shop in Bowie, go to the movies in Bowie, go to the LA Fitness in Bowie, go to Starbucks and Smoothie King and other places to get drinks, walk the town center in Bowie, all because it's very convenient to do so before, during, and after hockey practices and games. And there are a lot of other families down here The next one is from Charlene McCamey. Attention, Mayor Tim. I, Reverend Dr. Charlene McCamey, resident of Bowie, am against the ice arena being built. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. Give the residents of Bowie an opportunity to voice their opinion and to vote on this. This one is from Andre Fisher. Attention, Mayor Tim and council members. I, Andre Fisher, resident of Bowie, Maryland, am against continuing to build the ice arena. Next one is Zoe McLean from District 3. As a nationally competitive figure skater for 11 years and resident of the city of Bowie, my desire to stop the construction of this ring may come as a surprise. However, it's what's best for the community. It's inequitably to expect the members of my community to pay more in taxes to support a facility that will not benefit the community as a whole. By building a facility with only 2 sheets of ice, it is a waste of resources and space, not to mention that the ring is being built off of a residential road that is not equipped to support major traffic. Public safety needs to be in place first. And the decisions being made regarding the rink are done by people in which don't even live in Bowie. Perhaps we can all come together to come up with a design of a facility that can be of use to everyone in the community and be an asset to our city rather than encroach on the residents of the city of Bowie. Please vote no for the construction of the ice arena at this time. Next is Kendra Carroll from District 3. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, as you vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no at this time. And when the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that is solely dedicated to ice skating and ice hockey. Next one is from Tamiko Emery from District 3. As you vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no at this time. And when the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that is solely decided to skating and ice hockey. Next one is from John Emery. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, as you vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no at this time. And when the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that is solely dedicated to ice skating and ice hockey. Next one is from Zoriel Bridges. Good evening, City Council. I am soon to be a graduate of Bowie High School. I have watched my mom fight for what she feels is right in this city. People think it is all about basketball for my mom. It is really all about kids for her and their future, especially the kids that live in this city. Yes, you probably guessed it, my mom is Carrie Bridges. I think Ice Arena needs to be stopped right now. We are in a pandemic, and the last thing the city needs to do is spend millions on an ice arena that is not beneficially to the majority of the city. That decision never made sense to me, and not because I'm in high school. It never made sense because it doesn't make sense. Now is a chance for this new city council to make decisions that make sense. Thanks in advance. Next is from Sandra Duffy, in favor of building the ice rink. Next one is Marie Huseman. My name is Marie Huseman, and I have been a resident of the city of Bowie for 34 years. Having lived in Rockledge, Old Stage, and currently in Whitehall, I am the mother of 3 young children. One of the reasons why I love Bowie so much is the amenities it has to offer for families like mine. I love the city of Bowie parks and playgrounds and athletic fields. We haven't used the gymnasium yet, but I'm happy that an option is in our community. I'm also very happy we have an ice arena with affordable programming. I was thrilled when the plans to move forward with the new 2-sheet arena passed last July for the 4th time, and the city was able to begin construction. I'm disappointed to see here we are once again with plans to vote this project down, especially now when a significant amount of money has already been spent and construction is currently taking place. To cancel now would be a bad decision financially. I've done my research, and at this point we have spent millions of dollars on this project so far. Not only would we lose this money, around $7.5 million, but the contractor has a right to sue the city of Bowie should they break contract at this point, likely for millions more. I anticipate that this won't happen quietly, resulting in a lot of bad publicity for the city, and the contractor will certainly win their case. We could easily be out at least $20 million. Next one is from Sandra Nash. As you vote on the ice arena, I hope that you vote no at this time. When the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that's solely dedicated to ice hockey and ice skating. And in addition, please consider that the citizens who live right off of Church Road, Mount Oak Farms, where I reside, and the developments closer to Central Avenue will be affected by traffic and trash. Make room in your budget to adjust our roads which border Bowie, such as Mitchellville. Next is from Tiffany Morgan. I am writing to show my support for the Bowie Ice Rink. Not only is it a place of entertainment, but also a learning environment. I myself am an adult figure skater and enjoy open skating sessions as my way of exercise, but also relaxing and meeting like-minded people. But the ice rink is more than just what it is for me, but also for my family. Our entire family revolves around the skating and hockey. My father also skates still, even though he is in his 70s. On the ice, he is a boy again and fast as lightning. My nieces and nephews all skate, and 2 play hockey for Bowie Hockey Club and have come up the ranks in black and gold. They all learn to skate as very small children. At Learn to Skate, where my sister volunteers and helps teach other small children to enjoy the accomplishment through skating. They also learn to play hockey and what it means to be on a team and part of something bigger than their own self-interest. Without an ice rink, they would not have the opportunity to continue growing as players and part of the community. All the hockey families who are coming to Bowie to be near the rink are also bringing their financial support, not just for the rink, but also in Bowie, such as gas stations, coffee shops, grocery stores, and restaurants. Waiting parents still Next one is from a concerned citizen of District 4. Honorable Mayor Adams and City Council members, I am opposed to the construction of the Bowie Ice Arena. As we are dealing with a worldwide pandemic, the city and the nation as we know it will never be the same. The needs of our city and the community have been changed, and our priorities must comply with those needs. The city's funds can be better spent on maintaining the city infrastructure, accommodating the needs of the community that has experienced death, unemployment, displacement, and other challenges. Please vote no on the Bowie Ice Arena. Next one is from Rhonda Washington. I'm sorry, Rhonda Billingsley. I would like to submit my support for Mayor Adams' decision to postpone the Bowie Ice Arena. Many of the citizens in South Bowie did not agree with the previous council's decision to move forward with this project. Many of us believe during the many discussions and negotiations, the ice complex should be decided by taxpayers and not small groups within and outside of the Bowie ice community. Instead, the decision was made by a small minority of individuals to move forward with this project when ice recreation has little support from Bowie residents. Many of us are not opposed to groups or organizations who support any type of recreation on ice. We are also not against having an updated facility with a sheet of ice. What we are against is having a dedicated facility to ice recreation or sports. The concern is also a cost to benefit issue. How many years will it take for Bowie to recoup the investment from the ice arena? How much is it going to cost to maintain the facility year-round? There was a belief by the previous council and the hockey clubs that the ice arena would be in demand and it would be self-supporting. As a resident of Prince George's County and the parent of an athlete, the reality lies within the demographics of the county. An overwhelming number of athletes who graduate from the county go on to become athletes. Next one is from Angie Fields, a Bowie resident. No new ice arena. Next one is Holly Rawl. I am a Bowie citizen and I support the new Iceplex. I am dismayed at the thought that the city of Bowie may abandon the city ice rink project. Not only will it lose millions of dollars already invested in this project that has already been spent, and the penalties to break the contracts, loss of the bond money, and loss of construction jobs. But the city will also lose future monies that will come from the update and addition of ice in this area. Some are saying the ring needs to be canceled due to the pandemic, but Councilman Esteve has already stated that the city has some costs related to COVID-19. City revenues have not been impacted. In addition to federal pandemic relief, the city maintains $29 million in reserve funds for this kind of scenario. The new larger ring would not only replace the old ring, which is in need of very expensive repairs, but bring revenue to the ring and the city into the far future. The Bowie hockey rink was one of the new city buildings that is self-sufficient. It pays for itself. Adding a second sheet of ice will allow the ring to put on tournaments which bring teams from other cities and states and brings in an influx of revenue. No just to the ring, but to local businesses such as hotels and restaurants. Next one is from Joseph Geary. Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Joey Geary, sorry, and I live in Bowie my entire life, 21 years. I live in District 2B and writing to show my support for the new Bowie Iceplex being built on Church Road. As a new taxpayer and voter, I am upset at the thought of canceling this project. I hope you consider continuing the project and prevent the city from wasting millions. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Matt Kaplan for Marquette Lane. I have lived in Bowie for 25 years. I support the continued building of the new Bowie Ice Arena. Anything that promotes community and physical fitness will always be things I will vote for. Next one is from Michelle Davis from Jovial Court. Hello, I am writing in my opposition of the ice rink at this time. Next is Viola Underdew. Good evening, Mayor Adams and City Council members. My name is Viola Underdew. I have been a resident of Bowie for almost 25 years. I love our city and want to see it continue to grow, but in a responsible way. I read that Bowie has a AAA bond rating. That is great. However, if we continue to pursue the construction of the ice skate arena during a pandemic, not only will we run the risk of a tax increase, our bond rating would be in jeopardy. It has been stated that when businesses do reopen throughout the country, they will probably operate at 50% capacity or less. I am sure when the initial feasibility study was conducted to determine if Bowie was ready for the ice skate arena, they did not base their findings on 50% capacity. Therefore, in the event you continue to pursue the ice skate arena, at best, a new unbiased feasibility study should be conducted to reflect the new estimates. What is also disturbing is to hear that a lot of the supporters of the Bowie Ice Skate Arena were not citizens of Bowie. That should have never happened. Trust me, if Bowie moves forward with this construction and it becomes evident that the arena is operating in the red, Bowie and its citizens will not get any assistance or compensation from those outsiders that lobbied for the arena. In other words, Bowie would be left holding the bag. Please be mindful. Next one is from Juanita McCormick. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, for the vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no. When we revote, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that's just for ice skating and hockey. District 1 member. Next one is from Kim Marie DeRoche. My name is Kim DeRoche, and I am a City of Bowie resident for 50 years. My husband and I decided to stay in Bowie and raise our family because everything Bowie has to offer. I have been proud to call Bowie our home. As I know you will have many testimonials, I would like to make this message short. Please vote to support and continue the work in the new ice rink. To shut down the project will cost nearly as much as the amount we have already put into it. The capability for the new facility to make money for the city has been documented over and over. Please support the ice rink. Our kids deserve what they have been promised. Next one is from Joanne Marshall Hobbs. Hello, city staff, council members, and mayor. My name is Joanne Marshall Hobbs. I reside in District 3 and have lived here for over 20 years. Mayor, thank you for the OPED and the Bowie Blade News. This article captures and communicates the bigger fundamentals regarding building an ice arena during the global pandemic. It removes the emotions and focuses on historical facts and the financial health and wellness of the city and residents. All of these components should be included and considered as the basis of the decision. Thank you for your leadership and for showing how leaders should lead in difficult and controversial situations. Council, I am against building an ice arena for several reasons. In the current state of economies, respectfully, it seems to be irresponsible. In our current climate of the world, we should be promoting diversity and inclusion and not separation and divide, which unfortunately has become the underlying theme of the ice arena. Lastly, if council decides to proceed with a facility, then council should build a sports arena that supports sports of every resident. One city, one Bowie, one sports arena. Next one is from MCW. This email is in support of the Bowie Ice Arena. It is my contention that Bowie will not only benefit from continuing to offer an ice arena for public leisure, its hockey team and ice skating team, but also financially. First of all, the ice arena provides a different form of exercise and entertainment that is enjoyed by people of all ages, groups, families, and individuals alike. Also, children and some adults of various ages and races, both male and female, participate on the ice skating team. The skating team, like other team sports, builds skills with team camaraderie in addition to other skills that are more unique than those of other sports. Furthermore, having a fully operational ice arena can be financially beneficial to Bowie. For instance, when big ice skating competitions can be hosted in Bowie, there's an enormous amount of income that can be received and utilized for the furtherance of many city programs. As you may be aware, the current ice arena cannot accommodate such a large function. A new ice arena is much needed. Considering all benefits the ice arena brings to the city, the ability to have a fully functional ice arena is necessary. Thus, having a rebuilt ice arena should be seriously considered. Consequently, I am hoping the project to complete a newly built ice arena is still under consideration. Next is from Lawrence McCormick. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council, please vote no on the ice hockey arena for now, and after vote for multi-purpose facility, District 1 resident. Next one is from Rebecca Geary. Dear Council, City Council, City Mayor, and City staff, my name is Rebecca Geary, and I'm 15 years old and have been a resident of Bowie my entire life. I live in the K section. I want to show my support for the Bowie Iceplex project. I have attended many City Council meetings over the years with my family to support the project, and I'm very upset that after the project was already awarded, it is up for discussion yet again. My faith in the political process is decreasing with every city council meeting. Just because one council approves a project doesn't mean a new council has to try to terminate it. Political games get our city nowhere. All it promotes is a bad feeling and distrust with our elected officials. I am a future taxpayer and voter. The amount of time, money, and effort already spent on this project is great, and the thought of canceling it is crazy. I don't understand the logic in losing millions of dollars already spent to save money already committed to a project. There will be nothing to show for it except lost money. Nobody knows what the future holds. And COVID-19 has changed all of our lives. But the new Iceplex is important to many, many kids' families. It's where we can skate, be with friends, be part of a team, or be an individual. Next one is from Brian McCormick from District 1. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, regarding the sports facility, I hope you vote no at this time. An expensive new ice hockey arena is not a sound idea. Next one is from Robert Kingser. I am not happy with the direction our new mayor and some council members are taking our city. I want a recall before he destroys our great city. A longtime resident. Next one is from Michelle Neff. I am writing to show support for the new ice arena. Bowie is an ideal spot for this facility, as the location is centrally located and the community is diverse. I'm most familiar with the hockey program, which my two boys have participated in. The sport of hockey has a great goal of increasing diversity in the sport, and Bowie is a great location to do so. My kids have enjoyed playing on teams with diversity in race and gender, and have learned invaluable lessons on teamwork, as well as building friendships and a love for staying active and healthy. We are also residents of Anne Arundel County and chose Bowie's program because of the community and dedication of the coaches and other ice arena professionals. We and the many other families spend a lot of money in the local Bowie community as we travel to and from practices and games. The new ring will inevitably increase more local business in Bowie and will offer a sorely needed state-of-the-art facility to grow our future athletes. Stopping construction now that is already underway and has been approved after many years of planning would be unimaginably reckless and short-sighted. Most importantly, it will let down the kids and the community, who will surely take their business elsewhere if Bowie pulls the plug on this project. Next one is from D. Frazier of Woodmore Highlands. Dear Mayor and Council members, please vote to stop work on the Bowie Ice two-sheet facility. We cannot justify spending upwards of $30 million on a single-serving sport facility during this global pandemic and economic crisis. Vote no so we can move forward a multi-purpose sports facility that will serve us all. Please respect our tax dollars. Please respect our community. Next one is from Justin Rim from District 4. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, as you vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no at this time. And when the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that is solely dedicated to ice skating and ice hockey. Next one is John Albright from Nemeth Lane. How many times do we have to revisit this issue? I have 4 family members that are Bowie residents who use the current facility. That doesn't count my wife and I, who are regular spectators. It would be unfortunate to not have access to the ice ring activities. Thank you. Next is from Brian Sudduth from Brunswick Lane. Mayor Adams called for the city to cancel the ongoing Bowie ice rink project. The previous city council voted last year to move forward with a $25 million two-sheet ice arena. I am strongly opposed to the financially damaging and fiscally irresponsible recommendation from the mayor. This would be throwing away the $8 million invested already, which we are not getting back, as well as throwing away the highly anticipated tax and cash revenue streams for the city the new hockey ice rink is expected to bring in. Yes, we may have spent an additional $2.5 million dealing with this plague, but put it in perspective, the city revenues have not been seriously impacted. In addition to expected federal pandemic relief, the city maintains nearly $30 million in reserve funds to keep us solvent. We are not hurting. The funds to build the ice arena have already been obtained through bonds and are not coming out of the city's general fund or reserves. Canceling the project will cost the city millions immediately and many millions more over the expected life of the facility, and will cost the city millions immediately and many millions more over the expected life of the facility, and will take us back to square one, addressing the existing aging city rink, which will incur additional costs. Next one is from Sonia McLean, District 3 resident. As a City of Bowie resident, the benefits of a two-sheet ice facility don't outweigh the costs of or sacrifice. If our community could directly benefit, it'd be a better understanding. My daughter, a competitive ice skater of 10 years, was interested in employment at the rink, and she was told she had to be 18 to work at the rink. Although other minors have worked there, so she's been working at Piney Orchard Rink in Odinson for the past 2 years. City of Bowie residents do not benefit from a discount on freestyle ice. You have to belong to the rink's recreational club. Those who are just a few examples of the exclusiveness. My fear is more of the same, yet my tax dollars will be paying for it. We need a place for all. Please vote no on this two-sheet facility. Next is from Carrie. Good evening, Mayor Adams, City Council, and City staff. This is Carrie Bridges, who has been a tax-paying citizen in this city for more than 20 years. I do not think it is fair to flood our city council meetings reading letters from people that do not have a dog in this fight. I understand Robert's Rules of Order, but I am sure as a council person for this city, you know where your constituents stand and will not require all of us to write letters expressing our concerns, taking up time when business needs to be conducted. Lawrence White, an economist from New York University, seems to think we are heading into another recession because of COVID-19. There was an article written in Forbes magazine in April entitled How COVID-19 is Leading the U.S. into a New Type of Recession and What This Means for Our Future. The City of Bowie is a business. The last time we were in a recession, none of you sat on this city council. The only individual who sits on our city council in 2020 that has the knowledge, forward thinking, and is business savvy enough to see our city through this potential disaster is our Honorable Mayor Timothy Adams. It is evident because his company just celebrated 30 years of business over a year ago. Next one is from Robert. I beg the council to vote against what the mayor has proposed. Next one is from Ayawana Smith. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ayawana Smith. I am a District 2 resident. I would like to express my support of the proposal to cancel construction of the new ice rink. Our city, like the rest of the planet, faces uncertain times. The decision to cancel this project may upset some. However, the emergence of COVID-19 has given all of us an opportunity to reevaluate our priorities. The city is in desperate need of a public pool. Councilman Wolfley, Councilwoman Harrison, Councilman Gardner, please use your votes to permanently cancel the construction of this facility. The difficult but fiscally sound decision may help the city overcome future financial challenges brought on by the coronavirus. Thank you. Next is Nicole Hunter and Cole Scruggs. We have been playing hockey at the Bowie Ice Rink for over 12 years. Both my boys play there. It has been our outlet since their dad passed away unexpectedly. The Bowie Ice family has become our family. Please don't take away the opportunity this affords our children. Please see below the reasons in addition to our personal ones. I am in full support of the need of 2 sheets of ice to accommodate the needs so individuals and players and skaters don't have to continue to battle over the available ice slots. I support the continued efforts by the city to work with the county on expediting the road improvements on Church Road. I support the availability of indoor and outdoor recreation throughout the city, including the proposed new indoor court facility to be constructed next to the Bowie Golf Course. As a user of the almost 50-year-old Bowie Ice Arena, the facility is unable to accommodate all the needs of the users, and there is no ability to grow and expand programs. The Bowie Ice Arena offers programs for all ages and skill levels for ice hockey, figure skating, and public skating sessions. The Bowie Ice Arena offers many free skating events to introduce the community to skating. As a Bowie Hockey Club member, we are very excited about the new 2-sheet Bowie Iceplex and the availability of additional ice time. Next one is Reginald Green. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reginald Green. I am a District 3 resident. I would like to express my support of the proposal to cancel construction of the new ice rink. Our city, like the rest of the planet, faces uncertain times. The decision to cancel this project may upset some. However, the emergence of COVID-19 has given all of us an opportunity to reevaluate our priorities. The city is in desperate need of investment in the arts and entertainment district. Councilman Boffo, Councilwoman Harrison, Councilman Gardner, please use your votes to permanently cancel the construction of this facility. This difficult but fiscally sound decision may help the city overcome future financial challenges brought on by the coronavirus. Thank you. Next one is from Jason Dougal. Both my oldest son and I have appeared before the Bowie City Council on numerous occasions in the past during the debate over the Bowie Iceplex. I have been a hockey coach at Bowie for 5 years. My 3 sons all play hockey at Bowie, and my daughter skates there as well. I am sure you have heard from numerous members of the Bowie hockey community regarding the importance of the ring. So rather than belabor that point, I will focus this letter on the specifics of an offer you have received for a private-public partnership to renovate the existing Bowie Ice Arena. I write to you to caution you that a deal that sounds too good to be true is often just that, too good to be true. In a recent letter addressed to the council, a private ice rink operator suggested that this company has renovated rinks around the country and in Maryland at a fraction of the cost of what has been previously and repeatedly over the last 7 years quoted to the council. It has been suggested that the renovation of the current Bowie Ice Arena could be done for as little as $2 million. I can see why this offer is so enticing. $2 million sounds a heck of a lot better than $23 million for an ice rink in Bowie. But if any member of the council believes that the type of renovation that is being suggested for an ice rink in Bowie and what the previous Bowie City Council approved are in any way comparable. Next one is from Michael Bridges. To Mayor Adams and City Council members, my name is Michael Bridges and I live in Woodmore Highlands in Bowie. The most recent Bowie budget has pre-COVID-19 projections for property tax revenues increasing 5% and state shared revenues increasing 3% during the years 2022 through 2026. Even with these projections, which do not include COVID-19 impacts, the city's general fund is declining and proposed future tax increases will not be enough to cover all of the planned future projects. The Bowie 2017 budget shows a drop in property taxes in 2012 due to the Great Recession that took 4 years to recover from. With the new conditions that requires new analysis, I recommend halting construction on the Iceplex so size and scope of all future projects can be rethought and reprioritized given the anticipated COVID-19 economic impacts.
City Clerk,
Yes.
how do we stand at this point?
3, 4, 5. We have 6 left.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next one is from Raymono and Mia Russell from Yorktown Drive. Mayor Adams, council member Steph, and City of Bowie staff. My family was disappointed to learn of the call to cancel the ongoing Bowie Ice Rink project. I certainly understand that this investment, along with the optics, gives the council some pause. However, we like to offer our family's perspective. Our daughter Cameron has been skating recreationally since she was 2 or 3 years old. She learned how to skate at the current facility at Allen Pond. She has celebrated numerous birthdays in the party room at the ring and has even encouraged many of her friends to learn to skate. Many of Cameron's friends didn't consider ice skating a sport or activity for African American girls, but she introduced and even taught many of them the sport. Having the ice arena in our backyard, one of very few in our county, is important for many reasons, including providing access and exposure. Cameron was a very quiet child, and skating helped her learn perseverance and build her confidence. Just this past summer, Cameron decided she wanted to skate competitively. We were dismayed to find limited ice time at Bowie. Cameron researched for weeks to make Bowie work for us, but it simply couldn't due to the limited available ice time. As such, we were forced to travel to Piney Orchard for more flexible, convenient lessons. The next one is from Robert Kinzer. Recall our mayor. He has other agendas than what's the best for our citizens of Bowie. Next one is from Millie Hall. To the mayor, city council members, and staff, my name is Millie Hall, and I am a District 3 resident. I have some concerns, comments, and suggestions. Council members, as you vote tonight on the sports facility, please vote no on moving forward on the construction of this sports facility on Church Road at this time. I read a statement that was highly alarming and stated there were possible cuts and kickbacks related to this project and city employees. How can you justify to city residents building an ice arena with construction costs of $25 million to primarily benefit a majority of those who are not even city residents? I strongly suggest that the management company over this project, Hill International, be investigated and that possible fraudulent charges be brought against them if deemed necessary. In addition, I also suggest that a new set of eyes should be brought in to make sure there is a clean and impartial investigation, or do the hiring. I'd be deeply disappointed if this is swept under the rug and ignored. The taxpayers deserve to know how the past council went from proposed spending of $11 million to over $25 million for this project, and more on the methods used to bring the current management company in. Next one is from Sharon Dougal. To the members of the City Council, as I sit here writing this email, I can't help but think about how or why it has come to this. How is it possible that a ruling made a year ago could end up back on the table for discussion? The ground was broken, the foundation laid, and the dream of New Bowie Ice Lake was real. Now it appears this could all go away in a matter of minutes, because you do not have the guts to move forward with a decision made by those who came before you. Roughly 1 year ago, I watched my 9-year-old son, Logan, take a stand for something he believed in. On his own, my son wrote a speech, donned the dress shirt and pants, along with his Bowie Bruins hockey jersey, and he got up in front of the City Council of Bowie and spoke from his heart. He spoke of the important part Bowie Hockey Club plays in his life. He spoke of the friendships he's made, the lessons he has learned, the amazing experiences he's had. He spoke about what it means to him to be a Bowie Bruin, how it has taught him to be respectful and honest, and to win and lose with dignity. He also touched on how much he wants those same experiences and life lessons for his little brothers and other children in the area. He didn't stop there, though. He went on to ask the council to build both ice and courts for the city of Bowie. At 9, he recognized that one group should not be given priority, that there should be equity for all. Next one is from Kenesha Banfield, District 3. Dear Mayor Adams and City Council members, as you vote on the sports facility, I hope that you vote no at this time. And when the time comes, please consider a multi-purpose facility versus a facility that is solely dedicated to ice skating and ice hockey. And the last one, from Kevin Jackson. Greetings. This simple letter is to express opposition to the ice rink plant on Church Road in Bowie, Maryland. To be brief, this section of town will adversely affected by this planned development. Children have been killed, animals are constantly killed, and crime will likely increase. My husband and I actually live off of Church Road, so these claims are not made lightly. On behalf of my husband, Barry E. Campbell, and myself, please accept this letter as our formal opposition to the construction of the ice rink on Church Road in Bowie, Maryland. Thank you.
City Clerk, we'd like to thank you so very much for your diligence tonight. At this time, the public hearing is closed, and the chair recognizes the Wolfley Council member who asked that this Bowie Iceplex be brought on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. And Wilda, thank you so very much. And thanks to everybody who participated virtually in this evening and this morning's proceedings. I think it's a testament to the commitment of the community for this level of support to be shown. I wanted to make a motion that we stop construction and cancel the contract for the Bowie Ice Rink, and that we direct staff to repurpose existing site for a multi-generational indoor court facility currently in the CIP, and utilize remaining bond proceeds for the projects in the CIP, and ultimately either pursue renovating the current ice rink ourselves or pursuing a public-private partnership to do so. I wanted to make a couple of points in support of that that motion, and it is obviously, we've had a long session, so I'm going to be quick and as I can, but I do want to address a couple of points that have been raised by the various speakers that are really of concern. The first is this notion that the decision was already made, and therefore it should be left the way it is. And frankly, I'm a little concerned by that because you know, we had a new election, and when we were out, there was I think a low interest in the community, in some cases outright anger about the ice arena. And I want to point out that the last council was also, shall we say, pro-overdevelopment, if you will. And I can't imagine that if we were to sustain that past policy on development, that our constituents would be happy. Money wasted has been a concern for folks. I want to point out that throwing good money after bad is not a fiscally responsible solution. This is not now, nor will it ever be a moneymaker, not directly or indirectly. And I don't know where people think that this project is a moneymaker. It's not. The pro forma estimates for revenue and costs for this project back when they originally thought it was going to be $10 million showed that it was going to average of $200,000 loss going into the first 5 years of the project. There's no way we ever make any money on this. In fact, what that reflects is that we're actually just paying part of the bills, not all of them. So anyway, I'll leave that for the time being, and then open up for other comments and go from there.
At this time, we have a motion.
Second.
And it's been second. So at this time, what I'd like to do is proceed in a manner and make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to talk. The chair will start by recognizing Council Member Henry Gardner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams, for the recognition. Councilmember Wolfley, I want to say I do understand I don't like your reason, but I understand what you're doing, okay? I do. I want to say that. And I have a lot of respect for you, okay? I just want to say that to you as well. Stopping this project is just not smart. Throwing away taxpayer dollars is a complete disrespect to the residents of Bowie and disregard of the residents' money. I don't want to attack anyone personally, but I have to say this, and it concerns me that two of the people who are making this motion tonight to support ending the ice arena project and tossing away $8 million of the residents' money have not contributed to the tax base. They've not made one contribution to the tax base for the city of Bowie, and they're making decisions on your behalf. Two individuals who live at home with their parents, who are in their 20s. They do not contribute to the tax base. One of them mentioned tonight that she pays taxes in the city of Bowie. She doesn't own a home in the city of Bowie, so how is she paying taxes to the citizens or to the Bowie fund? I don't mean this to be negative, I'm being factual. You have individuals who have not lived their lives long enough to understand the ramifications and the impact of tossing away people's money. $8 million is what we're talking, not to mention monies that are owed back because we borrowed the money for to build this ice arena. The monies are sitting in the city of Bowie's bank account. They've been there. We have to pay back the interest on those dollars. You and I and every resident in the city of Bowie, the future residents of the city of Bowie, have to pay this, and the current residents and those who remain for the 30 years of our repayment on those monies that have been taken or borrowed on behalf of this ice arena. Now, those who know the total history of the ice arena, you have to know the total history of it. I was not, and Mr. Wolfley knows, I was not a firm supporter of the ice arena. I too was concerned of its price tag and wanted a project that was gonna be under one roof. We lost that battle. You don't win them all. But what I refuse to do is, because I lost that battle, is to toss away the money. Now, there are gonna be some people who are not gonna like my next statement, and I don't care. I'm not here to make friends. I'm no one's friend here. I don't care about being your friend. The relationships are soured as they are, so I'm gonna move forward with this statement. I sat with multiple people that are supporting the cancellation of this ice arena, who said to me, Councilman Gardner, this is now our time. We have a black mayor and a majority black council, and they wanted to move to cancellation of this because they were not happy, one, of this price tag, and they felt that the courts were not getting the same amount of attention when it comes to dollars and cents. Now, I'm someone who comes from a multicultural background. My grandmother was 100% Asian. My father's biracial. My mother is Creole. And my brother happens to be married to a white female. I have nieces and nephews who are biracial. I look at people as who they are, not by their race or their color or their economics or even their education. And I want to say this to Mr. Adams, because I listened to every one of those letters that came in. Mr. Adams, you are the representative for all of Bowie, not just Woodmore Highlands, not just the few speckled homes along Church Road. You say one city, one Bowie, then prove it. Don't listen to one voice, meaning your residents and your friends and your neighbors in Woodmore Highlands. And they are fine people. They are fine people. However, many of them who spoke to me, who have your ear, have clearly said to me that they did not want this ice arena because of its price tag, and they didn't want to pay for it because it was not a service or a convenience for the black community. That bothers me. That bothers me fully. And the three of you who are opposing this, you know that you too had those conversations with many of those individuals. And if you deny it, then you're not being honest. I'm being very honest. I'm putting it all on the table. I could care less about what anyone feels about me after tonight. I know that I'm doing what's fair for all of Bowie. I don't want to see monies just tossed aside that have been spent like it's nothing, just tossing out of the window like, so what? Not only have you $8 million, you have multiple staff hours, multiple relationships and commitments. Multiple times young people have come in front of this council and have thought an ice arena was coming through this community, and then yet again you guys are going to pull the rug from under their feet. These young kids that are asking for this amenity in their community. And I want to say another thing. You know, a lot of people said tonight, I heard some of the letters, and I've gotten a lot of emails and things. They call in the council, this new council, Johnny-come-latelys. I agree with that statement, because many of you haven't ever voted in a city election. You know who you are. I don't want to have to call those names out. Some of you haven't voted in a city election ever, and you're residing on and you're sitting on the council. Some of you haven't voted in a city election since 2003. And you know who you are. And some of you, one of you in particular, registered to vote just months before you file for this office. It is, and then you're making such decisions that impact the lives of people. You have done no homework. I can't tell you how many times I've sat in meetings. We're in this meeting right now to 5 a.m. because you all haven't done your homework and you want to do this Trump stop as to undoing what was done by the previous mayor. That is very Trumpian. It's 5 a.m. My mind is completely gone, so whatever I say is just going to come out. I'm not going, there's nothing I can say positive about being in a council meeting at 5 a.m., wasting my time, the residents of Bowie time, staff's time, and yes, your times. And I really do I genuinely understand your position. I don't like it. I have respect for it. I understand it. And I do believe that you're doing what you believe is for the best of the Bowie resident. But I want you to fully know, Dufour, that you are a contributor to their malice and their division and their divisive behavior. I do want you to know that, Dufour. I'm looking into that audience. I don't want to call out the names, but I will. I sat with you. You asked to meet with me for months. You all have said, Mr. Gardner, this is our time. No, you didn't say Mr. Gardner because you know me well enough. You didn't say Mr. Gardner. You said Henri. This is our time. We have a black mayor. We have a black council. We need to stop the ice arena and put the monies, and we need a court. You mean to tell me we only have $5 million for courts when the ice people are getting 20 some odd million? What, you all sat in those meetings. You've had those conversations with these people. You have. And if you say you haven't, you're lying. And I'm telling you, you're lying. You had the conversations because the same people who have your ears tried to get mine, and I did not listen. One reason I didn't listen, because it's the wrong thing to do. Secondly, I don't waste monies of Bowie taxpayers. These are hard-earned dollars that these residents have collected. They want this product and this service. You have gotten at least 15 to 1 of individuals who have asked for this ice arena. Your residents, Mr. Adams, are asking for an ice arena. You work for them. You work for them. Everyone has a boss. It was said in one of the letters tonight that you run a successful business and things of that nature. Great. But now you have a boss. In your business, your boss is the federal government, but you make the decisions around there. But here in the city of Bowie, you answer to the residents. The residents say they want an ice arena. The residents pay the bills. An ice arena, certain amenities, they're not. The city of Bowie is a non-profit entity. The sports facilities, city hall, trash collection, they're not supposed to turn profits. They're supposed to provide a service. They are funded by the public. So therefore, if you're trying to make a profit out of this, you're in the wrong line of business. It is a not-for-profit. The city is a not-for-profit. So Dufour, I do respect you and your opinion. I don't like it. But I want you to know fully what you are contributing to, because you may not know, because I know you didn't have those conversations of racial conversations and speaking of in a divisive tone. I know you didn't have those conversations, but they had them with me. They had them with me. I'm going to be very honest. They had them with me. Okay, so I rest.
Thank you so much. The chair would like to at this time recognize Councilwoman Ingrid Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd like to address our residents first. I want to say that I was deeply troubled by the mayor's position as stated in the Bowie Blade. An inaccurate picture of the state of Bowie's financial status was presented, and I believe this horrible pandemic was used as an excuse and a scare tactic to terminate the project, which has only brought forth division and unrest in our diverse community. I want you to know that I do not agree with his opinion. I only hope our city is strong enough to overcome this, regardless of the outcome. But I want you to know that I will always fight to do what is fiscally responsible, even if I stand alone. Let me set a few things straight. In contrary to Mayor Adams' comments, the city is in good financial condition. There are no furloughs planned or recommended so far, and the funds to build the Iceplex are already in the bank and are not coming out of the city's general fund or reserves. The city expects to spend $2.5 to $3 million related to COVID-19, and we are expected to receive $3.5 million from federal state relief, in addition to the millions we may receive if Congress signs the next funding bill. As of Friday, May 15th, the total estimated cost to terminate the Iceplex project is $6,452,032 of your tax dollars. And that doesn't even include the outstanding interest liability as presented on page 154 of the FY 2021 budget of $12,783,729. And our city staff has already spent hours working on moving this project forward. Their time isn't captured for CIP projects. However, the administrative team for the Iceplex consists of at least 20 full-time employees. I will never agree to throw away your hard-earned money. To my colleagues, regardless if you agreed with the prior council's vote on this project, the city gave its word to the community and to investors in our bonds that we would complete this project. We are also opening ourselves up to a lawsuit. Let me say this. We did not become one of the wealthiest cities in the county by breaching contracts or misleading the public, making fiscally irresponsible decisions, or putting our city's AAA bond rating at risk. This is not amateur night. We were elected to improve the quality of life for our citizens, not diminish it. So let me address a few more things. First, Councilmember Wolfrey believes that this amenity will not provide a return on investment. And this is one reason it should be terminated. Is he suggesting that the senior center and the Bowie gym or even our parks be next on the chopping block? I should hope not. Currently, the ice rink is the only recreational amenity that provides a return on investment with a 69% return for the city. And the new ice rink is expected to meet or exceed that number and produce an operational return on investment of 80 to 90% in the first 2 years. The Iceplex will also operate on a 12-month schedule as opposed to the 10-month schedule that the current rate operates under. Another argument made by my colleague is that non-city residents will utilize the facility more than Bowie residents. Would we ever tell non-city residents to not shop at the town center or golf at our golf course, enjoy our restaurants, or otherwise spend money in our cities? Of course not. Certainly, we build amenities for our residents because it is your money being used to build them. However, we welcome our former residents and our neighbors to enjoy what our great city offers. Still another point, my colleagues talk about repairing the current ice rink and the fact that the cost to make repairs would be about $1.7 million. Assessments have shown that would only put a temporary fix to the facility and only extend the life for a few years. Full renovation of the ice rink would cost more than $22 million. In closing, I'm very proud to say that in the over 100 emails I received, numerous phone calls, as well as the 4 listening sessions that we held last year, just how well educated and informed you, the residents, are about our city's overall fiscal state and details regarding the current and the new ice rink. I want to thank everyone who voiced their concerns regarding this project, and based on my research, details provided by our staff, and information received from you, I will not vote to throw your hard-earned money away, and I stand in full support of continuing the construction of the ice rink. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Adrian Oafo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start off by thanking Awilda. That was a marathon of reading, and we appreciate you and the work that you're doing. You know, my favorite first lady said, you know, when they go low, we go high, right? I'm not here for politics. I'm here to make the best decision for District 3. That's what I was elected to do. That's what I ran on, and that's what I believe in. And sometimes, too often, folks, and we see this in our national politics today, when they don't have facts, what they turn to is personal attacks. But what is most sad today is that members of this body would try to make this a racial issue, when this is a fiscal issue, and this is about continuing amenities in some way. What I can say is that I am in support of ICE. I do support that.
You're muted or something.
You went mute. Adrian, you're still mute. They free.
Councilmember, can you speak so we can see if we hear you now?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So what I'll say on closing.
It went out again.
We stopped hearing you again.
We haven't heard hardly anything you said, Mayor Pro Tem. You need to take some action on your end, maybe.
Yep. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. So I'll end on this. The city of Bowie supports recreation. We believe that it's important. This is a fiscal discussion. This is not a discussion about sports. This is not a discussion about race. This is not a discussion about gender. This is about how we can move forward in the best way for our city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Michael Estef.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, fairly briefly, there we go. Hopefully there's not too much of an echo. So, I was not a huge fan of this project, and last year, before we went to award a contract, I was 100% in favor of looking at alternative options. Candidly, I feel like the last city council did us no favors by not adequately vetting alternative options to the city going all in on a 2-sheet ice arena. And so I've not been a huge supporter of this project. Unfortunately, a reality of democracy is that when a new government comes in, sometimes you get stuck with the previous government's decisions. And the reality that we're facing is that the last council signed a contract to build an ice rink. My view is, whether we want it or not, we now are the proud owners of an ice rink. And we can either kick sand at it, hoping that it'll fall over for political expediency, or we can buck up and do our best to make the project work and be a success. The fact is, we now have a considerable amount of money on the line. We have a contractor to whom we owe a whole bunch of money. We have investors who have given us $24 million that we now have to build an ice rink. And after the last election, we let 6 months go by for construction to proceed, for concrete to be laid, and for our contractor to make several huge expenses building this rink. So even if we wanted to reconsider this project, the time to have done that would have been last December, rather than wait 6 whole additional months for concrete to get poured and for this project to move forward at additional expense to city taxpayers. So that's one thing. Another thing is, we hear all the time about amenities being used by non-residents. Here's the thing. If we do not want to offer amenities that don't make money back and that are used by large numbers of non-residents, then we need to shut down the city gym, the golf course, the senior center, and every other major amenity we offer. The fact is, we've audited our facilities. We've done this. A majority of the users of all of our major facilities, all of our major athletic facilities, are non-residents. We heard from the Southern Bowie Boys and Girls Club commissioner tonight, 60% of the Southern Bowie Boys and Girls Club members do not live in Bowie. So again, if this is a battle of resident versus non-resident use, none of our facilities have majority resident use. None of our athletic facilities do. The fact is, the ice rink is the only one that actually comes close to making its operating expenses back. And while the existing ice rink makes back 80% of its expenses, the new one, with economies of scale and improved refrigeration technology, is expected to make all of its costs back. It would in fact be the only amenity in the city's portfolio that is able to do that. So that's a huge plus for this rink. I don't believe it's just throwing good money after bad. We're confident that it can make back its expenses. The last major point I have is, this isn't as simple as we get to cancel this contract and then move on like it never happened. The reality is, we have huge responsibilities to the city if we cancel. For starters, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the existing ice rink. We have to figure out what's going to happen with our contractor, Costello. Are we facing litigation? How much money are we ultimately going to owe them? What amount of cash is going to get thrown away, the $24 million we accrued through bonds? What's the impact to our AAA bond rating? What can we actually use the remaining money on? Because there's actually a legal question about whether or not we can use any leftover money for day-to-day operating expenses. And what is going to be the future of ICE in Bowie? My fear is that if we cancel this contract, we're going to explore alternative options, not being able to go back, and we run the real risk that we discover those alternative options do not work out. In which case, we've killed an amenity for our residents, we've lost a whole bunch of money, and our only option to getting back on track is to try and start over again with a contractor for a project we've canceled. So I'm concerned that this has not really been adequately thought through. Again, it's not as simple as canceling a contract and walking away. There's several other steps that we have not thought through after that cancellation. So I would simply urge my colleagues, rather than pull the plug on this project tonight without actually vetting some alternative options and figuring out next steps, at most, consider pausing work on this project and at least taking the time to figure out what the next steps are so we don't wind up losing a whole bunch of money and potentially jeopardizing an existing amenity, the current ice rink, which staff keeps telling us over and over and again is not going to be operational for much longer. So that's all I have, and I appreciate Awilda and everyone writing in and everyone's time, and please, let's never do this again.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair now recognizes Council Member Mdu Bamadu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I want to first start out by saying thank you to Awilda. I know that was pretty tough to have to read through that for a couple of hours. And thank you to all of the residents who stayed awake to just listen to everything and to get to this moment where you hear all of us state our individual points on why we are supporting this or why we are not supporting this. I want to start out with a quote. And basically, that quote is, "Who knew that we could be so ready to assume the worst in people?" And that's a quote from my all-time favorite First Lady, former First Lady Michelle Obama. And I say that because you've heard a lot of different comments tonight. You've heard a lot of different things over the last couple of weeks, and you've heard a lot of different sides, different people telling you X information is right, different people telling you Y information is right, different people, accusing others or making allegations towards others or, taking you down this journey of X road or Y road. And I really just want to make sure that tonight, as you're listening to the individual council members explain their points, that you're listening to them with your hearts and mind open. You're hearing them for what it is that they're saying to you directly. For me personally, after doing all the research, after listening to all of the previous council hearings, after talking, a tremendous amount with city staff and receiving the information that I believe that is most accurate and most up to date, I don't believe that I'm in a position to be able to support this project going forward. I unfortunately will not be subscribed to any threats that come from any council members that have been made to me. I will not subscribe to any threats that have been made by prior elected officials, and I will not be subscribed to threats in general. At the end of the day, this comes down to doing what's the best thing for your community. And my community, at the end of the day, is District 4. And based off of what I'm hearing from District 4, based off of what I heard when I ran, based off of what I'm hearing, based off of the letters that are coming in, this is not a project that District 4 feels that is in the best interest in the community. I want to address the point with people saying wasting tax dollars, because I in no means support any wasting of money, tax dollars, or anything of that sort, especially coming from poverty and growing up in the villages of Nigeria where you barely have any food or water or bathrooms to sleep and drink in. Money is something that you don't come by very easily, and people work very hard to be able to earn what it is that they're earning, whether that's $10 an hour or whether that's $100 an hour. People work day in and day out. So I want to make sure that you understand, I in no means support wasting money. However, based off of what I've seen from the city's finance director, that's Byron Matthews, that was presented to us on May 15th, it just conflicts all of the information of where you have heard this project will cost $10 million, $13 million, $9 million. The approximate cancellation for this project is about $6.5 million. And I personally feel that $6.5 million is better than $24 million. And at the end of the day, by no means, and I said this to multiple residents that I spoke to today, no means saying that I do not support the ICE community at all, because I think ICE is a wonderful amenity. You've heard from multiple children today. You've heard from multiple residents, people who are passionate about it, this sport, who genuinely fills their hearts up, fills their lives up with gratitude and joy, and something that they genuinely enjoy doing. So I in no means intend as a young person to stop that and tell them that, hey, we're going to be the reasons as to why you can no longer do that. My responsibility is to the residents of District 4 to be able to do this in the most fiscally responsible way that makes sense for the community and that makes sense for the taxpayers. I personally would be mortified to come back to you in a couple of years and say, hey, I would need to vote to raise taxes because of this entire project. I want to make sure that you understand this would have been the largest project in the city of Bowie's history to date. And so I just want to leave you with this. If you have any questions, if you have any thoughts, if you want to talk about it, I urge you to just reach out to me and talk about it. Reach out to people and talk to them about it. But this body where we've become so divided and we've decided to attack each other personally, or we've decided to assume the worst in each other, where we're all acting in our elected capacities to be able to best serve our community the way that we feel is best, is unfortunately not the council that I'd like to see going forward. So I urge you to reach out to me. I urge you to reach out to a lot of us if you have any questions or you need any clarifications. But I would like to see this council come together in the future, unified, and setting that example for Bowie and for the residents that we can overcome this, and we can come together and talk to each other in a civilized manner and respect one another with our cultural differences and our just the way that we grew up, the differences that we have at stake. Just really understand where each other is coming from and try to reach out and do that so that we can come together and display the best possible effort for our residents. So I thank you for listening tonight, and I appreciate you all staying up this late.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Dufour, I cut you off earlier. Would you like to make comments at this
time? No, it's well, just a couple quick points. I appreciate the commitment that all of us have, the commitment to see through. I think everybody is pursuing this in the manner they think is in the best interest of our constituents. I do think that it's important that we look at this holistically. It is, as Councilwoman Ndebumadu mentioned, the largest expenditure that the city would have ever made. And it's those kind of expenses that you really have to consider and the long-term impact. And, that's unfortunate. And I think we're in a position where we have a lot to consider as we move forward, as Councilman Stev mentioned, but we do need to move forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Well, at this point, I'd like to thank all of my fellow councilmen for their passionate discussion regarding the city's Ice Fest project. I think at this point, I'd like to take the proverbial step back for a moment. You see, the city's broader discussion regarding what we now call the Iceplex project actually started nearly a decade ago when the City Council hired a third-party consulting company in 2013 to develop a feasibility study and financial analysis for the potential development of indoor recreational facilities in Bowie. One of the purposes of that study was to determine the needs of the ICE community and to recommend the Iceplex project was technically feasible, as well as economically justifiable. After conducting extensive research, public engagement, and financial analysis, the experts recommended invested only $10 million into a new Iceplex ice arena was justified, and that even they would still lose hundreds of thousands a year in operational costs. Fast forward 6 years to 2019, the prior City Council made a decision to execute a contract to build the $24 million Iceplex complex. This price tag is over 200% more than what the experts in 2013 and even in 2020 recommend, and is actually the largest project, as you've heard the other council members mention, in the 100-year history of the city. Somehow even more than our joint city hall and police department building. The prior council's decision to execute a $24 million contract for the Iceplex project tripled our city's bond debt in a single year from $8 million to $30 billion. Their decision was also inconsistent with what industry experts told us in 2013 and continue to tell us in 2020. Simply put, I believe the prior council made a mistake in judgment in approving the $24 million contract, particularly in light of where we are today. Several of my colleagues have stated a multitude of reasons as to why approval of this contract was a mistake. For sake of time, I will not repeat the reasons already stated, but I do want to emphasize a few points. And those are that we simply cannot pretend that the global economic impacts of COVID-19 will not impact the city's budget. And it seems people keep trying to make the point that we're looking 2 months or 3 months down the road. We have to be prudent and understand we don't know when this pandemic will stop. We need to be looking at the financial stability of the city longer than 2 or 3 months, but 2 to 3 years. And having said that, the city manager's fiscal year 21 proposed budget includes a warning about likely long-term financial impacts as a result of COVID-19 global pandemic. Maryland's comptroller has estimated the state income tax revenue will decrease by $1 billion over the next 3 months. Bowie's $66 million budget relies on $12 million from state income taxes. And that doesn't include not only being cautious as we move forward about the $32 million that we're supposed to receive from local property taxes. What I just talked about the $12 million received from state income taxes, the $500,000 in permit and licensing fees related to new building and renovations, the $435,000 received from hotel taxes. I mean, the city council has to plan for the current and future financial impacts of COVID-19 by taking a closer look at the city's entire long-term fiscal outlook. Having said that, I'd also like to bring in a point of, the majority of the members of this council campaigned on promising to stop overdevelopment in Bowie. The voters elected us on that promise. It's fiscally irresponsible for us to move forward with things that could possibly lead to overdevelopment. And what I mean by that is, if we aren't prudent now and fiscally sound, we could find our city and our council placed in a position where we then have to go back on those promises and compromise ourselves because we won't be in a solid financial position, and we'll have to chase revenues from properties by being able to have to compromise and say we will accept whatever development projects come our way just so we can keep up with revenues to support our city. Now, it's for this reason and many reasons stated by my colleagues that I believe the best decision for this city council and the taxpayers of Bowie is to cancel this contract and focus on what we can still do with the ice arena. My belief is that the ice project is a mistake. Now, we have to be clear to all of our residents. This does not mean that I do not support the ice community. I understand the passion and the involvement. But again, we have to be fiscally responsible. So as we move forward with this, I look forward to working with all residents on a plan to address the ice arena needs, but also within the reality of our city's fiscal situation as we go through this vote. And at this time, I would like to ask the city clerk to call the roll for the vote, please.
Okay. Before I say that, Councilmember Wolfley, if you don't mind, in the saving of time, can you email me your motion so I can make sure I get the right wording in?
I'll be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Could you restate it too, sir, so we can make some notes down here?
Absolutely. The motion is to stop construction and cancel the contract for the Bowie Ice Rink, and that we direct staff to A, repurpose existing site for a multi-generation indoor court facility currently in the CIP, B, utilize remaining bond proceeds for projects in the CIP, and C, either pursue renovating current ice rink ourselves or providing a public-private partnership to do so.
Second.
Okay, I will take the roll call vote. Mayor Adams? Mayor Adams, your vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison,
I vote nay.
Councilmember Gardner,
Nay.
Councilmember Estev,
Nay.
Councilmember Wolfley,
Aye.
Councilmember Boffel,
Aye.
Councilmember Ndebumalo,
Aye.
the ayes have it, 4-3.
At this moment, I'd like to again thank City Clerk for your diligence tonight. We appreciate that. I'd like to also address the staff for their support this evening. And just as importantly, I'd like to thank all the citizens of the city of Bowie who are going through this process with us, for all those, regardless of what your position was, for taking the time to write and to stay with us.
Mr. Mayor.
I would also like to thank the council members for going through this marathon. And at this time, I will entertain.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions for you related to the actions here. So I want to make sure I understand. We want to keep the indoor court facility in the budget, correct? The indoor basketball court that we were considering. And so the motion was to, instead of considering it near the golf course, consider it on Church Road property, the current Church Road property. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. The other thing well, thank you for that, Ms. Wolfley. The other point I wanted to make, as a part of my job as a city manager regarding our budget for 2021, you know, we simply have to pass a budget next Wednesday so that we can meet our obligations with the county, set the tax rate, and do all those things, which is, you know, our fiduciary responsibility. I really need one passed, whatever it is, on the 27th. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, City Manager. And I look forward to having you schedule that meeting. Okay, at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to adjourn. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone, and please have a good night and stay safe. And goodbye.